Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the SheisMe Conference. We have 12 amazing women joining us today, and it's going to be great. This morning, though, I want to introduce you to Lourdes Torres. Lourdes will be presenting Royal Alchemist, the girl who forgot she was queen. Today, we are so pleased that she is joining us. Please welcome the authentic Lourdes Torres.
Woohoo! Hey, you guys. I am so honored to be here. I can't even emphasize that. So I'll start with that. With so much gratitude, I am here. And I also want to share with you my story. My story about this beautiful child that is within me even now. But if we go back in time, I'm going to take you there. I was this beautiful child who felt every single emotion. I felt it all just run and stream through my body. I expressed it completely wholeheartedly. That was oozing from every pore, right? I got an Aries moon. I can't help it. I'm going to be that initiator and that one who gets out there and goes and gets it. Express myself, be myself. Every freaking thing that made me sad, I totally bawled my eyes out. Totally, with all my being, right? When I laughed so hard, my whole body, physically and mentally, when it was tickled, I couldn't help it, I laughed. I still do. When I screamed with fear, I screamed from my gut, literally out of terror. It came from the depths of who I am. And when I squealed with joy, with all the excitement that I had, it just came right out. And when I gasped so deeply with surprise, I could feel it. It took all my breath away. And the anxiety that I had, I would totally bite my tongue. The expression was biting my tongue because I was like, oh my God, like on nerve. Every nerve was on edge with anxiety. These were ways that I totally expressed the way that I felt as a child. And I was literally a fully expressed drama queen. I was that. And eventually, those that were around me, they taught me their view on drama kings and queens. And so it's interesting because what was surrounding me at the time was a very regulated religious society, we can say. And what I was taught about being expressed was that less expression, being less expressed, was more respectful. I was also taught that I would look less wild and crazy and dramatic. All of that, if I looked that way, it meant that I looked like a stable, an emotionally stable human being. That's what I received from that. And then the other thing was, I was taught that my senses, my 5 senses, were not as important to living my life as logic was. The whole emphasis was around logic, the word, and that must lead everything around me. So those were big factors in my life at the time. And that's exactly how I forgot that I was a queen. That's exactly how. What it did do was it totally set me up entirely for being prepared and groomed by my abusive pastor, who totally upheld these teachings and totally cultivated this culture in which I grew up in from 15 to 28. Before that, it was still religious, but like next level from 15 to 28. What did that grooming even look like? This is what it looked like. He found all the ways and things in which we had in common. He found those things. He made sure to connect with me on that level. So we both grew up religiously. We both were, I had considered at one point in my life to be a nun. He had considered being a Jesuit. So many things he found. Photography, artistic expression, big time, our art, which he had many parameters for, which we were allowed to express in. So it's really interesting. He would totally ask me my opinion, get ready on this, my opinion on key leadership issues regarding confidential matters about the congregation and even the business that he was running. About congregants of the church, right? And about employees. People that he had, a responsibility to. And he began to hug me more closely and like build a rapport with my body. He did that over time. It didn't happen overnight. He big time observed my connection to my family and our family dynamic. He observed that hardcore. And he could see the patterns of abuse that were taking place within the family. And he was able to use that intel in order to work with my psyche, right, at another level. And then he also began to put me to work on projects that he headed up alone, so that I would have direct communication with him for the business. And so, and the ministry as well, because he had both he was running, which, it is what it is, right? So it's really interesting because, like, you can see me, I kind of hesitate. There are times I will share this with you. This experience of mine from 15 to 28 feels like another lifetime. Yes, I'm going to say it again. It felt like another lifetime. My childhood feels closer to me and my experience now than those years of 15 to 28 years old. It's wild. And sometimes it's hard to retrieve some of those memories because my body has done what it's built to do, right? And that's to section off that part of my life. So yeah, fascinating. But I've been working on that. So he definitely worked to build an emotional connection with me, for sure. And he would tell me that we were soulmates. He never put definitions on any of this, kept things very ambiguous, compared our relationship to others in history. And it's really interesting. But one night, after all this goes down, I'm going to explain this as well, to give you a little bit more about the kind of like, right, the culture, really, what it is, the culture that I was immersed in. I had been to a dance, and he found out about it, pulled aside in his home my parents, my brother, and myself, my whole family. My whole immediate family was before him in his home. And he shared with us the fact that I should not be dancing. Like, consider this, because our family is a huge example to what's going on in the church. And if I'm interacting with gentlemen in this way, that's encouraging a practice that is unhealthy for the church. Others could do that, but because you're put in this on this pedestal, you're like a poster child, you have another responsibility. It was as if I was having a talk from my firstborn, like I was the firstborn, right? This is my father telling me what to do, right? Very, very interesting. And furthermore, he told my parents, especially my father, because men are the ones who have that responsibility before God to marry their daughters. So he told my father that he had told all the men that work for him and in church that if any of them were interested in marrying me, they would need to speak to him first before they went and spoke to my father. That's how much influence. I share that with you to help you understand, like, that's how much influence this man had over our family. It's very interesting. A whole nother story for a whole nother day, and those stories are coming, so keep posted. But what I want to share with you is what happened one night. By the way, you should check out that movie. It's really fabulous. Yes, it's from the 1930s, and yes, it's black and white, but you should check it out. One night, he came into the room that I was in, which was the children's room. I was always caring for, from age 15 all the way through that, my whole experience with them. I literally called myself an indentured servant, you guys, because I would help care for their children, for their home. They were raising a business, and I was raising their children. It was a beautiful experience for me, even as I look back on it. But as I was doing that, right, and then began to work with him more closely. There was a night, a really big night, where there had been a huge event, a big, big event with thousands of people who had come from all over the world to attend. And it was, tied into religion. It was tied into art. And he was on a high. He was on a complete high. And he had given me some alcohol. And he came into the room at night where the children were, and they were sleeping. And I was not yet. I was getting ready for bed to wake up the next morning, really early in the morning, to go to this event. And he told me all sorts of things. And to be honest with you, I freaking don't remember. I fucking don't remember. It's like that's definitely been blocked out of my mind. And he said all these sweet nothings, I guess, basically. And he took his hands and he began to caress my belly and work his way up my shirt, my pajama shirt. Yeah, I'm like, I just remembered what the hell I was wearing. Wow. And he touched my breast. And let me explain. I was homeschooled and I had never dated. So, yeah, it was literally traumatizing. I literally broke down and began to cry because I'm thinking to myself, this man is married. What the hell? Like, this, we cannot be doing this. This cannot be. It doesn't matter. Everything doesn't matter. Like, this cannot be. And he immediately pulled away and told me this. I'm so sorry. You're just like a magnet to me. I won't ever do it again. Tomorrow's a new day. We'll ask God forgiveness, blah, blah, blah. And then he told me this. And then he said, and don't forget that you wanted this too. My initial gut reaction was this. how can you say that? Like, red flags everywhere, whole body on goddamn alert. My entire body was just. And then I told myself a story, because this is what we do. And I told myself this. But wait a minute, body. Wait a minute. Hold up. This man is my pastor. This man is my beautiful mediator between God and me, the earth. And like, this man is a godly man. Oh my God, this man is like, potentially, we could be something in the future. And like, I want to honor this man. And like, oh my God, so many wild thoughts went through my mind. And I took that story and I was like, I have to honor this man. And that's what I did. So I thought, by holding everything in. So after years of hiding this, if I'm not mistaken, about 5 years of hiding this. Mind you, that was not the last time he did it. So much more unfolded. He did so many different things to continue to gain my trust and to go further with this sexual abuse that was taking place under his roof, and then eventually in other places around the world, because I would travel with them to help care for their children and represent the ministry in the church. After years of this, an emotion came up for him that, for me, totally woke me up. More to that story, but I'm going to say this for now. And also watching a Katy Perry documentary that subconsciously went into my whole system. And like I said, another story for another time. But right after going to Puerto Rico with my brother and some friends, and on that plane flight, I had seen Katy Perry's documentary and her story, which I resonated with at a level that blew my mind, because I didn't think I was allowed to. The emotion that came up for him was jealousy. And he was beginning to become jealous of all the men around me, and how close I was to certain friends, guy friends. Apparently the women weren't a threat, but apparently the men were. And it was through that I was like, oh my goodness, I have to hide again everything that's going on. So next level, in order to put an end to the situation, what I could do is I could pull out, and I could just be like, oh my God, whatever it is that I thought this man was going to give me, that he had made all these promises to me, whatever I thought was there, I need to let that go in order for him to go do his work. Your work, God, your work. I will let it go so that he can do his thing. And I know that you will take care of me, because like, oh my God, I don't even know what my world will be now. So I didn't even say anything to him. I just pulled myself back entirely, all my energy, all of it. Most of my chart is Scorpio. So we know what that looks like. If you happen to just get on the online, you'll learn. Totally pull back my energy. And he felt that. And let me tell you, the stories that came out of that experience are wild and are still yet to be said. But they're there. And it was through that I asked God in that moment where all of the drama was going on, and I knew that I had to remove myself from the picture in order for him to continue on his work. I entirely asked God to forgive me. Mind you, at that moment, I didn't see, I was seeing myself as the one who had done wrong before God, that I was, engaging with this individual in this way. Sit with that for a momentito. And it was in that moment that I asked forgiveness that I literally felt the burden lifted. I mean, it was lifted from my shoulders. I felt so free. And guess what else I felt? So entirely heartbroken. I can't describe to you, except that most of you have probably already experienced true deep heartbreak, to the point where I did not eat, I did not sleep, I didn't do much, right? Or actually, take that back, I did sleep. I did a lot more sleeping than I ever have in my life. My body was shutting down in order to heal my heart space, for sure. And this is really interesting because it took a great deal of patience, a great deal of time. I put those two together because they just go hand in hand, patience and time. We can't put a definitive this date, this will take place, right? And so with all of that going on for myself, what I took away from that experience was this. I learned that society around me had become my barometer to measure how I behaved. I also learned this very simple fact, which is a gem I'm about to hand to you, and I'm sure it's not the first time you've heard it, but I'm going to hand it to you again. It's this. Something key in life here is the pattern of the weave of the womb. The womb, matrix, madre, matron. The pattern, padre, patron, patron. If you can observe the womb, this place that holds us in, right, and nurtures us, and realize that the weave of it, the netting of it, right, the pattern of it, the Father, gives us those, that holding net, right? The womb, pattern, the weave of the womb. Think about that for a moment. It's the warp and the weft of the universe. It's the threads, right, all bound together in this pattern that is a designed factor for us to be within. And here's what I learned about that I don't see the words good and bad as very helpful descriptive words. I don't find a lot of value in them because they don't have a lot of description to them, right? They don't hold that. Here's what I've found. It's described in many mythologies or religion or spirituality in the way that people say light and dark, right? My observation about light is that it is the seen energy, the rainbow, the visible light, and then the dark is the energy that we do not see, the unseen. Culture is what we cultivate, and the occult is what is hidden or veiled or covered over. Under the dirt, right? Behind the veil, in the sanctuary of the temple, right? So my observation through this whole experience was recognizing that these archangels that we're told about that build with the light, there are also the demons that distort the light. And this is literally the polarities that dance with one another. It's the whole reason we have electricity or energy or work or anything that bounces off one another. Chemistry, physics. The only way that it could be energy is not created or destroyed, right? It's the thing that is. It's the dance. It's the scales that are counterbalancing, right? Woo! I love this. So for me, that was huge for me to learn and understand and take that with me to learn to be this, because I'm going to share this. This is a very bold statement, I understand, but we have it all within us. We are the universe. And if I have bacteria in my body, there are no good ones or no bad ones. There is bacteria. And at times there is an imbalance of bacteria, one or the other, right? And when it gets into a deep imbalance is when I need to pull in some other bacteria into my gut so that we can help heal that part of the body, right? Heal. Bring back sound. Bring back harmony. Homeostasis. It is what our body is continuing to look for and to do. It's what the whole of nature is doing at every moment. So the sweet spot is the slight counterbalance. And I'm a Libra sun, Libra, Mercury. And so these things are like, they mean everything to me. I think in Libra, freedom in those terms, where the scales are just counterbalancing, because they will always do that here on this planet. They will never be like this. They're not meant to. It's beautiful. They're meant to go like this. But it's when there is a deep imbalance that we get to address it. That's what we get to do. So the next thing I learned is observing this triangle of the drama of life that we live in. And that triangle, most of us see ourselves as the protagonist, right? The person in the middle of the story, right? The things are happening to us. And it fascinates me how I observed myself. I thought I was the villain at first. I thought I was the person who had done wrong before God. But by God, I felt that liberation and that freedom. I felt that weight off my shoulders, and I knew God had forgiven me, and I had no goddamn questions. I was like, hallelujah. And then there was a moment, because I was taught by psychology, I got into the system and was able to get help from psychologists, right? And I was taught I had been a victim. And I was like, oh my God. I went through all the phases, right? The anger, all of it, right? The grief. I experienced that whole cycle of emotions that we do when we are told that we are we're the villain, or that we are the victim, right? And so I worked to heal from this, right? And I became my own fucking hero. I became my own hero as I worked to heal myself. But to really, truly close the entire loop of it all, there was a piece that I got to learn along the way. And here's this other gem I'm about to offer you. I learned that I can be the witness. I could put myself in the place of God, be the fly on the wall, be God, right? Watching the movie of me here on earth, and bring all the compassion and all the love to myself as I saw myself in these different positions. And I witnessed something. I witnessed this. I witnessed that as the hero, I can actually, that there's a flip side to that hero. And I could become the masochist. I could become the martyr, where I sacrifice myself for the entire world. And I was like, oh, here is where again we get to counterbalance. I was like, beautiful. I witnessed that when I was in the victim position, I was in the place, the flip side of that was the judge, that I was judging myself according to the way the world maybe around me was seeing me, this womb, this pattern, this netting that I was in, the father and the mother of society that was all around me. I saw myself in that and I was like, oh shit. Like, wow, I'm judging myself according to this structure that is around me. And then as the victim, I saw the flip side of the victim and I was like, I was the enabler. I was enabling myself to sit there at moments in my life. And I was like, God, universe, why are you doing this to me? Why? Society, why are you doing this to me? Why? Why? Fascinating. So, yeah, that first thing I'm going back to is the pattern of the matrix, right? The netting of the womb. I literally broke my water and I was released from the womb and from that pattern of that life and that church and that experience and that netting that he had created in that womb, the culture that I was in. I was released and I had a complete rebirth. And it's fascinating because that rebirth continued to happen because I was in college and then I was in a new pattern and womb of the matrix, of the pattern of the matrix, right? I was in a new one. And then at work, I was in a new one, right? In the career I was in. It was fascinating. I just observed myself in these different situations and brought to the table this triangle and pulling back and being the witness, the fly on the wall, God, if you will, right? And recognized what was happening around me. And it has allowed me to bring compassion to this world in a way I didn't even know I could have. I thought I was already so brimming with love, so brimming with excitement for life. Let me tell you, I am that motherfucker who's high on life. I did not know. I did not know that I could feel even more compassion and even more love for humanity. And this is why I share with you guys that I am here. Tune in if you care to witness me freaking light the way, grow my empire, and co create our new world because I am working to empower you to do the exact same just by living. That's all, living and breathing. It's beautiful. And I cannot be more grateful to you for being my mirror. I am your mirror, you are mine, and I am so grateful for this shared experience and for when we are building, as we as archangels are building with the light, or also as we are totally taking and distorting the light, because each and every single one of us does it. We do both. We are meant to. We are here in this dance. We are here in this balance. So that's what I want to share with you. That is part of my story. I look forward to sharing so much more of it with you guys. And yeah, that's what's up. So thank you for being here.
Lourdes, thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Very powerful. Very powerful. I almost just don't know what to say right now. I'm I just want to hug you. I just want to I just want to hug you.
I take it. I take it.
I
Absolutely.
it's not unusual, your story. What is unusual is having the courage to tell it, you know? So I thank you so much because I think that there are plenty of women out there who, like you, couldn't tell anybody, couldn't say anything,
Mm.
and feel alone, burdened with their secrets, right? And that's really one of the reasons why She Is Me was created, so that we could be here and share with each other in this safe space and
Mm.
be able to unburden ourselves with those
Mm.
secrets that have been poisoning us, right? That we
Mm.
carry around.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I think what happened to you is common. It's not
Yep.
unusual.
Yes, it is. In
Um,
so many different aspects of life, it happens all over the world in so many different ways. And the last thing I wanted to share, I almost forgot, of course, was I now love being the fully expressed drama queen that
uh-huh,
I am, because I am the queen and I won't have my position of queendom and remember who I am if I do not tap into my emotions and my
right.
senses that are literally my gift to my
Yes.
body. So yes, 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 yes,
And
yes.
and why should you quiet down? Why should
Mm.
you be muted? Why should you um
Only if I let myself be, because I
right,
feel like I'm held by this pattern of the matrix.
right. But why should you? Because patriarchal ideas and that fear and control that's been sort of thrust upon us for so long, why should you comply with that? You shouldn't.
Mm.
That is over. That is what's changing, right? We're not complying with that anymore. And so
Mm.
I'm so blessed and I feel so happy that you are here and that
Mm.
we've connected and that you've been able to come here and share your story. I think I said this yesterday with someone. Each time, oh, it was Kristen Perry Speller. Each time we tell our stories, we lighten our load a little bit, right?
Mm.
Each
Beautiful.
time we trust that we have the support that we need. And that's how we say it, because if we didn't have the support and trust that we had the support, we wouldn't be able to get it out, right? So the
Yeah.
fact that we feel embraced by our community, embraced by the other women in this world, and trust, and that we're vulnerable enough, and you can't be vulnerable without trust, right? So the fact that we have
Mm.
this and that we're able to lighten our loads by getting the story out instead of holding on to it yet one more day is important. It's important.
Indeed.
So
Indeed.
when you tell your story, someone else hears that it's okay to talk about it and that it's okay to not hold it in and that it's okay to
Yes, it
tell
is.
someone. You can
Yes,
tell
yes,
someone,
yes, yes, yes.
right? So don't hold it in. Don't It's not okay. It's not okay. If it's happening to you right now, it's not okay. And you can reach out to any of us on this platform, any of the speakers, any of the women here. I think there's probably over 150 women with contact information on our site. So any of the women will be able to help you if anyone needs anything. If anything's happening to you that you need help with, you just reach out. Lourdes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day and for allowing us to receive your story and help you lighten your load.
Mm. Thank you. Thank you.
Up next, we have Katie Murray. Excited about Katie. She will be here at 8 a.m. Pacific, so 20 minutes or so from now. So I hope you can tune in. And Lourdes, I'll see you soon.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to She Is Me. This morning, I would love to introduce to you Katie Murray. Katie is the owner of Katie Catalyst, a woman's leadership consultancy. Today, Katie is presenting You Are a Change Maker, Stepping Up Without Burning Out. We are pleased that she has joined us today. Please welcome Katie Murray.
It's wonderful to be here. I'm delighted to be here with you. I'm here from the UK, so you might hear my accent, and it's evening time for me. So wherever you are in the world tuning in, whatever your accent, whatever your cultural identity, whatever time zone and time of day or night it is for you, it's so lovely to see you all, and you're so, so welcome to join me for this conversation about being a change maker in our sphere of influence, whether that's in our businesses, whether that's in our communities, our families, or inside the organizations that we're part of or that we lead and run. And I'm really passionate about women globally stepping up, using our voice, using our privilege, and extending our leadership, but doing that in a way that centers our well-being and our joy so that we don't kind of fry ourselves and burn out in the process. So that's what I'm really passionate about and love, and happy to share more about that with you today. So you're in the right place with us this morning, this evening, wherever you are in your time zone, to start exploring what it means to be a change maker for you. It will be really unique and different from each other person listening in. It'll be unique for you. And if you're curious about, well, what might that stepping up without burning out look and feel like for me? And I want to share some power practices with you, which are things that you can put into your toolkit, put into your pocket, if you like, small practices that are not a massive thing to add to your to-do list, but a small way to build a new habit that will help you to center your well-being and your joy and feel really good in your day-to-day life. So I want to share a couple of those with you in the time that we have here as well today. I'd love to start by checking in with your energy. So imagine that you are a battery, if you'll go with me on that analogy, and how much percentage are you topped up right now? It might depend on what time of day it is that you're listening into this. Are you like 95, 100% topped up? Are you a little bit more drained? Or are you really quite low in your battery? If you were to give me a percentage right now, where would you be? Maybe just jot that down, take a note, and you might want a pen and paper handy as we go through this session. Hopefully there'll be things in my story that I'll share in a moment, and in some of the practical things that I share with you in the session that you're going to find really useful to take away. So even in that percentage battery that we've just done there, notice that your energy probably will ebb and flow, even in this session as you're listening in, even throughout your day. I'm sure your battery will change at different times of the day. And as women, we know that we cycle monthly, whether or not we're still at a stage of our lives where we're bleeding and menstruating. We are going through a monthly cycle. We're tuned into that. And we therefore have ebbs and flows in our energy. It's something we all know intuitively, isn't it? But the more that we can tune in to our body data around that, the more actually we can enable ourselves to stay sustainable. We can check when we're getting low and what is it that we need to have a little pep. We can check if we are feeling really high in our energy, and therefore what do we want to do with that best use of that energy. An example for me would be it's later in the day for me, joining you in this session. And I know that for me to be present with you now and to be really giving of my best in this time, which is my desire, then I need to have my energy topped up. So I actually just had a little sleep. I'm going to confess, I just had a little nap on the other side of the room over there, a little rest. And I've drunk loads of water. I've had a bit of cereal. I've kind of woken my body up. And I also did a little run up and down some steps just to get my heart rate up and get myself feeling really topped up and really good so that I could be with you now. That all took, the sleep took about 20 minutes, but the rest of that just took about 5 minutes just to top up my energy again. So that's a way that I use this battery checker. So I wanted to offer that to you even as we start our conversation. So this is a little bit more about me, and I'll share a bit of my story with you. Thanks, Lisa, for the introduction. Katie Murray, and you might know me if you're online and you like to play on Instagram or LinkedIn, you can find me there, and I'm often known as Katie Catalyst. That's been my business name for lots of years now, that idea of a catalyst being something that enables change for other people. And for myself too. So I'll say a bit more about my identity. I'm a daughter. I'm a friend, I'm a mum, I have 2 teenagers, I'm raising 2 girls. I've been married for 23 years. I'm married to a Scot. I live in England and he's from Scotland, so we have a bit of a multicultural partnership there. And then some other parts of who I am. I'm a white woman, I'm cisgendered, I'm heterosexual, I'm able-bodied. I think I'm probably perimenopausal in terms of where I'm at physically in that stage of life. So little bits about those kind of intersections of my identity there. And as we talk about our identity, it can sometimes create some discomfort, can't it? Or some, just it can create a reaction from others when we share those parts of ourselves. And also, I'm sharing with you those points of privilege that I hold. So as an able-bodied woman, I'm not having to think day by day, how am I going to get around and access my local shops or walk down to town? I don't have to think about that. That's part of my privilege. As a white woman, I don't experience racism as I navigate the world day by day. So I wanted to start with sort of stating some of those identity pieces. And again, when you're listening in, maybe you can think about, well, what is it that you bring when you introduce yourself to a group, when you step into a new space as part of your leadership? I think you're all leaders, right? In whatever context you are in right now, how do you show up? And some of those things will be visible. So you'll see some things about me, even just from this little square on the screen and on the recording, that you'll make maybe some judgments, and you'll have some stories in your brain about who I am. And if I was meeting you, my brain would be doing that as well. So some of the things are visible, and they give people that information. That may be a wrong assumption that people are making about us. And some of those things are invisible, and it's what we choose to share, isn't it? What we choose to say, or what we choose to reveal about how we show up with others. So I wanted to share just a little bit of that with you. And I've mentioned that I'm really passionate about supporting women leaders to navigate the world. So some of those biases and barriers that we've just touched on there, some of the ways that our identity mean that we do experience some of those barriers that the world creates. And how do we as women navigate those systems and even dismantle them so that others can have a better experience in the workplace, for example, or in our communities? How do we use our privilege and our voice to do that? So I'm really passionate about that. And I'm passionate about women, talented, purpose-driven, incredible women, finding ways to make all of this sustainable, because so often we're holding so many other things, aren't we? We're juggling so many other aspects of our life, all those parts of our role, being a daughter, being a friend, being a mum, being a partner, those parts of my role, it's part of my identity. It's not all of who I am, but I have expectations and responsibilities in all those areas. And we know that women tend to carry more of the mental load and more of the emotional load, particularly if you have caring responsibilities. So in all of that, how do we give of our best, and how do we enjoy our life and do that in a way that doesn't that sustains our own well-being, that helps us to be healthy and well? And of course, we're navigating global turmoil. As I mentioned, I'm here in the UK. You may have seen in the news, there's all kinds of turmoil going on here that we have no control over as individual citizens. And wherever you're dialing in from, I'm sure you can relate to that within your own culture and society, and the country that you're based in, the part of the US you're in, or the part of other parts of the world that you're in, that there's so much uncertainty, isn't there, that we're navigating, and we're trying to do that together, but it also impacts our lives as individuals. So that's what I'm passionate about. A few things there about me, which perhaps are more the sort of professional spaces, some of which Lisa's already mentioned. I'll talk a bit more about my book through the session. I'm a leadership coach. We've talked about that already. And we've talked about what I'm passionate about in the world. Here are some pictures just to bring some of that to life, some of the women that I love to be alongside, some of the writing that I've done over the last year, some of the publications that I've been really pleased to be part of. The book being published was a really fantastic highlight for me. And I also want to say that when we see other women have those moments, like the mountain peaks, I know now that there's so many small, consistent, persistent steps that have enabled her to get to that peak point. And often we're socialized to compare and despair, aren't we? So we look at someone else's life, and it's like, oh my goodness, I don't have that. And we get into that lack mentality. But actually, I know now from my own experience, but also being alongside so many other women in their ups and downs, that there's so much behind the scenes that we don't see or don't know. And so I want to share with you that although the book moment for me has been really fantastic, and it's been a massive win, and it's felt like huge progress, and I've been so proud of that accomplishment, it's come off the back of years and years and years and years of small steps. It's been like a big build. So I want to encourage you that if you are starting a thing, or if you are in the midst of a thing that just feels like a slog and feels hard and feels like a long way from where you want it to be or where you dream for it to be, that I just want to encourage you to keep going and find ways to support yourself. Course correct if you need to, but who do you need around you to really be cheerleading you and supporting you to keep going, and know that it's going to be a journey of lots of persistent small steps. So I wanted to share that, and I hope that's an encouragement to you wherever you find yourself to be in your change making too. Some of these questions I already asked, but you might want to use this little image on the left-hand side. It's drawn by my friend Sakina Saidi, who I collaborated with to create this image, which talks about intersectionality. So there's different parts of our identity and how they interconnect, and what that then means for us in terms of how we experience the world day by day, and how we choose to show up as leaders, as mothers, as friends, as daughters, in all those roles that we have. And I'm curious for you to think about, what do you lead with? Like, where do you start when you introduce yourself? What part of your identity do you kind of put front and center? Some of that might be the visible stuff or the invisible stuff, like I already mentioned. Are there any areas here that you notice, even as you're looking now at that picture, that image, that you want to censor or hide or hold back? And those are not areas that you feel comfortable sharing, perhaps in your workplace, or perhaps with colleagues in your area where you live, or where you're involved in your community. Are those things that perhaps take a little bit more trust? You need to feel really safe to share that. Just a noticing point there for you. And I'm also just showing, for me, I just want to say all of you is welcome. That worth and validity that you have, your humanity, all of who you are, all those beautiful intersectional elements of your personhood is worthy and valuable and valid, and may not always be valued externally. And when we connect with who we are deep down in our humanity, there's so much value and worth there, and that compassion that we can have for ourselves. Okay, so a question: what does it mean then for you to be a change maker? What do I mean by that? And for me, that's about you finding your voice and finding the contribution that you want to make, and whatever your sphere of influence. I've already mentioned you might be leading inside an organization, or leading your own business. You might be leading your family. You might be leading in your peer group. And I would see all of you as leaders with that potential to speak up about those things that you care about, that you're passionate about, and to make a difference in, or even in a small way. We know, if we think about the climate crisis, for example, we know that needs to be a collective response. We all need to be doing small things, as well as there being big systemic change as well. But it's not, we can't all take on all of that, right? We can just choose the things that we can focus on. So that's my challenge to you now, is to think about, well, where's my area of focus? Where's my contribution? And being a change maker may not be a label or a title that you've considered for yourself before, but just maybe try it on for a moment and see how it feels to have that descriptor and that label, and what does it bring even into your body right now. If I'm just kind of touching my heart center with my hands, like, oh, what happens when I take on that label of change maker? If I just for a moment suspend my disbelief and take on, yeah, that's me, I can do that. What happens? Can you kind of stretch a little bit taller and feel that power in you to make a difference? Again, wherever that will be for you, it will be different to everybody else listening in. And I wanted to share an analogy or a metaphor with you around, which is the wall. And this is based on some work by a feminist marketer called Kelly Deals. And she, and I've adapted it a bit here, but it's this concept of, we can think about the biases and the barriers that I mentioned already that we're navigating as women in the world. So we can think about the patriarchy, we can think about sexism, I've mentioned already, ableism, I've mentioned already, racism, we can think about homophobia, we can think about all those aspects of that intersectional identity that actually society creates a barrier. You can think about all of that interconnecting and becoming a wall, like each of these are a brick in the wall. And this wall can feel really overwhelming, heavy, big. We may have experienced toxic workplaces. We may have experienced overt discrimination. We may have experienced daily microaggressions inside organizations or, again, in our communities. We may have experienced direct oppression or abuse from these kinds of societal aspects. It can be really big and really heavy, and the impact is real and can be traumatic. And I know there's other sessions in this brilliant conference where you can connect on particular issues there and kind of go deeper into each of those pieces. If we think about that kind of overview of here's the wall and we're all standing at it, and we all have different experiences as we are ourselves in our own different bodies, in our own different identities at this time of history, different legacy, different things that we're bringing with us. And the idea that I absolutely love, and I wanted to share this part with you, is we can imagine taking a little pickaxe. And I've got a pencil, I haven't got a pickaxe, so I've got a pencil with me, but you can imagine picking up a little tool, and you're standing at your place in the wall and you start to pick away. And I can feel at times really alone and really, oh my goodness, all I've got is this tiny little pickaxe, this massive wall, which is really overwhelming and heavy and huge. And how am I going to get over this or get through it? But as I pick away at my part of the wall, I can look to the left and look to the right, and I can look up and look down and look around me, and I can see you and 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 all these other incredible people who are also standing at the wall with their pickaxe picking away. And the brilliant thing about that for me is that I feel less alone. And I also know that my part in the wall is really different to yours and yours. And we need one another. We all need to be at the wall picking away and doing our part. And it's why it's so brilliant to be part of an event like this, because we don't need to compare with one another. We don't need to be in each other's spaces. We can all be with our own voice and with our own story and with our own work to do. There's enough work to do, and there's an abundance of capacity, and we can all be in that place of doing our part. We don't need to compare or need to be like somebody else. We don't need to disqualify ourselves or even particularly big ourselves up. We can just be part of that process together. So there's that question. How does that land for you? What resonates? What's your position at the wall? Do you know already? Is it really clear for you? Yeah, this is my piece. This is the bit that I'm going to be kind of picking away at. And I forgot to say, by the way, that when all of us are chipping away, this wall is going to come down. Like, that's the arc of history. The arc of history bends towards justice. We just need to be part of bending it, right? Like, we need to be part of that process, and it may take a lot of time. But that doesn't mean, oh, it's going to take time, we'll all just sit back. No. It's going to take time when we all are leaning in. So that's the kind of facing into it. And the wall is going to come down. The wall is going to come down. So I want to share now some questions. If you are in a place of like, oh, Katie, I don't know that I know where I don't know if I even see the wall. That's new for me. So I want to learn more about that. Like, what are these bricks and how do they interconnect? And that's a point of privilege for you. If you're not experiencing yet what this wall is, then just notice that now. And it's not a point of judgment or shame or blame for you. It's just noticing that that's a space of privilege for you if you haven't experienced these biases and barriers. And how are you going to use that privilege? So there's a real superpower that you can now bring into play. So you may be just beginning to see the wall, or you may not quite know yet what your place at it is. And so these next questions are for you if that's where you feel yourself and find yourself to be. And it's about connecting with your emotions and your body data. So I'd like you to think about when you watch the news or click on particular news items, listen to podcasts, connect with what's going on in the wider world. Of course, we're all in our little echo chambers, aren't we? So it's really good to break out of those and listen to different voices and have a range of spaces to give us our news and our input and our information. When you see what's going on in your workplace, perhaps when you see what's going on in your wider community, and you've got the glasses on, you're starting to see what's happening and really notice and the impact on people. What is it? And planet, by the way, people and planet. What are you most angry about? Like, what really kind of gets you going? Where's that sort of righteous anger, that kind of desire for justice that's in each of us? What is that really active? Where is that really activated for you? And that can give you a clue I then want to ask you what makes you jealous, which is not always an emotion we talk about a lot as women. Again, we're socialized that a lot of these emotions are a little bit negative and we should kind of push them to one side or minimize them in some way. They're a bit ugly in some way. I think jealousy is one of the most incredibly powerful and useful emotions to unpack as women. When you feel envious of somebody else, when your jealousy is peaked, when your comparison is peaked, here's a little tip. You can go into that and it's really uncomfortable, right? It feels ouch, really ouchy, but you can go into that. And what is it about that person? What is it about their life, the way they're speaking, the way they're being with somebody else, the kindness they're showing, or the characteristics you're seeing in them, or something that they're doing? What is it about their life or their personhood that really speaks to me? What is it actually that I'm kind of wanting more of? And it becomes a mirror into your own heart and the desires of your heart. What is it that you actually really long for and really want for yourself? And by the way, sometimes when I do that, if my comparison is spiked and I'm like, oh, I wish I was flying off to that beach location to, whatever. And if I really interrogate that, like, do I really want that? I'm like, well, no, I really don't actually. I really love my life. I love my kids. I love living where I live. And I don't want to be flying around the world anymore because I've done enough of that and it's not good for the planet. So I'm going to stop doing. So I kind of interrogate it. I don't really want it. So what is it I actually want? And when I go deeper, what really appeals to me about that is the flexibility, the freedom, the variety, the sense of fun and adventure. It's like, oh, that's what's really for me. And then I can go to, oh, well, how can I create more of that in my life? Now, we've diverted a little bit away from the wall, but I just wanted to share that piece with you about how we can use our jealousy to give us so much useful insight and data as to what's actually in our own hearts. So what gives you joy is the next one. And that's a bit that energy battery that we did at the beginning of the session. When you're really topped up and energized, when you're feeling that sense of flow and joy and you're kind of loving what it is you're involved in or who it is you're with, or again, there are clues here as to what your change making contribution can be. Really, really lean in, like move into the places that give you joy. That's where we come alive. That's where we bring our best. That's where we bring our best thinking, our best energy, our creativity, etc. And it's a counter. What's the word? It counteracts and can sustain us even when things are tough. It may be that your work doesn't give you a lot of joy right now. It may be that the financial situation currently doesn't give you a lot of joy right now. All the things that are tough in the world that we're navigating. It's not about gaslighting that or being in denial around that, pretending that stuff's not real. But it might be about finding those little micro moments of joy in the day that you kind of squeeze those moments to get the goodness out of them. What are you most curious about? What have you always wanted to learn more about? What parts of the world and humanity are you curious about? So all these questions just kind of help you see, well, where might my contribution be? Hope those are helpful for you as you consider that. So let's move on to think about, what does it mean for you to stay sustainable at the wall? And what I mean by that is I work with lots of women who are activists or women who are leading in social enterprise or leading in business and really wanting to make a difference through their work. And of course, it's also about that sustainability piece. This work can be really complex and messy and hard and lonely at times. So how do we actually keep ourselves going? And how do we center our own well-being? I've met too many people, all genders, not just women. I've met too many who have kind of allowed the cause that they're passionate about to be more important than actually their own health, their own mental health, their own physical well-being. And I want to really counteract that and say I don't think that's, I think we can live differently to that. I think we can do something different to that. We can value one another. Oh, and also, by the way, have fried their teams, right? Fried other people in that process. And we're doing this great thing out there, but the way that we're treating each other really isn't great inside. I've worked with lots of organizations like that, sadly. Something about disconnect between the walk and the talk. I think we can do it differently. I think we can lead and manage and live inclusively and kindly and in a way that centers our well-being, and also, make a difference in the work that we're doing. little bit more about what's in the book, just as a bit of an aside, but just to say more about this flow between like the inner work and the outer work. So the inner work there that I just mentioned is all about how do I sustain myself in this process? Like, how do I care for myself? Chapter 3 in the book is all about mapping your own resilience and those things that you need to keep your energy battery topped up. And I go into a lot more depth about that. If you can scan, if you would like to, and scan that QR code, you can get into all the bonuses actually, which are some audios that I narrate, and all the affirmations from the book are there for you, and a guided visualization. If you're into all of that kind of stuff, they're all there as bonuses, because I couldn't put my voice into the book. It's all words. So you can read it or you can hear my voice if you want those bonuses. It's that piece about resilience and well-being, how we speak to ourselves, our inner dialogue, how we allow our thoughts to affect how we feel and how we then show up. So lots in chapter 1 and 2, all about that. And then, as I mentioned, your privilege, your voice, how you step up and amplify others is all there in chapter 6 and 7. It's about how we extend our ecosystem of relationships, all those connections that we have with other women. What does it look like to cheerlead and collaborate rather than compete and compare? And that is really hard to do in practice, because we are not taught how to do that. Certainly in my culture in Britain, that's not in our school system. It's not in our community system. So we have to learn that. We have to really desire it and learn how to do it well. Power practices I'll talk about in a minute, and then there are some interviews all the way through of women that are living in this way to give you that inspiration. I just wanted to just say a little bit more about that, and then share with you a bit more just in the next few moments on these things I've mentioned called power practices, so we could just do a couple together. I've mentioned this thriving visualization. So again, with that bonus, you can hear my voice leading you through it. It's like a meditation. Basically, you're allowing your mind to just go quiet, allow your body to go quiet, and then really picturing yourself thriving in the future. And it's incredibly powerful. There's nothing kind of weird or wonderful going on. It literally is just your brain giving you some creative data. And then when you see that picture of yourself in the future, it's like, wow, okay, that's who I can be. It kind of stretches your sense of potential. And then these other practices are going to help you to get there. So if you'd like to dive more into that, I really recommend it. It's a really powerful practice to get into. Intention setting is all about how I'm going to show up every day. So if that's where I want to be in like 3 months, 6 months time, how am I going to show up today and tomorrow and the next day? And I'm going to come off track loads and I'm going to mess up and I'm human and all the things. But how can I come back to that intentional being and feeling that I want to experience in order to create more of the life that I want to create and be making the contribution that I want to be making? So those are all in there for you. Let's do one of these together now then, in the time that we have. So if you have pen and paper handy, and we're going to set our intentions for the rest of the day. If you're early morning listening to this, you've got your day ahead of you. If it's midday or later on in the day, you could think about tomorrow if you want to, or the rest of the day. So whatever works for you. Here are the 3 questions. The first one is, how do I want to feel? So we're priming our brain to actually feel more of how we want to feel in the day. So do I want to feel more joy? Do I want to feel more calm? Do I want to feel more fun and adventure? Like, what are the emotions? What are the experiences, the feelings that I want to experience today? Even if my day is chock-a-block with meetings or packed, or if I'm dealing with some really difficult stuff personally in my home life, whatever it is, even if I'm navigating all of that, I can still have some influence over how I'm going to feel. I will respond and feel all kinds of stuff in response to external provocations or events, but I also can own and have agency around my choice of how I want to feel in that really more grounded place. So this is what we're doing with that first question. How do I want to feel? So just take a note now. How do I want to feel the rest of the day? Second question is, how do I want to show up? So that's, how do I want to be with the people around me, my family, my friends, my clients, my colleagues, my team, my boss, the people that I line manage, the stakeholders, your customers, whoever it is you're linking with and connecting with today. How do you want to be with them? Do you want to be kind? Do you want to be compelling and clear? Do you want to be dynamic? Do you want to be whatever? You fill in the blanks there for yourself. How do I want to show up? Again, it's about setting that intention. You're much more likely to actually be and do that and live and behave the way that you really want to be doing, and you can line that up with your visualization. There's where I want to be in the future. So how am I going to be today to be more like that person, that woman that I see in the future? We're much more likely to be and do that when we've kind of aligned our brains and set that intention that I want to do that. And every day I mess up and I'm not always the person that I want to be. I regularly set the intention to be patient, and I'm regularly very, very impatient. And this is a work in progress, isn't it? There's grace for ourselves in this. I know that by setting my intentions, I'm more likely to get closer to that. Okay, so that's the second question. And then the third question, one thing I want to progress today. And notice that the question is not one thing I want to complete, or the question is not the 100 things I've got on my to-do list today. So this is not about your to-do list, which I'm sure is full. We can all be busy. Being busy is not difficult for any of us. This is about the small thing, maybe one tiny thing that's actually the really important thing that's going to help you move towards your goals. So not finish your big goal, but move towards it. So if there's something that you're passionate about that you want to make a difference on, what's one thing today that you can do to move a little bit more towards that? I'll give an example. So one of my clients is really passionate about pay gaps, the gender pay gap, the ethnicity pay gap, and people that are not being paid fairly for their work. And she's really passionate about flexible working, that parents, but also others with caring responsibilities, can get to be with their families and be with the people they need to be with, and also get their work done. And she's trying to just really challenge this culture of like 9 to 5 or presenteeism, which is so prevalent in our organizations. So the small, so she's like, oh, it's a massive goal. What am I going to, that's my part of the wall. That's where I'm chipping away. But what does it look like today? And we talked about that, and we got it down really, really small. It's like, what's the first step? Like, what's the first conversation? What's the first bit of research? What's the first click of downloading some data, some reports? What's the first reach out to your senior team to have a conversation about this? What's the first reaching out to a colleague to ask for their experiences? So what are the small things that you can start to do? It might just be sending an email today, and then tomorrow it will be one other small thing. I hope that helps giving you an example. So that's for you now. One thing I want to feel. How do I want to feel today? How do I want to show up? One thing I want to progress today. And that's your intention setting exercise, power practice. Okay, there's plenty more in the book that you can dive into and enjoy. And one of the things that I've done at the end of each chapter is put a series of affirmations at the end. And in the bonuses, you can hear my voice talking through the affirmations. You can also, if you want to, record your own voice. That can be really powerful, hearing your own voice saying these amazing affirming words about yourself. So I thought we could do something a little bit cheeky here and pick one of these. And no one's listening to you. Pick one and we can say them out loud together. So whenever you're listening to this, you can be part of this beautiful collective of women speaking out these affirmations. And an affirmation is just a statement of belief about who I am, about the possibilities of who I am. I may not 100% believe it yet, but I'm shifting and changing my own neural pathways to start to believe this more and more. So have a look at the ones on the page, on the slide. I'm creating, I actually can't read that. I'll come back to that one. I can shape my own life. I choose to feel, I choose to be, I choose to progress. That was that intention setting. I am enough. Our society is constantly telling us that we're not enough, that we're not good enough, thin enough, pretty enough, old enough, young enough, clever enough, all the things. We're not enough, right? And then here you go, we'll sell you something to help you feel more enough. So that's how consumerism is part of the wall and plays into the patriarchy. So that affirmation, I am enough, so powerful. I do enough. What I accomplished today is enough. Our society tells us that there's all that toxic productivity, isn't there? We have to be always on. We always should be doing more. So this affirmation really grounds us and centers us on that simplicity of what I accomplished today is enough. I have all that I need to take me to the next step. I can make a difference for those around me. I am a change maker. There's a gift for me in this time, really beautiful one. If you're going through a difficult time, if you're going through tricky circumstances, this is not glib and flippant. This is a really deep one. There's a gift. Where's the gift for me in this time? We can do this. We're in this together. Together we rise. That's a beautiful affirmation about our collective, our sisterhood, our willingness and ability to reach out across the divides, the things that would hold us apart, and reaching out and finding those commonalities and ways that we can be together. I let go of the old. I'm embracing the new. Lovely transition affirmation. I tune into my body. I trust my body. If we've been through any kind of health changes or any kind of mental health or any trauma, these are learning to trust ourselves again, learning to trust that inner wisdom. I'm proud of the woman that I am becoming. So pick one, and I'm going to count to 3, and I thought we could just all say it out loud and there'll be a silence. We know that there'll be lots of other women saying a statement, so choose one. And after you've done this, I recommend that you take and put it on a post-it note, stick it next to your bed, see it and say it first thing in the morning, put it next to your laptop or your workstation or inside your diary or on your phone or wherever you're likely to look, near your kid's bed or wherever you want to put it, where you're going to see it and say it out loud. And that's how we start to shift and shape the neural pathways in our brain, and these things start to be more believable for us. So pick one, 1, 2, 3, say it out loud, go. Beautiful affirmations. Gorgeous. Hope you enjoyed that. Okay, last question that I'll leave you with, and then I'll hand back to Lisa. And that's about, where are you getting your support and accountability? So as you step up in your leadership, as you discover your place at the wall, as you chip away, and as you look to keep yourself sustainable and center your well-being despite what's going on around you, where do you find that space for support and accountability? Where do you receive that from other women and also give that to other women, that beautiful reciprocity that we can generate? I don't think it's immediately found. I think we have to work at it because of what I shared earlier. We have to unlearn so much of what the patriarchy's taught us about being in scarcity and therefore being in competition with one another, or actually being separated with all of the isms and barriers and parts of the wall that I've mentioned. We have to work hard to break down those barriers and move towards one another. But when we find that level of support and accountability, it is magic, it's beautiful, and it allows so much else to flow in our lives. So I just wanted to leave you with that challenge to seek and reach out and find that. And it may be through this conference, it may be through other ways that you can do that. Do reach out to people that you've met and connected with through this event, to Lisa, to myself, to others I'm sure that you've connected with, who, just to build that sense of solidarity and connection. It's so important for all of us. Okay, as I close, I'd love you to think and maybe take a note for yourself. We've covered a lot of ground, and I know that I've spoken fast. Thank you so much for all your attentiveness and energy being present with me. I wonder, what is your biggest insight or takeaway from a bit of my story that I've shared and what I shared with you today? And I wonder what's resonated, what's landed for you, kind of head and heart, what your takeaway might be. And as we close, I wonder if you just want to check in with your battery again, like, where's your energy now? And just again, notice. And that's part of a power practice you can take away and put into your toolkit. Places where we can connect. You can find me on Instagram at Katie Catalyst, Katie Murray on LinkedIn. Love to connect with you. And feel free to connect on the book. Feel free to let me know what resonates for you from that. And I'm here to cheer you on and support you. Thanks again, everybody.
Katie, thank you so much. I have takeaways. Can we talk about my takeaways?
Yes, tell me.
Okay. The first takeaway that I have was your power practice, right? How I want to feel, how I show up, and what progress I want to make. I mean, those are, I have my own practice, but I loved the way that you made that so easy, so soft.
It's super simple. Yeah.
It's very soft, right? It's not like I have to do this every day. I have to write it down. It's, I think sometimes we have so many demands on us that when our morning routine or our affirmations or whatever practice you have in the morning is demanding as well, then we skip
Needs to
it.
be easy.
It needs to be easy. So that was my first one, and I love that.
It's beautiful.
These are the two affirmations that I took. I didn't take one, I took two because
Great.
two of them were great.
Of course.
One was, I can make a difference for those around me. I'm a change maker. Okay.
Beautiful.
And when we can do this, we are in this together. Together we rise. That is something that,
Yeah.
of course, that's what I'm all about, right? That's it.
Yes. Yeah.
And
And
then
I just had goosebumps when you said that. I mean, that's the power of it, isn't it? Like I wrote that, I've put it on a screen, I've said it so many times, but when you say it back to me, literally, I just had goosebumps there because it's so beautiful when we affirm that in one another and see that in one another and make that a statement of agency for ourselves.
Right. And I wrote those down because I say those things all the time, or that's sort of the pillars of She Is Me, right? That's sort of what I'm constantly thinking, like we're all in this together and we have to come together and we have to create this this web of, of women who just, like you said, and I wrote this down too, because I say this often, unlearn what the patriarchy has just piled upon us, right? And that is my life's mission, is to have us be sovereign beings and have us know that all of the bullshit that we've been fed over the years is not true. Like all of this stuff that we've been fed of not being enough and not being equals and not being worthy is quite, it's wrong, it's false, it's something that we've been fed to be controlled and be kept down, and we have to stop hearing that and thinking that and believing it, and believe that we are all in this together, that we are worthy, that we are enough. And thank you so much. Thank you. Everything you said resonated so well with me. And I'm so glad that you're here.
It's beautiful to be here. Thanks everyone for having me. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. We have Larice Duffy coming up in about 15 minutes, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
After you leave.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the She Is Me Conference Day 2. This morning, I want to introduce Larice Duffy. Larice is a life coach, and her company is A Mindful Journey. Today, Larice is presenting The Power to Choose. We are so pleased that she has joined us. Please welcome Larice Duffy.
Hello, ladies. I am so honored to be here and to be alongside such a powerhouse group of women speakers is just really exciting. I'm a certified life coach, as Lisa said. My name is Larice Duffy. I am the owner of A Mindful Journey, the host of the Aligned and Awakened podcast, a speaker, and the founder of the Kindness Matters Scholarship. Today, I'm here to speak to all of you about the power to choose. So the very inspiring Dr. Steve Marilobi once said, incredible change happens in your life when you decide to take control over what you do have power over, instead of craving control over what you don't. Let me tell you, I had no idea the magnitude that these words would have in my life. I was 26 years old when I married the love of my life, my very best friend. Our wedding was on a beautiful fall day, the day after Thanksgiving. We moved into a small, partially renovated 2-bedroom home and adopted the sweetest 8-week-old yellow lab. His name was Boomer. My husband was a union pipe fitter, and I owned a small business. There was so much ahead for us, so much to look forward to. We had big plans and big dreams. Life was so amazing, and we were ready for every single bit of it. A few years had passed of being newlyweds, and in a community that we loved so much, actually the community that I had grown up in, we found our forever home, a big, large 5-bedroom colonial where we envisioned having children, raising a family, planting roots, and creating the most magnificent life. We were so excited. After making this new home our own, and finally feeling settled, we were ready to fill it with the joy and laughter of children. And if there was one thing that I was looking so forward to, it was becoming a mom. Although it took a few years of trying, various doctors, 2 rounds of IVF, many tears, and a boatload of disappointment, we finally got pregnant on December 11th, 2000. 3. Yes, you heard me correctly. 3 healthy baby boys. Oh my gosh. I was so excited, a little bit scared, but so overwhelmed with joy. And guess what? The joy and gratitude did not end there. 2.5 years later, without any assistance, we gave birth to another healthy, beautiful baby boy. Holy testosterone. There's a lot of boys. And we couldn't have been more thrilled. And my husband, oh my gosh, he was such an athlete, loved sports. He envisioned his, offensive line on the football team, his partial infield of the baseball team, and including him, an entire basketball squad. So much excitement and so truly blessed. I still call my youngest son my bonus to this day. So our life as a family of 6 was everything I had hoped it would be. And I was so beyond grateful. We went to church as a family. We had Sunday dinners with our extended family. We went on big vacations with a large group. We had barbecues, spent time, with family, friends. My healthy and athletic husband coached my children in basketball, baseball, and football. I brought all the snacks, cheered from the sidelines, and loved every minute of the life that we had created together. It was truly amazing. And we were young, excited, and so excited and filled with dreams. And we couldn't wait for what was to come. Sadly, what was to come, what was ahead, looked nothing like what was. It was the summer of 2014. The older boys were in 8th grade and our youngest son was in 5th. When my husband started complaining of some odd symptoms, he shared that he had a slight slur in his speech and his tongue felt a bit swollen. Periodically, he would get leg cramps just out of nowhere. Following a handful of doctors and various tests, we found ourselves in a neurologist specialist office. I remember that day so vividly. I was excited that day. Kevin took off of work. We had a 10 o'clock appointment, a 10 a.m. appointment. And we had planned on going out to lunch after the appointment and spending the day together. The doctor examined Kevin. He did an EMG, which is an electromyogram. It's a test of the muscles and nerves. Kevin was getting a lot of leg cramps, so this seemed perfectly appropriate. I was sure that we had all the scary possibilities out of the way. I was very optimistic and really hoped that our lunch date was going to be a celebration of finally understanding what these symptoms were and how to get rid of them. We could have never prepared for what was coming next. The doctor invited us into his office. He told us that he was pretty certain Kevin had the early stages of ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, otherwise known as Lou Gehrig's disease. We weren't sure exactly what that meant. We had heard of the Ice Bucket Challenge, but we didn't know exactly what having ALS meant for our lives, meant for my husband. My husband asked, "Can you share with us what that means?" And the doctor's words scared me to death. He said, "How much do you want to know?" Oh my gosh. My husband said, "We want to know everything." He shared with us that this cruel disease would eventually take Kevin's ability away to walk, to talk, to possibly speak, and to breathe. He shared with us that this is a terminal illness with an average expectancy of 3 to 5 years. Terror darted through my veins at the most rapid speed. After an immense amount of sadness, tears, barely being able to get out of bed, and weeks of strength and support from family and friends, a second confirmed opinion, and sharing the horrifying news with our 4 children, we were informed about Lyme disease and how the symptoms of Lyme disease overlap with ALS. We were even told about people who had been misdiagnosed and had gone on to live healthy, long lives. We quickly made an appointment and visited a very reputable LLMD, Lyme literate medical doctor. His office was almost 2 hours away, but we would have driven across the world for someone to give us hope. After examining Kevin, this doctor believed that he was in fact misdiagnosed and was suffering from Lyme disease. He immediately started Kevin on an aggressive protocol of antibiotics and told us to come back in 1 month. Oh my God. This was the greatest news ever. Now, what you must understand is that there is no testing to confirm definitively that you have ALS. And Lyme disease testing is unreliable. So it was very easy to believe this Lyme literate medical doctor. And of course, we wanted the hope. We left that appointment with hope in our hearts, and faith in the future. This was a win, and we were taking it. No looking back. We were marching forward in the excitement of what we just found out. For the exception of a few minor bumps, life went on as fairly normal. We did our normal things. My husband coached the boys in all their sports. We went to church. We went on family vacations. We had barbecues. We spent time with friends and family. It wasn't always easy. Kevin did have in the back of his mind, what if? We really don't know for sure. But every month we saw the Lyme literate medical doctor. And every month I tightened my grip on control, praying no one was going to take away that Lyme diagnosis. No one was going to change their mind. And every time we left that office, with this doctor still believing it was Lyme disease, it was a win. And I gripped tighter. When Kevin felt unsure or worried, I would look up articles and share them with him. I cheered him on every bit of the way. We so badly wanted this to be Lyme disease. We wanted to believe that our family was going to continue living as a group, as a whole, together, and stay on this journey that we envisioned, beautiful, beautiful things, the life that we wanted for all of us as a married couple, and as for our kids, as their parents. We hoped, and we believed, and we gave it every single thing that we had. After almost a year and a half of articles, specialists, diets, treatments, therapies, and even IV antibiotics, Kevin wasn't getting better. At this point, he was actually getting worse. I realized the importance of a much needed conversation when I asked my beautiful, now frail husband, are we searching for answers, or are we running from the truth? That was a very, very hard day. With my persuasion and my husband's reluctance, we got back in touch with the ALS community and saw yet another specialist. We went to Columbia Presbyterian in New York City, one of the best hospitals around. The doctor examined Kevin and shared his findings. I remember his exact words so clearly. He said to us, I don't know if you have Lyme disease or not. What I know for sure is that this is ALS. Oh. I remember feeling like I was running a marathon only to get close to what I thought was the finish line and being told, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, the start line, it's over there. You see, I tried to control what I didn't have power over for far too long. It was time to surrender and go home to talk to our 4 boys and remove the false hope that we so innocently and irresponsibly placed in their hearts. We sat them down. I did all the talking. By this time, it was getting very difficult for my husband to speak. I shared the certainty of the news that we just had received from the specialist at Columbia Presbyterian. Dad does, in fact, have ALS. Everyone was quiet. The room was still. The only words spoken were, "Mom, are you okay?" The question struck me as odd, almost insensitive. Why was I being asked if I was okay and not their dad? He was the sick one. He was the one who had this awful disease. He was the one that was going to die. I thought about those 4 words for days. They ran on repeat in my mind. And then one day, I got it. I finally got it. You see, my kids weren't surprised by the news. By this time, they had actually accepted the idea that their dad was not getting better. They were watching it. They saw he was declining. They saw what I wasn't willing to see. They knew they were probably going to lose him. What they needed to be sure of was that they weren't going to lose their mom. All of a sudden, it was crystal clear. I didn't have power over Kevin's illness. I didn't have power over losing my husband or my 4 beautiful children, losing their father, their hero, their coach, their buddy. But I did have power over something. Me. I had power over me. The power was within. It was all right here. And I had the power to choose. I boldly and with intention made the decision that I was not going to be the victim of life, but instead a leader with choices. I couldn't change what was happening, but I had all the power within me. It was going to happen. I chose strength, as I knew it would provide my family with stability. I chose to feel pain, as I knew it would provide my family permission to feel their own. I chose to provide truth, which so powerfully provided trust. I chose love, compassion, understanding, patience, and even a sense of humor when appropriate. A coaching principle became my daily mantra. It says each moment describes who you are and gives you the opportunity to decide if that's who you want to be. You see, I knew who I was when life was easy, when life was beautiful and amazing. I was a good mom and a good wife, a great sister, a beautiful daughter, a wonderful friend. Who was I going to be when life was at rock bottom? That was the question. And every day, in every different situation I found myself in, I asked myself, who do you want to be right now? Who do you want to be? I thought about who I wanted to be as my husband's wife, who I wanted to be as my children's mother, who I wanted to be for me, and even who I wanted to be for my future self, because I knew she had needs too. I knew she needed to look back at the situation without regret and with peace. So I thought about her too. Mom, are you okay? Became my superpower. I was so busy trying to control my external world that I forgot to go the very place where control and power actually exist, within. You see, our circumstances don't create our destiny. Our choices, the choices that we make every day, that's what creates our destiny. You, every one of you beautiful women out there, have all the control that you need within. Stop the search, my friends, and start the trust. The foundation of freedom is in the power to choose. On April 18th at 2 a.m., on the hospice floor of St. Clair's Hospital, my beautiful husband, the amazing father of my 4 children, lost his battle with ALS. Upon my return home, I entered into my first son's bedroom and shared the news that Dad had passed. He lifted his head from his pillow, nodded, and said, "Mom, are you okay?" I said yes. Know that you too have this superpower, a gift of strength that I promise lies within each of us. And today, I leave you with this. No matter what the circumstance in your life, whether big or small, you find yourself facing, please remember what you do have control over. You always have the power to choose. Thank you.
Larice, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. It's my pleasure.
What a powerful story. I think
You.
I think your story is quite amazing. And um, you're right. We have the power to choose in every single moment of every single day how we're going to respond, how we're going to feel, our emotions, our thoughts, our actions. And you are courageous and you are amazing. And we are sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And the message couldn't be more clear in you never know day to day how life is going to evolve, and
Absolutely.
you have
Absolutely.
to grasp every single moment and um, just put yourself wholeheartedly. And we talk a lot about mindfulness, we talk a lot about being in the moment, but um, if there was ever a story that just kind of brings it all together, it's your story, and it's about cherishing every single moment and being in every single moment. um,
Oh, absolutely.
you know you
Absolutely.
you imagine if you had just worried about the end result instead of just living and enjoying everything as you had it.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
how
and I think, being the mother of four boys, I had a lot, there were certainly things to worry about. Losing my husband was never one of them. He was
right.
so healthy. He was so athletic and strong and did healthy things. And it was really, I mean, it shook me to my core. It was something that I never, up until that, sitting with that doctor, did not occur to me.
Right.
So it's certainly given me the lesson of really just being grateful for what is, being grateful for today, and just enjoying it for what it is,
Living in
and knowing.
gratitude. Yeah,
Yeah,
living in gratitude
absolutely.
changes
Absolutely.
your perspective.
And really choosing, Lisa, my husband had an accident when we were first married, and a pipe fell on his head. He fractured his skull. And it's really choosing that, like, I'm so thankful that my husband survived that accident and was able to give me 23 years of marriage and four beautiful, healthy children, right? It's like, it's really a matter of how we think about things and what we choose. I choose to be thankful for what he's given me rather than the victim of what's been taken away. And that is where our power is. Our power is in making those choices.
That is such a powerful statement. Thank you so much, because you're right. That is where our power is, in our choices, in
Yes.
how we choose to see things and experience things and feel things. Um, and that you can always choose something else if it's not serving you, if that emotion's not serving you, if where you are isn't serving you, isn't making you feel powerful. You have the right, you have the ability to make a different choice.
Absolutely. That option is available 100% of the time. And all you need to do is choose again.
Yeah.
It's like there's just this mountain of choices.
Right.
You just
It's unlimited. So
exactly.
you don't have to stay stuck in it.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
choose to move out of it, whatever it is. So
And
powerful. Go
with
ahead.
that being said, Lisa, I just want to share something that I think is really important, and that
Sure.
is to feel your feelings. This
Yeah.
isn't, that is an important part of this process. We have to feel it to heal it. The only way out is through. So I don't want to bypass that very important part. This isn't, okay, I'm going to choose and we white knuckle our way through it. No, we have to feel. I always say, I invite sadness in all the time. Kevin has passed 4.5 years ago, and still sometimes I get struck by sadness. Something happens that I wasn't expecting and just sort of strikes me, and I sit with sadness. I allow sadness in, but it doesn't get to move in. It
Right.
doesn't get to move in, but I allow it. I listen to it, and I be with it.
Yes.
And that's important. So I just wanted to say that, so, I didn't come across as, I just made choices. No, you
No.
have to feel your feelings. You have to feel and go through the process of grief.
Right. And I teach that all the time. You have to feel it to heal it. The quickest way through, or the quickest way to get on the other side, is through it. Like, you cannot continue to avoid your feelings, because what happens then? Then you start eating, or you start drinking, or you start gambling, or you're looking for some sort of relief from
Absolutely.
that feeling as it starts to come up. But if you allow it in and you feel it, at some point you're going to be like, all right, I'm a little tired of feeling like this, right? And you're gonna move up that scale. You're gonna feel better, and then you're gonna feel better, and then you're gonna feel better. And sometimes you might go back down and feel it because you're not done yet. But
Sure.
you can't keep pushing it down, trying to put a band-aid on it, trying to relieve it temporarily. It doesn't work. We all know that doesn't work. And then what happens is you have some sort of physical manifestation typically. So you start feeling
Absolutely.
one way, you start feeling another, or you have some sort of something. So we could heal ourselves, heal some of our physical maladies, heal the way that we deal with things, if we just feel those emotions,
Mm.
right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
I
And we don't resist, right? What
don't
I forget
resist.
who said it. What we resist persists.
Exactly.
So just allow it. Like you said, it's not going anywhere. It's just going to come out in different ways.
And it's not always convenient. That's another thing, right? It's not always convenient when that, whatever feeling, anger, sadness, powerlessness, whatever that thing is that pops up, it's not always convenient. So you're like, oh, I've got to go to work today, but I'm feeling really sad. Well, guess what? You have sick days. Take a sick day and feel that. Feel how you need to feel. Because
I
I'll tell
love
you
that.
what, if you don't, then you're not going to be able to go to work. Then you're not going to be
Mhm.
able to do what you need to do in your life to be a fully functioning adult. Like, you
I
can't.
absolutely agree with you. And that's a form of self-love. I've
Absolutely.
been in situations where, I've been at a barbecue where someone, made really nice things and invited me, and somebody said something that had nothing to do with anything that you would think would upset me. And for whatever reason, I think one time it was, so what kind of spring projects are you and your husband going to do, to somebody else? And I just started, like, I had sunglasses on and I just felt my eyes getting all filled up, because I was like, I have nobody to plan spring projects with.
Right.
And I just went out the front door and I text the host, I'm so sorry. I'm just having a moment. I went to the cemetery. It was a beautiful sunny day. I put a blanket down and I just let the sun soak in and sat with my sadness. And that, to me, is loving and caring for myself. And we
Right.
all need to do that for ourselves.
Absolutely. And not worry about disappointing the host that spent time cooking her barbecue. Like that, we have to be able to trust our friends and trust each other and in our relationships. And if you can't, if you feel like, I can't leave because I'm sad because I'll piss off the host here or the hostess, maybe that's not someone that needs to be in your life, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you need to find a new tribe.
You need to find a new tribe. But it's important to take care of yourself. And those who love you and support you are going to completely understand and are going to let you. And then they're also going to be like, is there anything I can do to help?
Yes,
Just ask. Don't try and insert
absolutely.
yourself and solve anybody's problems, but ask and be there, right? Be there
Absolutely.
as as we talk about community, as we talk about this collective of women who are all here for each other. It's important that we're all here for each other and know that
Absolutely.
what you're going through is, I can't comprehend it. I hopefully will never have to be in the place, but I can still be here for you. if you need me.
Mm.
Right?
I want to add one more thing with that. Something so beautiful that happened one day. And I share this because I think it's really good for women to know. There are things that go on in people's lives that there's just no words to console.
Mhm.
And I attended a baseball game trying to create some normalcy in my children's life while Kevin was sick. And I had just gotten some really bad news. And I sat on the bleachers next to a friend who also had her son on the same team. And I was just crying. The tears were just rolling. And she said nothing. She just grabbed my hand and held it. And I have to tell you, it was such a beautiful moment because so much was said in that moment without any words being exchanged. And it said to me, I love you. I'm so sad this is happening to you. I'm here for you. So many beautiful things that was just touched my heart so much. And it's such a beautiful way when you don't know what to say or do, just hold somebody's hand.
Yeah.
Because that will say 1,000 words, 1,000 beautiful words.
Yep. So beautiful. Oh my gosh, that made me tear up a little bit. Larice, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
are going to end this, but we will continue this conversation on the She Is Me podcast. So we're gonna record something here soon, I'm sure. And next we have Lynn Del Mastro Thompson. She was actually misdiagnosed with leukemia. And she's going to tell her story of being your own health hero, and how to deal with doctors and diagnoses and all that kind of stuff when it pertains to your own health, and being your own advocate. So that's going to be great. So join us at 10 a.m. Pacific. We'll be right back. My notes are gone. Hi, and welcome to She Is Me Day 2. We are here with Lynn Del Mastro Thompson, and I just had to restart my computer, and now my intro is gone, so I'm going to wing it here. Lynn is a certified hypnotherapist. She is also the owner of Heartfire Healing, and she is a energy healer. So today she's going to be presenting what I learned about becoming the hero of my own health story from being misdiagnosed with leukemia, and how you can become your own health hero too. Welcome, Linda Mastro.
Have you ever been given advice from someone and it just didn't feel right in your gut? What if that person, I'm sure you have, because I think we all have been there. What if that person was an expert, somebody who should know more about a topic than you? What would you do then? Would you listen to them, or would you listen to your inner knowing? What if that person told you that you would die if you didn't listen to them? What then? This is exactly where my story begins. The year was 2004, and this was in the summer of 2004. I was living in Santa Barbara, California, and I was going to graduate school. I was pursuing a PhD in history. And I was in that program for 3 years. And for the first 3 years of that program, basically since I got started, I felt out of place. I felt lost. And I just kind of felt like, what am I doing here? And yet, when I would say to myself, do I really want to be here? I would start making excuses to myself. I would say things like, you know what? Graduate school is supposed to be hard. This isn't supposed to be fun. You're supposed to be miserable, which when I look back at it, I think, what a bunch of BS, right? Those were some ridiculous belief systems that I was operating under at the time. Well, at this time, my body began to speak to me. And first, it was kind of a gentle whisper, I would say. I had some low-grade anxiety and some low-grade depression. And then it started to get a bit louder because I kept writing those things off and just saying, oh, this is normal. Graduate school is stressful. You're not supposed to be happy in your life right now. So those whispers would get louder. And I got to the point I was having panic attacks, the migraine headaches, which I had had when I was a teenager that had gone away when I was in college. They came back with a vengeance. And yet still, I kept writing these things off. I kept dismissing this kind of inner voice that said, Lynn, are you sure this is what you want to be doing with your life? And I kept making those excuses because those excuses felt more comfortable to me than to admit that I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. And I was terrified to be what I perceived as, quote, a grown-up. So it was at this point in the summer of 2004 that I was scheduled for elective surgery. It was a breast reduction surgery. And as the surgery approached, well, I felt both excited and a little bit nervous as well. Excited because I had wanted this surgery since I was a teenager, and nervous because, well, I think anybody feels nervous when they're having surgery. So fast forward to the day before surgery, and I had gone to see my surgeon. They did all the pre-op blood work. He did all of the markings on my breast tissue for the incisions, and saw him, went home thinking, okay, I'm going to see him tomorrow morning. Well, what I get is a phone call that evening from him, and he says, how are you doing? And I'm kind of feeling my anxiety rise. So I'm saying, I'm anxious because I'm wondering why you're calling me tonight. I thought I was just going to see you in the morning. And he said, well, don't freak out, but your pre-op blood work came back with some abnormalities. And it could just be a lab error. So just don't panic yet. I want you to just drive back over to the hospital. They'll draw your blood again. We'll run it again. We'll just make sure that this is really indeed what's going on. So I do that, come back home, wait, phone call an hour or two later. And he said, I'm sorry, Lynn. Yeah, it's not a lab abnormality. There's something wrong with your blood. I need to cancel surgery and you need to go see your primary doctor as soon as you can. And I was so shocked. I had no idea at this point what was going on because, again, it was elective surgery. Like I was a healthy 25-year-old and he didn't really tell me a whole lot. So I try to sleep through that night. I go see my primary doctor the next day and he runs more labs. He sends me home. I'm still given not much of a clue of anything at this point of what's going on. And the next thing I know, I get a phone call probably a day or two later from this doctor who I'd never met, which is highly abnormal, right? I mean, who here has gotten a phone call from a doctor they've never met? And he says, hi, Lynn, my name is Dr. So-and-so. I'm a gastroenterologist. How are you doing today? And I said, other than being completely freaked out, like, why are you calling me? I don't even know you. I'm okay. And he said, well, we want you to come to the hospital tomorrow morning if you don't have any symptoms tonight. But if you have any symptoms, please come to the hospital immediately. And I'm so shocked because I'm getting this phone call out of the blue and I don't know who this guy is and I don't know what the hell's going on. So I'm so shocked. I don't even think to ask him, hey, like, what kind of symptoms are you talking about? What should I be looking for? I just kind of was like, okay, all right. I guess I'll see you tomorrow at the hospital. So I spend a very anxious night scanning through my body, like every little thing. Is that a symptom? Is that a symptom? Nothing really appears. So I go to the hospital the next morning and they admit me into the hospital, which, it's serious when they're, it's not just like, oh, hey, you're going to be here for a few hours. I meet this doctor and he says, we think you've clotted off the veins that drain your liver. Immediately, I'm thinking that's not a good thing. That's not supposed to happen. And he said, we need to figure out why that's happened. And also we have to figure out how to help address this problem. And again, this is so weird because I'm still completely asymptomatic at this point. So he sends in another doctor, and this guy's a hematologist. He introduces himself and he says, I need to do a bone marrow biopsy on you. And every time I say the word bone marrow biopsy to this day, I still get a physical reaction in my body. I had had an impression of what that was going to be like. And this doctor tried to say, oh, don't worry. I'm just going to give you a little local injection to numb the site. And all you'll feel is, quote, some pressure. What followed was the most excruciating pain I've ever experienced. I screamed so loud, probably people on the next floor of the hospital heard me, and he had to stop. He couldn't get any sample of my bone marrow, and it was intolerable to me. So that was a very traumatic part of this whole experience, going through that. But we proceed on. So After that, I'm in the hospital for a few days in Santa Barbara, and they say, okay, yeah, we're pretty sure you've clotted off these veins that drain the liver, and we need to get them open. There's a procedure they can do, but we've never done it in this hospital. So we want to send you to another hospital where they've done this before, which I'm thinking, okay, that's a good thing. I don't want to be anybody's practice guinea pig. And they'll figure out there what's going on, because no bone marrow sample, they couldn't kind of get any progress on that. So I'm sent up to San Francisco, and my mom and I fly up there, admitted to that hospital. It was the 4th of July weekend, so we sit around and wait for a few days. They run more tests. They do the process to successfully open up the veins that drain my liver. They do another bone marrow biopsy, this time with way more pain medication, like just loading me up. I wish I could have been unconscious, but I was able to tolerate it, kind of grip my way through it. And so at this point, I've been in 2 different hospitals for about 10 days. And I'm told one morning, okay, the doctor that's the head of your team is going to come in, and he's going to have some news for you and your parents. So we wait anxiously, and he comes into the room and he sits down. And I can still kind of picture it in my mind. And he says, Lynn, we think that you have chronic myelogenous leukemia. And immediately it felt like all the oxygen in the room had been sucked out, and my mind started racing faster than I knew it could race. First thought was, am I going to need chemotherapy? I think there was something mixed in there too about bone marrow transplants, because that was one of my ideas about leukemia. The next thought after all of those little racing thoughts was, if I need chemotherapy, I think I would rather go wade out into the bay here in San Francisco and drown myself, because I don't know if I can handle this. So all of that happens in my brain in the span of seconds. And then I start to hear his voice saying to me, it's good news though, Lynn, you don't need chemotherapy. So small little sigh of relief. He says, we're going to put you on this medication that's supposed to target the genetic cause of this CML. And we're going to release you from the hospital soon. You're going to go home. They're going to monitor you. He was fairly positive. I don't remember all the things he said, but it wasn't a super doom and gloom. You know, you have X number of months or years to live. But of course, as he leaves the room, you know, my parents and my mom was like crying. I still remember her sobbing, all of us shell-shocked. It was a scary diagnosis, and I had no idea what it meant for me. So the next day, they released me from the hospital. We travel back home to where I lived, and I start to kind of try to resume my life. And I was still kind of going to graduate school at this point, partly because I needed the health insurance I had, partly because I didn't know what I was doing with my life. And then we add to that I'm going to doctor's appointments, I'm having blood tests, I'm being monitored, all of these things. So that just kind of continues for a number of months. And I go to these follow-up doctor's appointments with a hematologist. And he would draw these labs to look at how well the medication was working. And he would say excitedly, oh, good news. It looks like it's working. It looks like the labs are showing this medication is working. Well, over the course of probably about 6 months, I start to really physically decline. I go from, feeling not so great to feeling really awful. I'm fatigued, I'm losing strength, and most scarily, I start losing a tremendous amount of weight. So when I first got sick, I was probably somebody who could have lost 10 or 15 pounds, and that would have been good for me. I lost, how many pounds would I say? Probably close to 50 pounds in the course of a number of months. And so I'm thinking this medication is working, but I'm getting worse. I'm getting kind of confused because it's not making sense to me. But I start to kind of think, well, maybe it's just because this medication has this horrible side effect, the side effect of making me nauseous. So I would take it, they told me take it kind of towards dinner time, and I would most of the time take it and then I'd throw up whatever I ate because it made me so nauseous. And it mattered not whether I took it, right before I ate, after, like I couldn't time it right. I just was always nauseous with this. So I thought, well, maybe that's it. I'm just not getting proper nutrition, but the medication's working. Well, the other odd thing about all of these follow-up visits was this doctor would spend about 5 minutes with me, which seemed very short for somebody who deals with cancer patients. And he would always say, well, how are you feeling? Like most doctors do. And I didn't sugarcoat it. I wasn't somebody that would just say I was fine when I wasn't. So I would say, I don't really feel well. I feel exhausted, and I'd list off what I was dealing with. And at this point, his reply was always, you look great, which was such a lie and such gaslighting. And I knew it because people in my life were telling me, don't lose more weight. Like they were worried about me because I was turning into a human skeleton. So it was like, why is this guy saying that? Like, I don't need flattery. I need honesty. So I knew at this point there was something wrong with my care, something wrong with the treatment that I was getting. And I would go back to my primary doctor and I would say to him, can I get a referral to a different specialist? Because I don't feel like this is the right person to work with for me. And he would reassure me, I went to medical school with him and he's the best in town. And in my mind, I'm thinking, if he's the best in town, like, what does that mean about everybody else? Because I'm not experiencing him as a good doctor. But I felt stuck. I felt like, he wasn't giving me that referral. And I was 25. I didn't really have the assertiveness to be like, no, you will give me another referral. The me of now would totally be demanding that. But back then, I was just like, okay, he's the doctor. What am I supposed to do? So I started to sink into a depression. I started to just go to kind of a darker place. Well, then in the fall of 2005, my best friend passed away very suddenly. And she actually died of a blood clot after having her tonsils removed. So it hit super close to home because I'm dealing with a clotting issue and she dies. And this pushes me to the deepest and darkest depression that you could imagine. I just laid around in bed most of the time. I stopped eating regularly. I would skip medication some days, partly because the medication made me feel so awful. And I was kind of, in a way, suicidal. I wasn't suicidal to the point I would pull out a gun and shoot myself or take a bunch of pills. It was more kind of the type of suicide where I just wanted to fade away into the background and just, not be here anymore. Well, after several months of this and my parents kind of saying, we're really worried about you, we think you need help, I finally kind of hit rock bottom. It was, I think, around Thanksgiving. And they convinced me to go to an inpatient mental health facility at this point. So I go into this facility and probably a day or two into my stay there, I'm in a one-on-one therapy session. And I have this light bulb epiphany moment where I realize, you know what? Like, I don't think I really want to die. I just have no idea how to live with all this crap that I've just been through. Nobody had given me any tools. Nobody had helped me. All I had been offered when I had been given the diagnosis was they said, oh, we have a cancer support group. And when I heard cancer support group, what I remember thinking was, I'm an empath. And sitting around with a bunch of people who are going through chemotherapy sounds like completely awful. I'm having trouble with my own life experience. I don't need to hear other people's struggles. So that was awful. And I never did that. So this realization was just like, I need tools. I need help. And nobody's, giving me anything. So I'm released from that program. I was only there for about 5 days total. And I start seeing a therapist outside of there several days a week. And then I start to go, I think there's other things that might be able to help me. First, I just want to learn how to manage this anxiety and stress. So I go see somebody who does biofeedback therapy. And she hooked me up to all these sensors that measured my heart rate and my breathing. And then I could see it on a computer screen. So I would see that on the computer screen. And she would teach me how I could kind of control different things by breathing in certain ways and relaxing. And I started to feel better and I started to feel more in control. And I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. And then my therapist had said, Lynn, why don't you check out this local yoga class at a studio? It's called Yoga for Healing. And when she first said yoga, I was like, you got to be kidding me. I'm sick. No, I'm not going to go to a yoga class because all I'd ever seen was yoga in a gym. And I thought people stood on their heads and, bent into pretzels. So I said, I'm sick. And she said, no, it's different. Go. And it was different. I remember lying on the floor with props underneath me and just breathing and creating a new relationship with my body and starting to realize my body hadn't betrayed me. It was doing the best it could. And so I needed to give it some love and support. And so all of these things started to make me feel more empowered and started to tap me back into listening to my own body. Well, about 3 years into this whole experience, I'm still seeing the doctor I hate, still getting the medication I don't like, but I'm starting to listen to, like, there's got to be something more than this medical system. So I finally decide I'm stable enough. I'm a little bit healthier. I can leave my grad program, which I still hated, but I was there because I needed the health insurance. I can leave that and I can get a job. And at that point, my criteria for a job was the minimum number of hours to get health insurance. So I started working at a bank. And as soon as I got that job, I got new health insurance, went to see a new primary doctor, and I said to her, please send me to a different specialist. I really can't see this guy anymore. And she said, sure. And she wrote me a referral. So I go into this new doctor and I have my stack of medical records. It was probably about 3 inches thick. And I bring them because I'd had experience years before where there was a chart. I tried to get a second opinion elsewhere and they didn't have anything. So I brought my own records. He starts flipping through them and he said, yeah, I don't think this is chronic myelogenous leukemia. And so I started to feel both hopeful because he was like listening to me and questioning what I was questioning, and also honestly pretty pissed off because it had taken 3 years to get to this point and I had been suffering during those 3 years. So he had to do more tests and unfortunately another bone marrow biopsy to confirm what was going on. And he did that and he confirmed it wasn't CML. It was a different blood disorder. And so they took me off that awful medication that had the nausea side effect, put me on something else, put me on kind of some other protocols. And I started to continually improve even more. So all the things I was doing had helped, but then finally, like, not being on that pill was a huge change for me. So I continued to get better and better. But what I realized at this point was, you know what, this system, I don't really trust it. I don't really trust doctors. I have to keep doing all the things that I've been doing to help myself. So by this point, I had added in acupuncture and Reiki and like all sorts of things. I kind of became the yes woman of the alternative medicine scene. I would try things when people would suggest them. And all of those things continued to help me. And what I realized at this point in the journey, as I kind of let go of that grad program and I got more passionate about these things that were helping me, was that was my passion. That's really brought me to what I do in the world now. I knew that when I got better, I wanted to use what I had learned to help other people and to empower them to heal as well, because I knew that this system was flawed and I knew that it was more about supporting our bodies and working that way. So I want to shift gears and I want to share kind of some teaching points of what I really hope that you most gain from this story. And I want to share that I hope nobody ever goes through anything as scary and as overwhelming as what I went through. But I know a lot of people go through their own health journeys and their own health issues with the medical system. So how can you be more empowered in that process? How can you become your own health hero? So the first thing that I want to share is, as you can tell from my story, our medical system is super duper flawed. It's necessary at times. Have a heart attack, please go go to the emergency room. Don't come see me. But there's a lot of flaws. And to truly heal, we really have to start to step outside of that system and to look to other things that can help us. So as you can hear from my story, doctors don't always listen. Like, I was trying to say, this doesn't feel right. Like, I can tell in my body something's off. They didn't listen. They also make mistakes. I looked up a statistic before I was preparing for this, and about 12 million people in the United States alone are misdiagnosed each year. Now, maybe it's not as scary as, a leukemia misdiagnosis, but that's a significant number. When we question things, doctors don't always listen. They don't pay attention. They just kind of discount us. So first of all, I just want to make this one point that we have to be able to demand that second opinion. As I said, sharing my story, I wouldn't take no for an answer now. And I have demanded at other times in my care, nope, I'm going to go see somebody else. So feel empowered in your own care when you do have to be part of that system to say, I want a second opinion, maybe even a third opinion, whatever you feel you need. The focus on that system too is so much on just diagnosis and pills as the treatment. And there's other things that help our bodies heal. things ranging from changing your diet, working to manage stress, doing things that like I do with my clients to help reprogram your mind. There's so many things. So we need to really step outside of that system because it's a limited system. It can save your life at certain points, but I don't think it's ever one that's designed to truly help you get well and heal in that way. And when we think of somebody else as that expert in that system, we're conditioned to kind of discount our own inner knowing, like they're the doctor, they know better. So please don't do that. Like your body is your body. You're in it 24/7. And if something doesn't feel right to you in your body, and if something doesn't feel right to you in your gut, trust that, because that is really an important part of what I learned in this journey, is that I knew something was wrong. It was just I needed to maybe scream louder to be heard. The second thing that I want to share about becoming your own health hero is that we really have to learn to listen to our bodies. We have to learn to kind of understand what our symptoms really are. So I'm always talking about this when I'm out there in the world. Our symptoms are just the language of our bodies. Now, unfortunately, bodies can't send us texts and say, hey, something's wrong. So all they have is pain and other sensations. And we need to get out of the conditioning that unfortunately we have been brought into, especially in the Western world, of seeing our symptoms as inconveniences and disruptions and things that, you reach for a Tylenol because you got a headache. It's more important to start to get curious about what they're telling us, because again, they're the language of our bodies. So what I would encourage you to play with is, even if you're just having like a minor symptom, get curious. Like, what is the message here from my body? Why do I have this headache? Why do I have this stomach ache? Just be curious. And this is really a process. It's a process I teach a lot with my clients, because many times we're like, I have no clue what my body is trying to say. But the first step is really to just play with curiosity, and just instead of just being angry and irritated, get curious. The third thing that I really learned in this journey is the importance of processing our emotions, honoring our emotions, experiencing our emotions, and also addressing trauma. So when I think back on that part of my story where I was stuck in that situation, I sunk into the depression, it was because I had no tools, and I was just kind of pushing my emotions down because they were overwhelming. Nobody ever gave me anything to help me navigate through those. And this is an often overlooked area in healing. There are some people out there that do talk about it, but it's an area we don't often talk about, is that your emotions and addressing what's happened to you in your life and that level has to happen for us to heal. And I just want to share a tiny bit of the science here. There are scientists who have studied, like, all of our emotions are made up of different chemicals. They're called neuropeptides. So there's a different one for anger and sadness and grief. And if we don't let those emotions move through us like they're designed to do, because emotions are just kind of energy that need to be moved, and we stick them, kind of stuff them down, they get stuck by our bodies in different areas. And this is why sometimes we wind up with pain, like out of the blue. It's like, why all of a sudden does my knee hurt? It's often because our body has stuck something there, and then that something is trying to get our attention. So I really want to encourage you, as part of your process, to be empowered to listen to your emotions and not to kind of shove them, or, we're conditioned, again, like a lot of these things, we're conditioned to be don't be so sensitive. How many times have you heard that one? Your emotions are intelligent. They're meant to be there. So don't feel bad for allowing them to be there and to allowing yourself the space to process them. The fourth thing that's really important when we want to become empowered in taking charge of our health and being our own health hero is to look at our minds. And this is something that I'm super passionate about as well, and I work a lot with my clients on. So how many of you have heard of the placebo effect? And that's, many people are familiar with it from drug trials. Often there's one branch of the study that person gets the pill, and one person, they get just a sugar pill. And they're trying to test how effective the drug is. Well, oftentimes people in that sugar pill category, placebo category, have just as good or sometimes even better results than those who got the actual drug. So, what this tells us is that if we believe something's going to help us, because many of those people think, oh, I'm getting the medication, it's going to help me, then their mind actually creates that. There's also something called the nocebo effect, which is just kind of the opposite. So, if we believe something won't help us or we won't get better, our minds also guide us down that pathway. So, this is another area that is really important to be aware of. Like, what are you believing about your health? And when I think back to being given that diagnosis and hearing you have leukemia, like that felt like a doom sentence to me, even though there was some reassurance there, the way it was delivered was kind of put me into more of that nocebo category. And doctors often aren't aware of how they deliver that news to you, like that's important too. So it's important that we look at what do we believe in terms of our health, and what do you believe is possible for you in terms of healing. And you may be somebody who's done a lot of work in that area, and I want to point to one specific area that you may be missing in this area. So in the first 7 years of our life, we are conditioned. We're like little sponges and we don't have filters. So, everything that mom says and dad says and grandma says and all the people around us say, we just kind of absorb it. And that becomes our worldview and our belief system. And when we think back of what were you taught about health and healing and doctors in that period, probably most people haven't looked at it. I know I hadn't looked at it until actually this year. This was a new thing that I started exploring in my own healing, is what was I taught about a doctor? It was probably something along the lines of you go to the doctor and he makes you feel better, right? So we have to look at this area and address it. And one of the ways I like to address it is using hypnosis, which I'm actually going to give you a little bit of a taste of here in a few minutes of what hypnosis is. But we have to erase those beliefs and clear them. Even if you consciously believe I can heal, if you got this subconscious first 7 years belief in there, it's going to be limiting you in your healing process. So this is kind of one area, again, that you can look to begin your own healing. And then the last thing that I really want to share is we need to look beyond the paradigm about what controls sickness. So I remember growing up being taught, everything has to do with your genes. Do you remember hearing, oh, grandma had this disease, grandpa had this disease, I'm probably going to get it because it runs in my family. This is common, right? But the truth is that only 5% of all disease is actually genetic in cause. 5%. So what's the other 95%, you're asking, right? The other 95% is something they call epigenetic. And epigenetic simply means what turns our genes on and off, what regulates them. So by understanding this, it's super exciting because what controls these epigenetics? I want to share this piece with you. I love this. This part, it makes me so excited because if we thought, oh, I'm going to get that because grandpa had it, it's different. Epigenetics, we control it by the foods that we eat. Are you eating healthy whole foods or are you eating processed foods? Are you exercising or not? How are you managing your stress levels? What toxins are you consuming in your life? The ones that you do have control over. That's one that kind of is a little bit out of our control too. Things that are in the air, we don't have complete control over as individuals. But all of these things we actually have control of. So, when you see people saying, oh, I'm going to get tested to see what my genetics are and predispositions, to me, it's very sad because I see a lot of women going out there, testing for like the BRCA gene, and then they're automatically thinking, I have it, I'm going to get it. And that gene doesn't have to become activated. So, we can become more focused on what can I do in my life to change that potential so it never activates. So really start thinking about your health is really a lot in your control. And that's super exciting because I think there's a lot out there that's disempowering. So those are kind of the 5 key things that I want to share with you about becoming empowered to take charge of your health. And I really hope that at least 1 or 2 are really good nuggets for you to walk away with. And I want to shift gears a little bit here. I want to give you a little taste of hypnosis. I love kind of giving people this experience, because I remember when I first, thought about hypnosis, I was like, oh my God, I've seen it in movies and people bark like dogs and, cluck like chickens. And I don't want to do that. So hypnosis is not like that. That's stage hypnosis. The hypnosis I do is more for transformation and healing. And we create new empowering beliefs as part of this process when I work one-on-one. So if you're new to hypnosis, just a few things to kind of set your mind at ease. It's a lot like meditation. So if you've ever meditated, it's just a little bit different focus. And I'm going to guide you through some exercises at the beginning to just help you relax and drop into a different brainwave state. Know that you are always in control the whole time. So if this is not resonating for you, you're totally free to open your eyes. Nothing is taking control of you and you can't open your eyes and stop. So what I'd love for you to do is just kind of settle into your seat. And this is going to be a shorter hypnosis than, what I would do, but I want to give you just a little taste. And as you settle down, just kind of let your hands rest in your lap. And I want you to just take a deep breath in and hold it. And release your breath and close your eyes and send a deep wave of relaxation from the top of your head down to the tips of your toes. And now allow all of your muscles to turn loose and heavy, deeply relaxed, just like a rag doll. Just listen to my voice as it sends you deeper and deeper into a peaceful state. And if you hear any sounds other than my voice, just know that they'll send you deeper relaxed. And in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to take a deep breath. And when you breathe in, I want you to roll your eyes back as far as they'll go. And when you exhale, I want you to bring your eyes down like you're looking at your toes. So here we go. Take a deep breath in and hold it. And rolling your eyes all the way back as far as they'll go. Blink a couple times and exhale, bringing your eyes down like you're looking at your toes. Another deep breath in and rolling your eyes all the way back as far as they'll go. And hold your breath. Blink a couple times and exhale, bringing your eyes down like you're looking at your toes. And one more deep breath in, rolling your eyes all the way back as far as they'll go, and holding your breath. Blink a couple times and exhale, bringing your eyes down like you're looking at your toes. Now relax your eyes and continue to drift to the sound of my voice. The quality of relaxation you are allowing in your eyes is the quality of relaxation that I'd like you to allow yourself to have throughout your entire body. Just begin by relaxing the top of your head, your forehead, eyes, your jaw, down to your neck. Relax your shoulders. Feel them sink. Relax your chest, down your arms, and every single finger. Relax your stomach, your hips and thighs. Relax your legs down to your feet and relax every single toe. Let go of every nerve and every fiber and let yourself drift much deeper relaxed. Nowhere to go, nowhere to be, nobody wanting anything, nobody needing anything. This is your time to relax and let go. And take a moment to notice how much all of the muscles in your body have deeply relaxed in just a few short moments. Good work. You are now in a state of total and deep relaxation. And as you sink into this relaxing space, I'd like you to use the power of your imagination and picture yourself taking a slow and meditative walk in a peaceful and expansive place in nature, with an abundance of lush green trees and colorful plants all around you, with just the right amount of sunshine peeking through the trees to keep you warm, balanced with the perfect amount of shade to keep you cool. Feel the support of the earth beneath your feet as you continue to walk through the clear path ahead. Up in the distance, you begin to hear the sound of flowing water, and eventually, as you keep walking, you come to find a beautiful, ever-flowing creek. The current of the creek is gentle yet steady, and the water is glistening gold as it picks up and reflects the rays of sunshine through the trees. You can even see a few small rainbow prisms forming above the water through the mist. And imagine yourself taking a seat beside the creek and safely dipping your feet in to feel the continuous, energetic current of the flowing, warm water. And as you sit and enjoy this present moment, you reflect on the amazing body that you have been given as a vessel through which you get to live this life. While you acknowledge that in the past there may have been times that you have experienced pain or discomfort in your body, or maybe you have even thought your body has let you down or even betrayed you, you realize in this moment that your body is truly an amazing creation and that it is always doing the best that it can for you. Take a moment to feel gratitude for the work that your lungs do each day to keep you breathing so that you can keep living your life. Every day, over and over again, they work for you to keep you supplied with the oxygen that you need to live and to help eliminate other substances your body doesn't need. Feel gratitude for your heart, which is always beating for you, even though you often aren't aware of it doing its job. You feel gratitude for each of the trillions of cells in your body that go about their unique tasks, cleaning waste, protecting you from illness, healing wounds, and so much more. You feel gratitude for your bones and muscles, which make up your body and allow you to have a structure that can move and walk and do the things you love. You feel gratitude for your blood that runs through every artery, vein, and capillary, bringing oxygen and other vital substances throughout your body. You feel gratitude for all of your sensory organs, which allow you to take in the world each day. And while in the past it was easy to focus on what is wrong in your body, now you are realizing that you can shift your attention to all the amazing things your body does each day without you even thinking about them most of the time. Wow, you say to yourself, my body does so much for me, and sometimes in the past I haven't taken a moment to appreciate it. You commit now to beginning to shift your focus each day to all the amazing things your body does for you and all the things that are working for you. And in the past, you might have struggled to prioritize taking care of and loving your body in the ways that you need. But now that you have this deep appreciation for your body, you are more committed to doing all the things that you love so you can support your body each day. You know you are worthy of health, healing, and well-being. You are worthy of feeling good. You are worthy of living a good life and feeling your best. And hear these beliefs as they are deeply embedded. I am worthy of good health. I am worthy of feeling good each and every day. I am worthy of tending to and taking care of my body. I choose to show my body love and gratitude each day. I show my body love by making good choices about the best foods, exercise, and other lifestyle choices. I love and honor my body. I know it is always working hard for me. I see my body as like a good friend who is always doing its best for me. I appreciate what it does for me. I am grateful to be alive. And each time you listen to this hypnosis, these suggestions become a part of your behaviors, actions, thoughts, and emotions. You are an incredible human being. Your body is strong, and you realize how grateful you are for a vessel in life. You take care of your body each and every day. And in a moment, I'm going to count up from 1 to 3. And when I reach the number 3, you will be fully awake and alert. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open now, feeling fully alert and knowing that you love your body and you are worthy of health and healing. So as you come back from this experience, just kind of take a moment to integrate and know that if you really like this hypnosis, I also have a free one you can download on my website. You'll get a link to that at the end of my talk. And it's a tool you can use. It's called I Am Healthy and Resilient. So it's a little bit of a different one, but I hope you'll check that out. And I thank you for listening to my story. I thank you for letting me share. And if you're someone who's out there looking to become your own health hero and you need a partner in that journey, please do reach out. I would love to talk with you and share with you how I might be able to support you in that journey. Thank you.
Lynn, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was quite the story. Unbelievable. I think we've had this conversation before about misdiagnosis and how it could happen, and you're right. Be your own health hero. Listen to your body. Ask questions. You are allowed to doubt your doctor. You are allowed to say, I don't agree. Let's try this test. You can ask for what
Yes.
tests you want run. Do your own research. Um, all of those things are important. And you're right. I think we grow up thinking they're the doctor and
Right.
they know everything, and you just have to
Right.
listen and do what the doctor says. I mean, I have my own story in our family, um, about a family member who had a stroke and was taken to the doctor's office and said, I think, something's wrong. And oh, yeah, just go home and rest. That was
Ooh.
doctor's the doctor's, suggestion. Um,
Right. Which probably only made things worse because
worse,
in that
right,
situation, if you don't get care, like
right, right,
the recovery is less likely to be, positive.
right. And especially with, I think, older generations as well. I think the younger generations coming up are kind of a little bit more savvy and not just taking it like, our generation and
Right.
older, where the doctor knows, or any kind of head of something. We were like, well, they're the expert and you just have to listen. But I think that young people nowadays are kind of like, hmm, they're more in tune, I think, with what's happening, and if it doesn't feel right, they're more likely to say that doesn't feel okay, or try a
Yes.
different doctor or something. But the good news is you got off that medication,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
you've
Wish I would have
recovered.
gotten off it sooner.
I
Or
know.
never been put on it in the first place.
Right, right. But you're happy and healthy, and now you teach others to be their own advocate, which is fantastic. And thank you so much. I also want to mention your book. You are not your diagnosis, and I
Yes.
was going to mention that in my intro, and I lost my notes, but I have gone ahead and posted something on the She Is Me Instagram and Facebook. If you want to order Lynn's book and hear more about her story and her healing ways, it is in her book, or you can check out Lynn at heartfirehealingllc.com.
Yes.
And Ginger agrees.
Yes, check it out.
Ginger's telling you, get over there. Hey. Um, Up next, let's see, we have Laura Wallace, and Laura Ora is talking about undoing the shoulds, and that's going to be fabulous. Lynn, thank you so much for joining us. Laura Ora. Laura is an alignment coach and the host of the Gutsy podcast. Today, Laura's going to be presenting undoing the shoulds. And if you saw our live on Instagram, we talked about this, and boy, this is powerful. So we are so happy to have Laura join us at She Is Me. I just can't even express it, how happy I am to have her here. So please welcome Laura Ora.
Hello, my friends. Welcome. Thank you for taking the time to invest in yourself. I know that carving out some time is not always the easiest thing to do. And being here and investing in your time and your knowledge and your future is everything. So today we're going to talk about undoing the shoulds. This is a topic that I am insanely passionate about. It's something that I teach all of my clients. And it's something that I talk a lot about on the Gutsy podcast. So let's get rolling. So first I'm going to ask you kind of a deep question. So I like to just get right into it. When is the last time that you truly felt alive, grounded, connected, present, at peace within your life and inside your business if you have one? I'm going to take it a further step and say, when is the last time that you asked yourself, what do I want? You see, the majority of people are living their lives on autopilot, just getting through the day, weighed down by responsibilities, wishing the week away with hopes that maybe, just maybe, I'll get a break this weekend before Monday comes again, and maybe getting a passing glimpse of a dream about a life that you truly enjoy. People are basing their literal life decisions on what other people, circumstances, and situations tell them that they should. And that's what brings us to our conversation today. Some of these might sound familiar. Look, I could write an entire encyclopedia on the shoulds, but maybe some of these sound familiar to you. I should go to school, get married, have children, and buy a house. I should work my way up the corporate ladder and have that perfect corner office. I should lose the weight so that I look better. I should speak a certain way, or maybe I should not speak because I don't want to feel like I'm too much. I should put off my own needs to make sure that everyone and everything around me has their needs taken care of. Like I said, we could spend the entire 45 minutes together just listing out the shoulds. And what is mind blowing to me is how often these things pop into our head on a daily basis. And then to take it a step further, if you own a business, I should tone down my personality and be more professional. What does that even mean? I should offer a ton of services and keep up with the trends. I should follow what people are doing on Instagram and absolutely go after those things. I should grow a big team. I should make 6 figures a month, a year. And I should be on every social media platform and hustle 24/7. My friend, you have been taught to ignore your own dreams and your own desires in order to make people more comfortable, to fit into systemic expectations, to follow gender roles, to keep up with other people, and to fit neatly inside of a box that is predictable and some might say safe. You have been living under the magnifying glass of what you should do versus what you want to do. My name is Laura Ora, and I'm kind of like a swift kick in the mental ass, followed by the most amazing hug that you've ever had in your life. And my role and goal in this world is to guide you back to your own alignment. Lisa mentioned I am an alignment coach. I host the Gutsy podcast, so we talk all about this stuff on a regular basis if this is of interest to you. And like I mentioned, my goal is to help you say yes to yourself again, to feel connected and grounded, to experience joy and happiness, to say yes to your own desires, and to learn how to trust yourself again. I see, communicate with, pass, and have encounters with women on a regular basis that are saying things like, well, I'm just getting through the day. I'm just getting by. Oh, I'll deal with that another day. Or I don't even know where to start. And nothing drives me more batshit crazy than watching a woman live a watered down version of the true life that she knows that she can have. And maybe if she doesn't know that she can have it, she's being robbed of the idea that it can happen, that you can feel alive, that you can follow what your gut is telling you and start doing things that you want to do instead of what you should. Today, I ask you to open your heart and your mind to feel what your body is telling you, and to play with the curiosity. Look, this is not a quick fix. This is not a hack. This is really about a lifelong shift. And it starts with noticing who you are, what you're doing, and how you're feeling. So we're going to undo the shoulds today. So first and foremost, let's take a big deep breath, because we're not just talking about like, how to grow your social media account today. Very wonderful information. But today we're really going inside. We're getting deep with ourselves. And so wherever you are, whether you're in your office or your home or cuddled up on your couch or on your front porch, I want you to really, really get into your space. Feel into where you are. Take a deep breath, shake it out, like really kind of get connected with yourself. Get comfortable, and most importantly, get a pen, because we all have really good intentions on remembering things. And then, you listen to 4 or 5, 6 speakers today. And at the end of the day, you're like, wait a second, what was that good thing that I wanted to do? So write this down today. If you have an aha moment, be sure to write it down. So first and foremost, I want to talk to you about what alignment is. You'll hear me say that word a lot in everything that I do. And so alignment is nothing more than being who you are. And I know that sounds like, okay, Laura, there must be some more to that. But it literally can be as simple as being, acting, and speaking, showing up as you. So when you're in alignment, you're making decisions and taking action from your soul. You're listening to yourself, and you're honoring your body and your energy and those intuitive drop-ins that you're getting. You're trusting your ideas and you're trusting your intuition, because sometimes you get these intuitive drop-ins or you get these feelings and you're like, well, this feels kind of crazy. How do I explain this? Look, your intuition is yours and yours only, and only you can know what that sounds and feels like. And alignment is quite literally your deepest, truest connection to your full self. Your younger child, that fun, playful, adventurous little girl that ran around and had this amazing imagination, to your current day self, present here in the moment, living this life, and your future self, where you're headed, where you're going, and what you're accomplishing in this life. Alignment is like taking all three of those and wrapping them up into one package. And my friend, the power of alignment is insane, like insane in the best of ways. I put this big and bold right in front of you because I want you to know that your aligned decisions do not have to make sense to anyone else. A lot of times you're not going to be able to explain what you're thinking and what you're feeling. Only you need to understand the why behind it. If it feels right to you, if it feels aligned to you, if it feels like a hell yes to you, no one else needs to understand. So alignment looks like big, excited energy. Like when you're just like on and you're like, yes, this is it. I love it. I feel it. That's alignment. Genuinely enjoying life. Look, how many people are living, like I mentioned earlier, in this autopilot of just going through the day-to-day mundane routine. Every day is the same. When you're in alignment, you are truly enjoying life. You're present in those moments. There is an ease and a flow to the things that you're doing, whether it's in personal life or in business. Things just kind of tend to roll a little bit easier. I look at alignment a lot like being on a 5-lane highway with no cars. It's just smooth sailing. There's no obstacles. There's no construction. There are no 18-wheelers. It's just you and the open road. And alignment feels like deep fulfillment. Like at the end of the day, you feel good. You feel like you contributed in this world. You feel like you honored yourself. You feel like you explored and you were curious. And there's just this inner peace. And it's why I'm so damn passionate about teaching this, because it's possible. For every single human being on the planet, your own version of alignment is 1,000% possible. On the other side of the coin, there's misalignment. And I tell you, when you start to dabble in and understand what your aligned self feels like and sounds like, misalignment will start flashing itself like a bright red light in front of you. So misalignment is making decisions through the lens of I should. We're talking about the shoulds today. Oftentimes when we're saying I should go to that family event, I should go to this corporate party, I should offer this service, I should insert whatever it is that's coming up for you. That's not making a decision from a space of alignment. It's continuing to do things even when they drain the shit out of your energy. You know, when you do that one activity or you go to that one person's house or you have that one phone call and like at the end of it, you're just like, oh, I have nothing left to give. Misalignment, my friend. Forcing yourself, rushing yourself, cramming yourself, like time, money, effort. If you're just like constantly beating up against the wall, misalignment. Say, okay, I want you to hear me very loud with this. Saying yes when you want to say no. You know, you've been there, I've been there. You know, look, this is not a perfect road, and it's a continuous new habit to form. But when you can feel in your gut, in your soul, in your heart, wherever, I don't care, in your left pinky toe, wherever you feel it, if you're like, man, I just really don't. I just really don't. I can't. I don't have the energy. I don't want to. Oh, yes, absolutely. We'll be there. Misalignment, my friend. You're allowed to say no. And misalignment happens when you're ignoring your own needs, ignoring what your body's telling you, when you're tired, when you're exhausted, when you need more nutrients, maybe when you need to get outside in nature, maybe you need to crank up some music, whatever it is that your body is trying to tell you. When you do not listen to it, eventually it makes you. So misalignment looks like consistent frustration. Like if something is just consistently frustrating, that's a pretty good sign that we're out of alignment. Low energy, or you're just feeling drained on a regular basis, like somebody just unplugged you from the wall. Misalignment. Going through life with I have to versus I get to. There's a really big difference in energy exchange between I have to do something and I get to do something. And lack of motivation. Now, look, we're all human beings, and sometimes it's gray outside and you just don't want to. It happens. But if you're experiencing on a regular basis this lack of motivation to do anything in your life, that's a pretty good sign that maybe misalignment is part of this. So, how do you get into alignment and undo the shoulds? I'm so glad that you asked, my friend. So I'm going to walk you through a process. This is a good time to take notes. There, we're not going to be able to pause and like have the full time to dig fully into this. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to get access to this video afterwards. So I would encourage you to come back to this and pause it in these sections to fully work through this process. But I at least want to explain it to you so that you have access to it and to start getting your wheels turning. So first and foremost, we need to take an emotional inventory of where you currently are right here today in this moment. So if you have a piece of paper, I would encourage you to split it into 3 columns. Take a notebook, flip it on its side, break it into 3 columns. And on the left, we're going to write the headline, what drains me? In the center, you'll put neutral. And on the right, what excites me? However you draw this, write this, sketch this, it's yours. There's no right or wrong. There's no one way that you should do this. See what I did there? This is your exercise. This is just kind of a graph to give you some guidance. So Things to think about of what you'll be putting in these categories. What we're doing is, again, we're taking an emotional inventory of where you are right now, just so you have a picture of the landscape. We're looking at the things and activities that drain you, stuff that you kind of feel indifferent about, and the things that really excite you. So, some things that you may want to consider, there's probably a bajillion others, but just to get your brain going this afternoon, things like your career or your business, different hobbies or ideas that you have, people. That's a big one. That's like I should have had that big one right in the middle. People and groups that you're a part of. Maybe your workout routine or not workout routine, foods that you're eating, daily tasks, like things that you're doing on a regular basis, spirituality, whatever that means to you, your personal style, like literally, how you dress, how you wear yourself, the types of shoes that you have, and different commitments that you have. Again, there's probably a bajillion other things, but I want to get your wheels turning to start thinking about these different aspects of your life and how you may be showing up in the land of shoulds and what is draining your energy. So, things to think about and to write in the left-hand column, and things to really just like hone in on. First, the things that drain you. Look at where you're procrastinating. I mean, if you are procrastinating like hell on something on a regular basis, chances are that's something that drains your energy, and that may be something that you feel like you should do. Places that you're feeling frustrated or angry, big emotions, right? The big emotions are not always bad. I think anger gets a bad rap sometimes. Anger is literally just an indication that something in your life needs your attention. There's a need that needs to be met. There's something to face. There's something we need to communicate. So, what's making you frustrated or angry on a regular basis? Where are you feeling discouraged or like you're forcing yourself to do things? Where are you lacking motivation? If you think about the things that you're doing on a regular basis, and you're like, you're just dragging your feet along, and then that goes into procrastination. Like, I don't know, let's just say you're on your kid's PTO or PTA, whatever it's called. And you thought it was a good thing. You wanted to do it. You wanted to contribute to this organization. You wanted to be a part of it. But you know that every Tuesday at 7, you have to go to that meeting, and you are dragging ass. You procrastinate if something else pops up. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to do that instead. You drag yourself there. It drains your energy. It's like pulling teeth to get you there. And then by the time you leave, you're just like, well, it's drained me. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. That same activity could be on the other side of this. No offense to PTAs. I'm sure that they're lovely, but it's not for everybody. My point is, I want you to start being aware of what you're doing and how it's making you feel. Maybe there's also some mundane or just like regularly challenging things that you're dealing with. There's so much energy, like your body is constantly speaking to you. And so on the other side, we're looking at things that excite you. So, what are some things that you look forward to on a regular basis? Things that make you really excited and happy, and you're like, yes, this thing is coming up. I'll use the same damn example. The PTA, you're like, yes, it's Tuesday at 7. I cannot wait to go to this because I love to contribute. I love to give my ideas, and I love to feel like I'm making a difference at the school system. See, one activity is not the same for another. And that's where the lens of should. I should be on this board. I should go to this organization and be a part of it versus I want to. I want to go there. Do you see how that energy like really starts to speak? Things that you are motivated by. They truly bring you joy. They're fun, enjoyable, like it's filling your cup. After you do it, you don't feel drained. You feel like you could take on the world. You're like, yes, this was fucking awesome. Like, let's do more of this because this feels great. And probably one of the coolest parts of this is the things that come natural to you. What's easy? What makes you feel alive when you're doing these activities? So again, there's not going to be a ton of time right now in this moment to go through this full exercise together, but I want you to come back to this and use this chart to just start evaluating where you currently are in the landscape of your life. There's no right, there is no wrong. It just simply is. Second is to move on. Oh, and I kind of skipped over, there's the center neutral. There's going to be some things in life where like you don't super love it, but you don't super hate it either. And, it just kind of needs to be done. Making dinner. Why that comes every single day at the same time, I don't know. I don't know if you have the same problem or not, but it's like, I don't love it. I don't hate it, but there are things that I can do to help support myself with that, right? So there are some regular things. If you don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, they can simply live in the center, and then you can decide from there. Is there something I can do to support that task or that feeling, to shift it into what excites me, or can I delegate it and get it out of my life? That's always an option too. All right. Second is to get to know yourself again, my friend. When's the last time you really sat with yourself? Think about who you are. Like, I'm going to go back to the question from the beginning of this. When's the last time you said, what do I want? What does Susie want? What does Lisa want? What does Karen want? What does Laura want? That was one of the biggest questions that I asked myself when I really started my alignment journey, when I really started to understand what alignment was and what purpose it served. Look, I had been living on autopilot in my business. Oh my gosh, for 13 years, doing what I felt like I should do, how I should do it, showing up in certain ways, growing the business a certain way. And I ended up almost losing my business when COVID hit. I had to lay off my entire staff. I went home into my basement, packed up all my things, and I had to refigure out my life because it wasn't working. I was drained. I was exhausted. I wasn't motivated. And I had built something that I then felt like a prisoner in. And so the very first question that I asked myself was, what does Laura want? And I started to rebuild my life from there. I can tell you, totally worth it. So I want you to ask yourself, what do I actually want? Again, there's no right or wrong. This is for you. This is your dream space. And the cool thing about that is, yes, it might be a dream space right now, but if you start to get clarity, if you start to really pour into who you are and what you truly want, those things can start to come true in an instant. Look, alignment works in magically quick ways sometimes. I'm talking like you decide you get an alignment and things can happen just like that. So think about, what do you enjoy doing that you haven't done in a long ass time? Maybe it's a dance party, maybe it's painting a mural, maybe it's taking a knitting class, maybe it's sitting outside barefoot in the grass. I don't know. I'm certain that there's something that you used to love to do that you haven't done in a long time because circumstances get in the way, responsibility, family, if you have children, your work. I mean, there's 1,000 reasons why you don't have time for yourself. But I want you to hear me with all the love in my heart. If you don't make time for yourself, nothing and no one else will. You have to become your own priority. You have to become your own advocate because you're worth it. Your joy is worth it. Your dreams are worth it. That little voice that you hear sometimes when you're like, I'm not sure what that is, but it kind of excites me. That's worth it. So what are some things that you haven't done in a long time that you're like, you know what? Maybe I'll dabble in that again. What if I gave myself an hour today to paint on a wall or to crochet a sweater or whatever it is that you enjoy? I want you to also start thinking and taking notice to what ideas keep coming back to me. What do I keep hearing? What do I keep feeling? Is there a reoccurring pattern in my life? Starting to take notice to what keeps coming back to you is your alignment calling. It's like, hey, I haven't been able to get a hold of you in a while. Look, I'm dating myself. Yep, totally grew up in the 80s and 90s. I haven't been able to get a hold of you in a while. So I'm just going to leave you this little nugget of an idea. Okay, I'll try again later. And then it hangs up. And then it comes back again. And then you see a sign that has something on it. And then you hear, someone else talking about it. And it just keeps kind of reoccurring. So just start taking notice to what keeps coming back to you. It could be a really cool indication that your alignment is trying to guide you if you will listen. What do you daydream about? When you're driving in the car and you're alone, or the kids are asleep, or you're laying in bed before you go to bed, you're laying in bed before you go to sleep, you're taking a walk, listening to a podcast. What is it that you're daydreaming about? What if you allowed yourself to start leaning into that? Creating a Pinterest board for it, or making a vision board, or writing it down, or journaling. What if you started to lean into that? And then what are you not liking about where you currently are? Look, all of those are good, big, opening energy questions. And then we have to be faced with, okay, well, what do I not like about where I'm at? There's a reality check sometimes that needs to come into play where I need to honor that I have been ignoring myself, and that I need to make myself a priority. Facing the reality is not the fun part, just so you know. It's not always the one that people run to and are like, "Oh, Laura, sign me up. I want to face my shit. Let's do that today." But I tell you, it's a really important step, because you learn so much about yourself through this process, so much about yourself. I want you to start noticing, where are you numbing out or shutting down? Avoiding is a good word as well. For me, it used to be wine. Look, during shutdown, I don't know how much alcohol I drank, and I'm not proud of it, but it is part of my story. I think it's a pretty good indicator as to why I don't drink anymore now, but I didn't want to deal with it. The easiest way for me to deal with it was to not deal with it. So it may be alcohol, it may be TV, it may be mindlessly scrolling through TikTok. I do that too sometimes. So I'm not here to judge. I just want you to notice. We're simply just bringing awareness to all of this. What fear do you have around your desire? What are you afraid that you're going to lose something, miss out on something is going to repeat itself? Start leaning into noticing, why do I feel afraid right now? And where is that coming from? And then, what's stopping you from being you? What's stopping you from leaning into the wants and then acting on them? You might have something that pops up right now. Or it might be one of those questions where 4 hours from now, you're like, damn it, Laura. I get that a lot, and it's okay, because it's getting you to think. It's getting you to feel. Look, your mind will try and tell you so many things. Your mind will lie to you. Ooh, will it lie to you? Because it is a congregation. It is a plethora. It is a combination of everyone else's thoughts, feelings, and expectations, every scenario you've ever lived in your life, every piece of information that you've ever absorbed. So the mind can get a little, and it will tell you a lot of things because you're hearing a lot of different perspectives. Your body, on the other hand, is only you. It's only your truest, deepest feeling. So I encourage you to ask yourself, what helps me to feel connected to myself, to calm the mind, to get into the body? What helps me to regroup and reground and have that inner stability to make decisions from, to act upon, to wind down with? How can I feel connected versus numbed out? So maybe it's things like being in nature. For me, I need to be in a nature kind of gal. So I will get my feet on the ground, my bare feet on the ground. I love, love, love to ground. If I can get outside after I've been a little, totally brings me back into myself. Maybe it's dancing or singing or playing music at an obnoxiously loud rate that makes you so incredibly happy that you're just like, ah, there I am again. Maybe it's time with friends, good quality time with people that you really truly love to be around. Or perhaps it's creating or traveling or trying something new. Last but not least is recognizing and allowing. So we talked a lot about recognizing, and you see how important this is. Like, look, we can't make any shifts if you don't recognize it. So when you're on autopilot, you're not thinking about what you're feeling. You're just thinking about what you want to get done, where you want to be finished, where you want to shut things down and off. So today, to start undoing the shoulds, you have to start recognizing them. So I have a challenge for you. If you're up for the challenge, I encourage you today to, or tomorrow, pick a day, I don't care when, get a sticky note or a notepad. And every time you say or think the word should, I want you to write a little tick. Again, we're just building awareness. I want to start flexing that muscle in your mind to start being aware of the word should. This is going to be a very eye-opening experience for you, just so you know. It's going to be like, I didn't even realize that. I didn't know I was doing it with that. I didn't know I was doing it at work. I didn't know I was doing it with my kids, with my family, with my spouse, in my house. And now I'm rhyming like Dr. Seuss here. Like it's really mind-blowing, but in such a powerful way, because when you realize it and you see it, like there's a whole ass sticky note full of check marks and ticks, you're going to be like, okay, I start to get this. So as you're going through this is what I would consider the undoing process. Okay. If you want to take this a step further, this is how you start to rewire the brain. I want to I want to really understand and research the brain further, because I think that there's so many interesting pathways and understanding neurologically how we work and how we're wired. But one thing that I do know for sure is that we have pathways in our brain, and we have the ability to change those pathways. So a lot of the shoulds, a lot of the habits, a lot of the like reoccurring things that we have, it's a pathway. We've carved that road. You know, when you go down an old dirt road and like the cars have always gone down the same path, so there's those grooves and your tires just fit perfectly down in them. That's kind of what your brain is like. And that's where a lot of shoulds fall as well. So by recognizing it, we're starting to take that car and be like, oh, you know what? Actually, maybe I want to go this way a little bit, or maybe I want to go that way. Maybe I want to create a new path to my destination. So the first step is to recognize the should. Like when you really start getting into this is like a daily habit. This is a daily shift. I still do this. It's not like getting to a certain place and then it's just magically fixed and gone. It does get a lot easier, I can tell you that, but you're retraining a muscle. You are growing a muscle, maybe that you've never flexed before. So in the moment when you're like, oh, I should go to that birthday party. I should go to that birthday party. Then I want you to ask yourself, well, what do I truly want? Do I want to go to that birthday party? Feel into this, not the chatter in your brain, not all the voices. Well, if they did this and oh, I might upset that person. I'm telling you, it gets real loud in there. I want you to pause and come into yourself. I should go to the birthday party. Do I want to go to that birthday party? You know, I've just really kind of had a long day at work and I'm already feeling a little bit drained. Um, and I just don't really think that I want to go. I don't want to go to this birthday party. I'm not going to this birthday party. Sends a text, makes a phone call. Okay, that's the pattern. Pausing, recognizing, asking yourself, and then taking the action that you actually want to do, because you are allowed to say no. You are allowed to not go to that party. You are allowed to leave the organization that drains your energy. You are allowed to let go of services in your business that drain who you are and that you just like really don't want to do. Like, you are allowed to do those things. I think it's insane, like, how many people realize that they don't, that they have the power to say no, but don't believe it. This is literally a daily activity. Wash, rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. And I promise you, once you start doing it, you're going to recognize it. Oh man, it just starts like coming up and you're going to be like, "Ooh, I just said should." And then you're going to start calling your friends out on it. And that's really fun. Look, transformation in your life requires movement, taking action, doing something different, and listening and honoring your body, your mind, your soul, your desires. This is not a quick fix. It is not a hack. It's not an overnight success formula. I can't make those promises, but what I can promise you is that big shifts come from the tiny decisions that you make on a daily basis. The tiny decisions that you make on a regular basis add up to those bigger shifts in your life, my friend. We're not flipping tables over and selling everything we own and moving to another country and divorcing our spouse. That's not what this is about. Unless, of course, that's your aligned path. And if so, have at it. But I want you to understand that making these shifts in your life and starting to honor yourself, it's not like, okay, it was this way yesterday and now it's magically perfectly better today and now always. This is a practice. This is honoring yourself, being aware of yourself, and then giving yourself the permission to say no, giving yourself the permission to explore, giving yourself the permission to expand into things even when they don't make any sense. Decision by decision, moment by moment, and day by day, you start undoing the shoulds in your life and you start honoring what you truly want. I promise you, I promise you, I promise you, the things that you see and feel on the inside can start to become your reality. If you honor what you want versus doing what you feel like you should, you're going to start feeling grounded, connected. You're going to feel like alive again and lit up and excited about your life. You're going to feel excited and motivated about the things that you're doing. Like there's this genuine joy in your life again. You know, when sometimes you see people and they've just got like this little extra spark to them and you're like, I wonder what they've got. Like, what did they eat for breakfast? I want some of that. I might guess that they're doing something that's in alignment with them, because when you're in alignment, you shine. Boy, do you shine. There's just this extra glow about you. There's a little extra pep in your step. You're excited to get out of bed in the morning. And you know what? I know one of the things that I hear the most are people are afraid that by saying yes to themselves, that they're going to take away from others, their kids, their spouse, their family members. And it's like, listen, I want you to know something so near and dear to my heart, is that by caring for yourself, by filling yourself. I know you've heard the put the mask on yourself before your friend, fill your own cup before you fill others. You've heard this a million times, but maybe, just maybe today, this will resonate a little bit differently. What if taking care of yourself and honoring who you truly are and the desires that you have allows you to be more of yourself, which then allows you to give more of yourself to the people that need you most? Yeah, being you and taking care of you actually helps you to take care of those people on a deeper level. That's incredible, because when you are happy, when you are full of joy, when you are excited to do things, and instead of coming home from work like slamming cabinets and like plopping down on the couch and scrolling TikTok and down in a guzzle of wine, what if you walked in the door and you're like, I'm super excited to see all of you. Let's go to the park. Let's play in the backyard. Let's do a craft together. Look, this is the difference between saying yes to yourself and doing things that you feel like you should. There's an inner joy, contentment and peace. I used to fight the word contentment because I thought that that meant boring. Turns out that contentment has been my lifelong journey to find, because within contentment is that, is a stillness, is a joy. I feel like a visual that comes to my mind is, when you look at um, a Christmas tree that's just perfectly lit up and the room is dark and everything's just calm for the day. There's just a genuine beauty and stillness in that scene, in that moment. To me, that's what alignment brings, is that joy and peace and beauty in moments of your life. And most of all, probably most important of all, is you start to feel like yourself again. Whatever that is, whatever that feels like, maybe even for the first time ever, you get to rediscover who you truly are. Look, my name is Laura Ora. It has been an absolute honor to share this space with you. I hope that our time together lit a little fire in you, made you lean in a little further, made you curious to explore, made you excited about what's possible in your life. So, again, thank you for sharing your time, investing in yourself today. And until I see you next time, stay gutsy.
Alignment. Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop.
When I learned about alignment, getting into alignment was probably, I don't know, 20 years ago. I had a great teacher and have taught many on how to do it and why to do it and everything else. So you are talking my language, sister. I mean, my alignment radar is so good now. And sometimes, you don't always have to. We talked earlier with Lorice Duffy about feeling your feelings to heal and deal, right? So sometimes you're out of alignment, but you just got to go with it and you got to feel it and you got to take care of what needs to get taken care of. And then you can feel better, you know? And I think one of my tips is to just ask to feel better. Hey, universe, I just want to feel better. That's it. That's all it takes, right?
Yes. Yeah, there's so much power in just being in tune, you
Yeah.
know? That autopilot that I mentioned, there's a numbness to that
Mm-hmm.
where you're not feeling, you're not in the depths of yourself.
Right.
You're literally just running like a machine and giving yourself the minute sometimes
Right.
to ask myself, how do I feel? Can be a real game changer in a lot of ways.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And how often, you mentioned this, how often we say yes when we mean no. Yes,
Yep.
we will do that. That's fine. Let's go to that party. Let's go fly across country and sit with the family for Thanksgiving. And even though it's like my worst nightmare, okay, because I'm supposed to and I should, and everyone's going to be mad at me if I don't, and blah, blah, blah,
Yep.
blah. Or you could stay in your authentic self and be you and say, it's not going to work for me. I'm going to go to, the Caribbean. Bye. Or whatever it is. And be happy. Just be
Yeah.
happy.
And isn't it crazy how, like, that can often be looked at as like, oh, that's really selfish, or how dare she, or like,
Yeah.
who does she think she is? And that's why I said, like, listening to your mind is not, it's not secure
No.
because you have heard other people say that, whether to
Right.
you or to someone else before. And so that's where your mind automatically, goes back to is, well, if I do that, they're going to think that I'm full of myself, or that
Yeah.
I'm selfish. And it's like, when did doing what you truly want and desire in life
And what's
become,
best for you.
and what's best for you, when did that become selfish? Where did that
No,
narrative
and
start?
and so what's wrong with being selfish? Selfish is means that you're taking care of your needs before anybody else's, right?
Yep.
Who else is going to take care of your needs but you?
Yeah.
So be selfish. Just do it. Just be
Absolutely.
selfish. Take care of yourself
Do it.
first and foremost. You know, there's so many sayings, right? Fill your cup first before you fill someone else's. And, but when you can stay in alignment or you can raise your vibration and even feel a little bit better, you're getting closer and closer to being in alignment. And that's all you need. That's all you don't need to try and strive for total complete alignment every second of every day because you're not going to do it, right?
Correct.
You're not going to do it. And it's going to be frustrating. But if you can learn how to let go, let it flow, listen to those cues and say, well, that makes me feel bad, or that doesn't feel sit right with me. So what do I really want? And I know I've been in that position in the past where I know what I want, but I was so unsure of my ability to make the right decision for me because I didn't trust myself. I would
Mhm.
ask everybody else,
Yes.
do you have a second? Can I talk to you about something? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? When now I'm pretty much like, hey, that feels pretty good. Let me go do that. Let me
Yeah.
make that, let me throw that post out there. Let me do this, let me do that. Um and another thing that comes with alignment is you stop apologizing,
Yes.
right? You stop saying that you're sorry for everything. Um, I'm sorry for offending you. I'm sorry for, um, whatever, because you're not sorry. You did what you want, what feels good for you. So why should you be sorry about any of it,
Yeah,
right?
and other people's reactions or responses or emotions are not your responsibility.
That's on
Right.
them.
It's impossible, right? Like there's
Yeah,
no human possible way for you to manage those people's thoughts and feelings and emotions.
right.
But we just kind of assume that we should, and we should go out and like mitigate like, you know, the ripple effects of our decisions. But that's not up for us. The our only true um what words, Laura, I just used all my words. Our only responsibility, there it is to manage our own, and is to be aware of our own and
Right.
lean into those feelings and trust
Yeah.
those feelings, and knowing that we're going to make mistakes. Sometimes you trust yourself and that takes you down a bumpy road. That happens all the time. But
It
there's
does
a
happen all the time.
but there's a lesson in that if you're willing to lean into it.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. And I think yesterday I talked about that too, like that, when you're ready, the teacher appears, right? And sometimes it doesn't look like a teacher.
oh
Some,
yeah.
but the lesson is there regardless. So yeah, it's
Yes.
definitely you need to just go, okay, there's a lesson in here somewhere. What is it? And be open to it.
Yep.
Laura, thank you so much. We could talk about this for hours and
We could.
hours and hours, and maybe we should teach a master class or something together, but let's talk about that later. Thank you
Sounds
so
like a plan.
much. Yeah, thank you so much for being here, and we will talk soon.
Okay.
Coming up next, who do we have? We have Allison Jacobson, and Allison is going to be talking about her presentation is called "Shut the Fear Up." A roadmap to become confident, sexy, and successful. So we'll see Allison in just a minute. Please welcome Allison Jacobson.
I am so excited to be a part of the She Is Me conference and with so many amazing speakers. It truly is wonderful to hear these amazing women tell their stories. And I'm so glad you're here. And I'd like to ask you to grab a notebook, grab a piece of paper, a pen, because I'm going to ask you some questions to think about. And I'm also going to give you some actionable exercises. One of the problems when people attend conferences is they get all jazzed and excited. And then a week goes by and either they've forgotten things or they've become complacent. And I want to make sure that you put everything into action. So I promise you today, you're going to leave here with a clear plan for moving past your fear. I want to tell you a little bit about my story. As you heard, I am a transformation coach for women in midlife to get past their fear and self doubt and to truly live life on their terms confidently, and successful. And I came to this out of my own struggles and fears. My first child died of sudden infant death syndrome in 1997. And needless to say, that rocked my world. I went through a horrific divorce. It was chaotic. My second son has intellectual disabilities. And then I met and married my second husband, who 4 weeks after we were married was diagnosed with primary progressive MS. So in very short order, I went from a newlywed to being a caregiver. And so there were so many pressures and stress and fear around all of those things. And I learned to get over it. It wasn't easy. And I want to share with you how to get past those fears so you can live life as happily. And truly, my dream is to create a world of women who embrace their strength and aren't afraid to let it show through. And I think it's even more important for our daughters. We need to set a role model for our future generations. So let's start out by saying that not all fear is bad, right? I live in Wilton, Connecticut. There are bears here, okay? There's nothing wrong with being afraid of a bear, or there's nothing wrong if you are in a parking garage and you feel somebody following you or just get that feeling. There's nothing wrong with that. And in fact, that's healthy. But what I'm talking about are those irrational fears that prevent us from making great choices in our life and to live life confidently. And that is what I'm talking about. And the key here is to control the fear, not allow it to control you, right? We're never going to get over all our fears, but we need to find a way to control them. So here's the first exercise. And I give this to all of my coaching clients. I want you to objectify your fear. And here's what I mean by that. I want you to see fear as an object inside of you. So for example, for me, I see it as this little ball of black coal. It's hard and it's tiny. And because I see it in me, I can put it aside sometimes. It's there. It's never going to go away, but I can acknowledge it. I can see it, and I can let it go. So what could that look like for you? Maybe it's maybe it's the Grinch, maybe it's green fog, maybe it's slime, whatever that can look like to you. I want you to objectify that fear. And I also want to let you know, and it'll come up later, I have a free giveaway on my website, 5 tips to really reduce fear and live boldly. And you can grab that on my website, allison-jacobson.com, for free. But let's talk about fear, because it really is a learned response. I mean, think about little kids, right? Think about babies. Think about 3 or 4-year-olds. They have no fear. They literally have no fear. And here's the thing. They believe they can do or be anything they want. Most of them know that they have their parents as a safe net. So they feel a safety so that they don't have to feel fear. And they also don't see challenges as something to fear. Okay. Those are all things we learn as we get older. And how did that happen? So I want to talk about that a little bit, right? And so let's think about a kid, right? If you ask a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old who they want to be when they grow up, they're going to say the president. They're going to say, a NBA star. They're going to say a supermodel. They're going to say a YouTube influencer. They think they could be anything. And that's great. They have no limiting beliefs. They believe they can do anything they want to. So what happens? How do we get to the point where we allow limiting beliefs and the fear of going after our dreams stop us? Well, it starts with our parents. And even if they're well-meaning, and they usually are, they have beliefs that they pass on to us. Okay. Think about in your family dynamics, if you had brothers or sisters, how often did you hear your mom and dad say, oh, she's the smart one, or, oh my gosh, she's just great at athletics. My other daughter, not so much. It just started seeping into you what you could and couldn't do. Okay. And it started forming that. And then it went on to coaches. It even went on to your first bosses, right? So we started hearing who we were and what we could do. And this got ingrained in us into a belief, right? And it was all of those things that started forming the fears we have about ourselves. So, for example, I have a friend. She lived in New York City all her life. She moved out here. She never drove. She has extreme anxiety about driving. And now she's passed that along to her 16 and 17-year-old to the point that they're afraid to drive, right? And she didn't mean to do it, but it was just her own inner anxiety and fear. And now her kids have fear of driving, right? Or what about the boss who always shoots down ideas to the point that you don't feel like you can bring up ideas or break out of your mold and try a different position in your career because you've always been told you can't by a boss? So these are all the fears. And we end up constructing this image of ourselves based on what other people tell us. So here's the first question I want you to write down. What fear do you have that you learned from a family member? What fear do you have that you learned from a family member? I'm going to give you my own example. My mother was never athletic. She just was very scared of taking risks athletically. And because of that, I was nervous about it. I was afraid to ski. I was afraid to try out for a team sport. I was always afraid of getting hurt. And I that was an ingrained, and she didn't mean to do it to me, but I just heard what she said. I saw how she reacted. I heard her concern when I first started saying, I want to try out for this. I want to do this. And the immediate response was, oh, be careful. And you only have to hear that a certain amount of times where that, oh, be careful, becomes a fear that became ingrained in me that I never would have had. Okay. So the first exercise I want you to think of, that was the first question, is I want you to think of a fear you have, right? And what proof do you have that makes it a fact? Okay. So I'll go back to my example of being afraid to ski. What proof do I have that I will break my leg skiing? Do I know people that haven't broken their leg skiing, right? I'm sure I know thousands of it. So we need to start really looking at that fear and saying, is it a fact or is it a belief? Here's another example, public speaking. That's one of the greatest fears for so many people is public speaking. So I want you to think, if this is one of your fears, what is your fear of public speaking? Are you afraid you're going to forget what you say? Are you afraid you're going to forget your lines? Are you afraid people are going to think of you as a fraud? What is that fear around public speaking? And then I want you to think of people you know who speak in public. It could be, people like me. You don't even know me, but you're seeing me. Or it could be friends. Do you know somebody who's given a toast at a wedding? Who do you know that's given a speech in public and they haven't self-combust, right? They've survived it and it was enjoyable. So start thinking about those proof points to show that that fear you have is not a fact, it's a belief. Okay, so that's one of the first things. The other thing about little kids is they strut their stuff, right? They think they are the greatest. They will walk around dancing around in a tutu. They will start singing like they're Britney Spears. They will, think they're a supermodel. They'll go outside in a bikini and run around in a water sprinkler, right? They just live that way. And then we got to the point when we grew up of hiding ourselves, right? We don't sing in public. We don't go dancing. We certainly aren't going to run outside in a bikini, right? We learned that that was not socially acceptable, right? Where did we learn this from, right? We've been fed a steady stream of what we should look like, how we should act, how we should behave by social media and marketing. Okay. One of the best things I love, it was for those of you who ever watched the show Seinfeld, there was an episode where Elaine went on the dance floor and started dancing, and she was horrible. She was absolutely horrible, but she was rocking her stuff and she didn't care. She was happy as can be. She had no fear or intimidation on doing that. And that's the way I want you to think about it. Women, we censor our looks, especially, right? I mean, in this curated world of Instagram and everything, all we see are these beautiful up photos where we have filters on them, right? And we get this fear that we're not enough, that we're not pretty enough, that we're not smart enough, that we're not thin enough, right? And we want to conform to the standards that we've been told are acceptable, right? It's not real. So this fear translates into a lack of confidence, right? In socializing, we feel like we can't go out in public. We can't go onto dating sites. We can't go networking professionally because we're not skinny enough, or we don't have the right clothes, or whatever it is. We have bad hair. And so it becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy. You're afraid to go out and network. So therefore you don't make the connections, you don't meet people personally or professionally, and therefore you say, see, I'm not good enough. And it becomes this vicious cycle. So we need to break out of that, okay? We need to realize that the only person that needs to see that confidence is the one in the mirror. You need to see that and realize that it's confidence that's sexy. It's not having the perfect body. I guarantee you, think of Lizzo, right? For those of you who know who Lizzo is, man, she has confidence oozing everywhere. That girl is sexy beyond belief. Okay, that's what I want you. She has no fear of going out in public. She has no fear of strutting her stuff. That's how I want you to feel. So here's the next writing exercise. In a journal, I want you to write down 3 things that you love about yourself. I know that's not easy. I want you to write down 3 things that you love about yourself, but I want one of those things to be some physical attribute. You must write down one physical attribute you love about yourself. And I also want to give you a practical exercise about channeling confidence. So when I was going through my divorce, I was in and out of court literally, I think about 25 times. Like the bailiff got to know me on a first name basis. It was pretty bad, but I never got past that fear at first. It took me like 10 or 12 times. It always felt horrible walking into court. And with my coaching clients before COVID, I would literally take them on field trips to the courthouse so they understood how it was going to feel, because it's intimidating, it's scary, it's just not the place to be. And what happened was, because of this, I found myself sweating profusely and stumbling over my words, and it was just horrible. Like I made a really bad impression. And so I decided I needed to be somebody else. I needed to channel someone who epitomized kick-ass for me. And for me, for any of you who've ever watched the show Scandal, that was the show. Kerry Washington, her character, Olivia Pope, man, she was the one. And so when I started walking to court, I was Olivia Pope. I walked like her. I had facial expressions like her. I acted like her. I just became Olivia Pope. I thought, how would Olivia address this situation? And so I want you to start doing that. Whenever you're nervous in a situation, I want you to start channeling someone in your life who you think of as a badass. It could be a family member. It could be a friend. It could be a celebrity, a business person, an author. It could be a fictional character like mine. Whoever that is, I want you to start channeling that person, feeling like them, and acting like them. And I promise you, that will get you past that fear. Okay. The other problem, like we said, with kids, they always felt like they had a safety net of mom and dad, right? They could go out and do things. Mom and dad had them, usually. But when we have that safety net gone, we tend to stay in situations where, even though they may not be great for us, we feel safe, right? So often, I deal with women going through divorce who are in horrible situations, but they're afraid to leave that situation because the fear of change is worse than dealing with the situation they're dealing with. And so I get that, but it prevents us from having wonderful experiences. It prevents us from taking that safari. It prevents us from moving across country. It prevents us from going online and finding a new wonderful relationship. And so we have to be okay with being uncomfortable for a while and change, because change is good. Okay. So we have to start thinking about that and keep remembering, fear is not a fact. Okay. It's only a thought we have in the future. And what we need to focus on is present moment. One of the worst things is, and I'm sure you've experienced this, you lay in bed at night and all of a sudden you're awake with all of these stressful, fearful thoughts going through your head. And it grows and grows and grows and grows, right? It becomes just overwhelming. And that goes back to making the fear small. But the way to get over that is to start thinking in the present moment. Don't get tied up in the future. Okay? You'll get there. And so again, I have my son with intellectual disabilities. I have my husband with primary progressive MS. There's a lot I worry about in the future of being a caregiver, of what if I get sick, all of that. Those are all beliefs. I don't know any of those are going to happen. And so what I do is deal with the here and now. And I say to myself, everything's fine right now. But I start taking small steps to plan for the future. Because I always say knowledge is power. And when you have a plan, you will be okay. So I want you to think of a goal you have that you've been putting off because you're afraid of it, right? So maybe it is, I don't know, going on a cruise by yourself. Okay, maybe this is what you want to do, but you're holding yourself back because you've never traveled by yourself and you're really nervous about traveling by yourself. I want you to write down 5 steps that you can do getting ready to the point where you can travel by yourself. So that might look like going out to dinner by yourself. That might be researching cruises. That might be talking to somebody who's gone on a cruise by themselves or a trip by themselves. So I want you to start making those plans and building up to it. Here's another example, right? If you want to start your own business, right? I was just talking to someone who went from being a scientist to being a fashion designer. Oh my God, that's amazing, right? But I am sure there was fear in that step. So I want you to think of 5 steps you can take towards that new career. So maybe it is just signing up for a domain name. Maybe it's ordering business cards. Maybe it's starting a Facebook page. But one of the things I want those 5 to do is to introduce yourself to 3 people as that person. And what I mean by that is, if you're going to be an interior designer, I want you to introduce yourself to 3 people and say, I'm an interior designer. Going back to the cruise example, I want you to say to 3 people, you know, when you're, whoever you are, know, out in public, I'm going on a cruise by myself. If they ask you when, you'll say, well, I haven't booked it yet, but I want you to start talking about it, thinking about it, because as soon as you start putting those small steps into place, I guarantee you the fear is going to start diminishing. The other thing, like I said about kids, is they don't see challenges as scary, right? If you give a kid, a little kid, a puzzle or a test or something, they see it as a challenge, right? They're not afraid of failing. We have a learned behavior about failing. And again, that started when we were little, right? Teachers drilled it into us. You can't fail your test. Coaches, you have to win. And so we learned this experience of you can't fail. You must win. And we get to the point where we're afraid of even trying because we're afraid of failure. But here's the thing. Failure is not a setback. Failure is the opportunity to learn. Think about it with your kids, right? If your child came home with a C on a test, would you yell and scream at them? I hope not. I hope you tell them that this is an opportunity to learn, right? You wouldn't tell them to drop out of school. Here's another example. If you were driving across country, say you were going from New York to San Diego, if your car had a flat tire, if you hit a roadblock, if you hit traffic, you wouldn't stop driving to San Diego. You'd get your tire fixed, or you'd go on a detour. You wouldn't stop wherever you are or say, oh, I'm going to go home. I can't make it to San Diego. You'd figure out a way around it. And that is exactly what happens if you make a mistake. I am running the New York City Marathon. I've never run in my life. I only started training in November. I could only run 1 mile. Last week, I ran 15 miles. But yesterday, I was only able to run 3 miles. I was exhausted. And instead of thinking of it as a failure, I thought, okay, what changed? What do I need to do differently? How am I going to get to the next step? I didn't stop and say, okay, that's it. I'm not going to run the marathon. So what I'm saying is reframe failure as an opportunity to learn. Okay. The other thing is, in order to succeed, in order to get past your fear, resilience is the key trait you need to have. And to get resilience, you need to have a powerful why. Why am I running the New York City Marathon? Because it's 25 years since my son Connor died. It's his 25th anniversary. I'm doing it in honor of him. That is my why. That is my great and passionate why. That's why I won't stop. You have to have a compelling, passionate reason for why you want to do something. Because as soon as you have that great and powerful why, like I talk about, the fear is minimized. And that why becomes a lot stronger than that fear, and you will succeed. Okay. So here's another exercise I always give to my clients. Okay. It is, first of all, I want you to write down why you want to achieve that goal. What's the great and powerful why? And then I want you to play the if so, then what game. And here's what I mean by that. I want you to think of all of the obstacles and challenges that you are afraid of in reaching that goal. Let's go back to opening your own business. Okay. What's your powerful why for opening your own business? And it can't just be to make money, because money gives you something. It may give you freedom, it may give you safety, but why is it that you want to open that business? And then I want you to go back and think of the obstacles and fears you have to opening that business. So maybe one is no one's going to buy my product that I'm selling. Okay. So the if so is, if people don't buy the product I'm selling, then what will I do? So the then might be, well, I'll market to a different audience, or I will modify the product. So I want you to keep, and then it goes on to that. Well, if I modify the product and it still doesn't sell, then what will I do? So the then might be, I'll bring in an expert in marketing the product or whatever it is. So I want you to keep doing the if so, then what of what that fear is. It might be something less than opening a business. Maybe, for example, it is, I have a fear of going on a dating site. Okay, I don't want to put myself out there. I'm afraid of a dating site. So the if so could be, if I put myself on a dating site, I'm going to meet horrible guys. No one's going to be attracted to me. Okay. If no one's attracted to me, then is I will change up my profile, or I will, find friends who would put their profiles up on dating sites and see how it differs. Okay. So you're going to keep working through it so that you see there's an answer for every one of your fears till you break it down and break it down and break it down. Okay. So that's the next one. I think the biggest intimidation factor and the biggest fear, and I had this when I got divorced, I had a lot of fear and intimidation around my ex. And every time I saw an email come in from him, or even when I saw him in public, I would get a knot in my stomach. I literally would be afraid. And I have to remind you, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And yes, physical abuse exists, but emotional and verbal abuse exists as well. And I want you to remember that, because those scars, even though they're on the inside, are just as powerful. And so I literally work with hundreds of women who have been emotionally abused or verbally abused and don't know how to get past it. And there's a couple ways of doing this. And I want to give them to you because it can be scary and intimidating dealing with your ex. So here's a couple of tips when you have somebody, or even it could even be an ex-friend, whoever it is that intimidates you and you have fear around. First of all, make sure that you only look at those person, you only deal in email with that person. You will not accept phone calls, you will not accept texts. And here's why. Emails can go into a separate box and they could be considered later. You do not have to answer immediately. Okay. In email also, you can choose how you want to respond. You can make it very neutral, because the other thing I'm going to say is you want to create scripts when you're dealing with this person. And what I mean by that is 5 sentences that you keep neutral and always repeat. No matter how that person tries to get you going and rattle you, you don't do anything except stick to the script. And the other thing that's most important is to objectify the person. Here's what I mean by that. The person you are divorcing, the person you no longer have a relationship with, is no longer the person you knew. And so you have to take the emotion out of it. And you can do that by creating a different person. So let me give you an example. One of the things I dislike more than anything is lima beans. So I renamed my ex Lima Bean. In my phone, he is labeled as Lima Bean. I refer to him as LB. In front of the kids, I only refer to him as LB. He is Lima Bean. And the reason that is because then I can take off that emotion that came with that person. And it allows me to neutralize my feelings. So that's one of the other tricks I have for you. The key really is to keep building your confidence. Work on this. It doesn't happen overnight. Fear doesn't go away overnight. You've developed these fears through a long time, but keep pushing one step at a time, one little small step at a time. And if you want more information, I also have a new book that just came out, Daily Inspirations for Midlife Women, a guide to peace, joy, confidence, and abundance. And these are just little morning and evening affirmations and quotes to lift you up and to give you the strength and confidence and courage you need. And you can find it on Amazon. So thank you very much. I am so honored to be part of this conference.
Allison, thank you so much. So many nuggets. So I made a few notes here. I loved the idea, and I use this as well, of emulating the person that you most want to be like, right? So find that person who is doing what you want to do, is being how you want to be. And you don't have to imitate them, but imitate their habits. If you know that they're getting up every morning and having, eggs and toast for breakfast, then try their thing, right? Try it. If you know that they spend an hour exercising every day, then try their thing. Whatever it is that their thing. So just get in there and try it. Try and do what they do. Look at their, what they're doing that is considered successful to them, and how they get motivated and those kinds of things. I think that's a perfectly valid thing to do. I mean, it's working. So,
Yeah.
And then, if you come across something that doesn't work for you, then just go, okay, that doesn't work for me, and I'm going to do something different. One of the tips that Annette Bove gave, she spoke yesterday. She's a founding member of SheisMe. When dealing with a narcissist or dealing with, a difficult situation where communication is always going to be taken out of context, always, hassle. She said 3 words or less. Respond with 3 words or less.
Exactly.
Yes,
Exactly.
no, maybe, see you there, whatever, right? 3 words or
Because
less.
you can get sucked into that hole and you're never going to get out. You'll never win.
You'll never win. and
Nope.
you will get sucked in every single time. That's a perfect way to put it, because that's what they want from
Yes.
you. They want to suck
Right.
you in and keep you in that cycle. They're so mad that you're not in that, they can't control you anymore, and that you're not in that
Mhm.
cycle anymore.
Well,
So
and I
that's
tell women especially, it's hard at first because when you start doing that, they're going to get more angry.
yeah.
And so you have
Oh
to
yeah.
stay strong in your courage. If they get angrier, you know it's working.
Yeah. Yeah. And they are going to get angry, and they're going to threaten you, and they're going to
Mhm.
say terrible things. I mean, I was told, I'm calling Child Protective Services.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to tell them that you're kidnapping my kids, and I'm
Mhm.
going to get the kids taken away from you, and all
Oh,
this stuff.
yeah.
And I was like, do what you need to, you know?
Exactly. I was told God is going to punish me. I'm like, okay.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And somebody asked, oh, I was on a podcast with Leah Ideology. She's another speaker, and we were talking about my story, and she said, when you were going through all of this was interesting. Going through all of this, were you still in love with that person? And I said, no, because I wouldn't be like, yes, I want a divorce if I still was in love with this person. I said, think of it as a reservoir, and as things happen throughout the relationship, a little bit more and a little bit more just kind of comes out until it's empty. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's empty. So when it's empty, then I'm done. Then I have nothing else to give to that. I have no more energy to give to that.
Right.
So
And it's the
call them,
energy that's perfect.
call them, do what you need to do, threaten me, whatever it takes. You know,
Yeah.
I've lived with years of your threats, and guess what? Just
Yep.
more of that same old bullshit, right? And then lima beans. That made me laugh. That literally made me laugh out loud,
Is that
because
who
I have done the same exact thing in my whole life for people that, you know, I didn't, if I spoke their name or I spoke about them, then I was speaking their energy into my
Yes.
existence, right?
Yes.
So lima beans, LB, whatever.
Mhm.
And I think it's important as well that when we're trying to heal and we're trying to get past something, and that constant stuff is coming at us, that that we do as much as possible to stay out of that energy. And I did the same thing. I told my kids I wouldn't speak badly about their father. I wouldn't bring them into, because what I had to talk about was adult
Yes.
stuff that I had with him, and that was
Yeah.
really, I didn't wanna drag them in. They're kids. I didn't wanna
Right.
drag them in. I had friends. I had a counselor. I had somewhere where I could go and talk, and I think that's really important, to not bring your kids into that, because let them be kids. Let them be
Exactly.
kids, and let them understand that this is something that adults are going through, and talk to them when you need a little bit of comfort or you need to feel better, and let them know that you trust them in that
Right.
way. um, they don't need to be your buddy. They don't need to be your friend.
No.
Listen to everything that's going on. So I made I told them, you can have your relationship with your dad, but
Exactly.
what my relationship is, it's over. So we're not even talking about that anymore. You know.
Right. Right, exactly, and to get past also that fear of, well, they're gonna love him more than me, or he can give you have to stand firm in your belief as in your parenting of how you're going to be, and not the fear of, I'm gonna lose them.
Or I need to be the better parent, or I need to
Right.
be the nice parent, or I need to be, kids need guidance, they need
Yep.
boundaries. And saying I'm going to win by letting them do whatever they want, and letting them be happy, because they're with me. And that is something that's just going to bite you later down the line.
Absolutely.
Um, but I loved lima beans. I'm going to think about that all day, and I'm going to laugh. I know it.
Well, I'm gonna have to tell you a very funny story. So when we were getting divorced, we owned a piece of property on an island off of Long Island, and it was our one asset that we had to sell. And it was just a fight of when we're going to sell it and all of this. We finally go to sell it, and we get a call from the realtor that it didn't pass some environmental inspections because there was water running off a farm from chemicals that had been there 20 years ago. It was a lima bean farm. I kid you not. You can't make this up. I was like, oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, you have
Mhm.
got to be kidding.
Yeah.
And I think I put a really funny ringtone on my phone, and I can't remember what it was, but it was something that was like Darth Vader or something, you know, that
Yeah, yeah.
phone. It
And
was,
that's what you have to do. I mean, I had one client who was very funny. She had been physically abused, and she was scared to death of seeing her ex in court. And she was a kindergarten teacher. And I said, I need you to imagine someone who gives you strength. And she giggled and she said, Miss Piggy. And I'm like, you're
oh,
kidding me.
yay.
And so the morning of court, I sent her a picture of Miss Piggy, and it just
Yeah,
made her laugh, and it changed the dynamics for her.
right. Because what would Miss Piggy do in that
Exactly.
situation? Right? Miss Piggy
Exactly.
wouldn't sit there and take it,
Right.
you know?
She could give you a karate chop.
Yeah. That's fantastic. Well, Allison, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Your presentation was amazing, and you know, I'm so excited the amount of women that we have, and the women that were all gathered here, and what we're building, and what we're doing. We're changing the world, and that's important.
And thank you, because what you're doing is so important, because women are going to change the world, and we need to have this collective energy. And for you to bring this together is just so important.
Oh, thank you so much. So we are going to sign off next here at, what time is it? It's almost 1 o'clock. We're going to talk to Erica Montgomery. She's going to talk about changing careers midlife, or after you've had a career. And, you know, one thing that's really important is to separate who we are and what we do. And she's going to talk about that as well. So thanks, everyone. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock.
Honored to be a part of the lineup. So as Lisa mentioned, my name's Erica Taylor Montgomery. I'm the founder and CEO of Three Girls Media. We're a full service marketing and public relations agency that's based in the greater Seattle area. And I did not get to this career in being an entrepreneur through maybe what some people would call a traditional route. So I'm going to start at my beginning. Let's go all the way back to my childhood. And I can tell you, it was not a beaver cleaver existence. I grew up in the 60s and 70s, and it was an lower middle class income family. But my parents left a lot to be desired when I was a kid. My mom was largely absent. She and my dad didn't really get along, and my mom isn't one who handled conflict well. So her coping mechanism was to avoid. So she, when I was about 6 years old, enrolled in college full time. So she could spend a lot of time away from home, and left me in charge of my three younger brothers. I'm the oldest of four. And my dad, his avoidance and coping mechanism was to work. So he was at work a lot of the time. And then when he was at home, he definitely prioritized his friends over his family. His friends were his family. And he would spend many, many hours in the evenings and weekends when he would get home from work with his friends in our, what we call the pool room, because he had a pool table in there. And he taught me from a very young age, about 6 or 7, how to bartend for him and his friends. So I knew from that age how to make a really mean rum and Coke, and would service my dad and his buddies for whatever their alcohol needs were. And they did a lot of drugs. My dad became a drug dealer and grew marijuana in our backyard and sold it, which at the time was very taboo. And this was long before the days of legality. So It was very hush hush and very secretive. He also dealt in cocaine and psychedelics and all kinds of other crazy things. It was a scary time to be a kid in that household. Secrecy was the key. My dad also, besides being really what I came to realize an adult, was an alcoholic and a drug dealer and a drug user, was very physically and verbally abusive to me and my brothers. We were beaten with a belt regularly to the point where we were black and blue, and we had teachers call Child Protective Services. We had family members call Child Protective Services, my aunt. Unfortunately, CPS did nothing, but it was a scary, violent, lonely childhood. And you might think that someone from that background wouldn't necessarily have the best chances, but despite my childhood, I've always been a very positive thinker. I've always been a glass is half full type of mentality. And so eventually, when my mom kicked me out at the age of 17, the very first time I ever stood up to her and said, no, I wasn't going to do something that she had asked me to do. I had finally decided I was going to rebel. And she kicked me out that first time. And I packed a bag and I left. And I called home later that night and said, I want to come back. And my dad said, nope, you're out of here. So I was on the streets for a few nights, just trying to find a place to lay my head. It was terrifying. Finally, my aunt took me in after a couple of days. And from that point on, I've been on my own. I was always a good student as a child, and got good grades despite what was going on in my home life, and was determined to make something of myself. I had always dreamed of being a doctor and loved medicine. And unfortunately, my proclivity for science wasn't the best. I was pulling, low B's and C's in those subjects. And it was difficult to think about getting into medical school, not doing very well in those subjects. So that's okay. I fell in love with theater. I did some theater while I was in high school. My English teacher had challenged me to try out for the school play for extra credit. So on a whim, I decided I'd take the extra credit and tried out for the school play and landed the lead role. Who knew, right? I was terrified, but got bitten by the theater bug and really enjoyed it and participated in every play and school musical for my high school career. And so I decided I'm living on my own. I got a job waiting tables and I'm going to put myself through college. And so I signed up as a theater major and was really enjoying what I had learned, being in theater classes and being in sort of a higher level of theater, and was thinking it would be wonderful to make a career out of this. But at some point, for some reason, it dawned on me that having a quote unquote career as an actress would probably mean continuing to wait tables most of my life and then have the occasional role in community theater or something like that. I just know what it took to actually make it in the industry, and it's so few and far between. I just thought it would be maybe not the answer for a steady career for me. And I wasn't sure what to do, honestly. So I had a boyfriend at the time, and he had signed up for an introduction to broadcasting class at our college that fulfilled a general ed requirement and also was more time for me to spend with him. So I was like, yeah, sign me up. I'm in for this general ed class, Intro to Broadcasting. And I really didn't know what I'd learn or what it would be about, but it sounded like a pretty easy A, and getting to spend more time with the boyfriend on top of it sounded like a good deal. So I was in. And suddenly in that class, I got bitten by the broadcasting bug. And it wasn't that much different than theater, it was just a different medium. So I actually graduated with a degree in broadcasting and was lucky enough to get my very first job in radio, working at a rock and roll station in Concord, which is a city in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I got the weekend overnight shift was my very first radio job. I was so excited. And I got to stay up all night on the weekends on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night playing rock and roll. And I just thought I was it. I was loving life. And I've always been the kind of person to shoot for a goal. So it was ultimately my goal to get to do morning show programming in San Francisco proper. And morning shows are considered the cream of the crop of broadcasting. It is the number one shift. It's when there's the most listeners. It's the biggest, the best, and the brightest. And that's where I wanted to be. So slowly but surely, I applied at bigger stations and better shifts and worked my way up slowly but surely until I landed my dream job. For the last 10 years of my broadcasting career in radio and television, I worked as a morning show co-host. For those of you that were around in the 70s and 80s, you might remember Greg Kihn, who was a musician, and he had the Greg Kihn Band. He was really famous for the breakup song and for the Jeopardy song. The last 5 years of my morning show career, I co-hosted a morning show with Greg Kihn, which was a blast. He's an amazing guy. And the challenge of working morning radio, I came to discover, is although it's the desired shift where everybody wants to be, it's hard. Not hard in terms of the work, which I loved and came very easily to me, but hard in terms of the schedule. I had to be up at 6 o'clock or at 2 o'clock in the morning to be out of the house by 3, to drive to San Francisco and be on the air by 4, or prepare by 4 and be on the air at 5. And then you're off the air at 9 or 10. You do some promotional work, you do some commercials, recording, whatever else, appearances. You're back home, and then you do it all over again, trying to go to bed at 6 o'clock in the evening to get up again at 2 o'clock in the morning. And as I ultimately got married and had a young son, working those kinds of hours was difficult. It was really hard. Just when your family wants to have dinner and sit down and watch a movie or play games after dinner, you're like, sorry, I gotta bail. I've got to go to bed. So I started thinking that maybe there was a way for me to use all of the skills that I had learned and grown as a member of the media over that amazing 2-decade career that I had had, without necessarily being a member of the media anymore. And I didn't want to give up that morning shift that I loved so much and do something that I loved less. And going to another shift wasn't necessarily the right answer for me at the time. It was sort of a step down in my career. If I would have taken a different shift or a different time frame or moved out of San Francisco, it just really didn't feel like I'd be heading in the right direction. And I'm much more about moving ahead, forging a new path, doing something bigger, better, more exciting. So is I had in my mind that I was ultimately going to wind down my broadcasting career and look for something new, I decided to do some research. And I spent time at the library. I spent time talking to other professionals and really looked into where I could use my knowledge of the media, where I could use my years of experience in broadcasting and have it really pay off for the biggest bang for buck. And I came up with the world of marketing and public relations. It seemed like a really good fit. Did I know the industry? No, not at all. But I know that for years, these are the type of people that were coming to me, marketers and PR people were coming to me, looking for me to cover their products and services as a broadcaster. And so I thought, what if I flipped the script and went the other direction? So I literally started cold calling some PR and marketing agencies in Silicon Valley. And at the time, I had a pretty well known name in San Francisco. And so I said, this is who I am. And I'm willing to start at the bottom of the food chain. If you're willing to teach me about marketing and PR, I'm willing to start at the bottom and teach you everything that I know about the media and about broadcasting and about that particular world. And there was one CEO at one PR agency that was crazy enough to say yes to me. And she called me in on the spot for an interview. She said, "Can you be here in an hour?" And I was like, really? And little did she know, I was in my PJs, my hair was a mess, I had no makeup on, and my car was literally in the shop that day being repaired. I had no way to get there, no way at all. So I said, my car's actually in the shop, I don't have a way to get there. And she said, no problem, call a cab, I'll pay for it. I was like, oh my gosh. So what am I going to say? I have to say yes, of course. So I call a cab. The cab says, we'll be there in 15 minutes. I'm like, holy cow. So I go throw on some clothes, throw my hair up in a bun, grab my makeup bag and my purse. The cab arrives. I'm putting on my makeup in the back of the cab in a flurry as he drives me 15 minutes away to this major PR agency in Silicon Valley. I'm nervous as all get out because I know nothing about how to prepare for this particular interview since it's an industry I don't really know all that well and I've only done a little research on, and I'm just hoping for the best. So I take a deep breath when I get out of the cab, say a prayer to the universe and calmly breathe as I walk up to the front desk and say who I'm there to talk to. And they pull me in for an interview and I meet with the CEO and the executive vice president of this company. And the interview went really well. Fortunately, they didn't ask me anything that I wasn't comfortable answering. And little did I know they offered me the job. So I was thrilled. On the spot, they offered me a job and I was going to start the following Monday, which was, I think the interview was on a Thursday and I was going to start the job on Monday. So they hired me as a junior level account executive. And that was great because I didn't have any pressure to perform out the gate. They knew that I was very green, but they knew that I had a tremendous knowledge of the media. And so it worked out. And as I got my feet wet and learned an entirely new industry, I came to love it. I came to love marketing and PR and how creative it was. And it had so many similarities to the broadcasting industry in terms of that creative streak. And I slowly worked my way up in that agency until 2 years later, I had become their director of media relations. And again, always being on that path of growth and looking for newer and bigger and better opportunities and looking to grow myself personally and professionally, I'd finally capped out there. And I knew that there was no place that I could continue to grow at that particular agency. So after 3 years, I decided to spread my wings a little bit farther, and I became a press secretary secretary for the California state legislature. Talk about responsibility. Wow. And that was hardcore. And talk about pressure. Everybody says how dirty the world of politics is, but I had no idea what I was getting myself into in the world of politics until you've seen it from behind the scenes. It is dirtier than you could ever imagine. It is grungy. It is hardcore. It is an old boys club to the nth degree. It was eye-opening, to say the least. And I worked in particular for one senator in California for quite a while. And believe it or not, it was the worst case of sexual harassment I have ever been in my life. And I thought that I had experienced some sexual harassment in broadcasting as a woman, because the broadcasting industry, even to this day, is still an old boys club, very sadly. But back in the 80s and 90s, it was even worse. And I thought I'd experienced some pretty hardcore stuff in broadcasting. But there was nothing that compared to the sexual harassment that my team and I survived with this one particular female senator. And that's what made it so extraordinary, is that she was a woman. And yet the things that she would say to us, and the disgusting jokes that she would tell, and the detailed stories that she would share with us of her sexual exploits and the affairs that she was having. She was married, and she was having affair with the Speaker of the House, and would share explicit details of her exploits. It was disgusting. And it was such an awkward position to be in. And finally, after banding together, me and several other staffers decided to go to the Rules Committee for the legislature. And the Rules Committee, if you don't know, is kind of like their HR department. And so we forged a formal complaint with the HR department. And it was really sad to see that they banded together to support the senator. And I left the legislature under not great circumstances. I was very proud of the work that I had done, but I couldn't stomach being in that kind of abusive position anymore. And so I was stuck. When I left the legislature, I was depressed. I felt defeated. I felt like, what do I do now? I had literally spent the last 6 years of my life between the legislature and the PR agency that I had worked for, working 80 to 90 hours a week for other people, either this big PR firm or the legislature, being at their beck and call, bending over backwards, spilling my blood, my sweat, my tears, everything I'd given for these companies. And I just felt used. I felt wasted. I felt awful. And I had to ask myself, what am I doing this for? I've got no time with my family. My husband doesn't see me. My son doesn't see me. I'm just not living the life that I want to live. And it was a real eye-opener for me. It was just such a slap in the face to realize that I was so unhappy. And I had to ask, what am I going to do now? Am I going to go back to work for another Silicon Valley marketing and PR agency where I'm going to work another 80 to 90 hours a week for someone else? And, have a CEO tell me, like one CEO did, that I couldn't leave to go to my son's cello concert because she wanted me to stay and work on a project? And the answer was an affirmative no. No, I'm not going to go back to that. But what was I going to do? And At that point, I decided there needed to be more to life. There really needed to be that magic phrase that we all hear, work-life balance. What did that mean? And how could I make it reality for me? How could I have a career that I loved and still have time for my family and do something that I enjoy and be able to go to those cello concerts and soccer games and have date nights with my husband where I wasn't falling asleep at the restaurant and all of these things. And I decided, you know what? I'm just going to do me. I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to be my own boss. I'm going to be an entrepreneur. Now, I had zero experience as an entrepreneur. I had zero experience running a business, and I knew nothing about even where to begin. I figured I was going to start my own marketing and PR company because that's essentially what I'd done for the last 6 years of my life. And I'd done broadcasting 20 years before that, and I had a pretty good bead on marketing and public relations and broadcasting and all of that. And I figured I know what I'm doing, so why can't I do it for myself? And at the time, I didn't have a mentor. So I started literally calling up friends who I knew had their own businesses or other businesses that I admired and asking to take the owners out to lunch or coffee. Let me pick your brain. How did you start your business? What do you know about where I need to begin? Where do I even start? And at the time, the internet was still a relatively new thing. And if you can believe that, thinking back to those days, and starting your own website was not something a lot of people did, but I managed to hunt and peck my way through starting my very first website for my business. And I got business cards printed and I started a bank account for the company and I settled on a name, Three Girls Media. And a lot of people ask me where the name comes from, and I'll share that with you. A lot of people assume that Three Girls Media was started by three sisters or three friends or three women all together or something like that. And there's actually nothing of the sort. I knew that I wanted the company to have a creative and catchy name. And in the world of marketing and PR, what we really do is spread the word about something, one way, shape, or form. We spread the word about things. And so if you want to spread the word quickly about something, what do? All you have to do is tell three girls, and before you know, it is out there like wildfire. And so I thought that would be such a cute name for the company, Three Girls Media, with the thought of whispering in each other's ear and spreading the word about our clients. So I adopted that as the company name and found a really cute graphic of three girls chatting together as our logo. And I was off and running. And looking back now, I've been in business almost 17 and a half years as an entrepreneur. And back in those first couple of years, it was scary what I did not know. I really took that leap of faith and dove off the high board of the swimming pool, not knowing if there was going to be water there to catch me. Honestly, I knew nothing about bookkeeping. I knew nothing about taxes. I knew nothing about hiring. I knew nothing about HR. I knew nothing about so many things. But what I want to relay to you, and if you take nothing else away from this talk today, I want you to know that that's okay. You don't have to have all the answers because I truly believe that every single one of you watching this presentation today is a really smart woman. And even though you might not have all the answers at your fingertips, you can probably find them. Even starting with a simple Google search can go a long way. We all have friends we can ask, family we can ask, admired individuals we can ask for help and insight, for different things that we may need. And even though I didn't know about all of those things, I learned. It was slow, it was hard, it was challenging. My mind was a sieve and exploding all at the same time. There was just so much to take in and so much to absorb and so much to learn about being an entrepreneur. But you know what? As hard as those first couple of years were, it has been equally, if not more so, rewarding every single step of the way. And sitting here almost 2 decades later now, I don't regret a second of it. Changing that first career when I made the decision to move from broadcasting into marketing, and so I could have better work-life balance and have better hours for me and my family was really the first step. But then after my debacle working in government for a few years and deciding to become an entrepreneur where I really controlled the work-life balance in my life, made such a huge difference for me and my family. And I've grown the company today to a group of a dozen amazing team members. I've got the most fantastic team, and work life balance is absolutely core to our company culture. It's who we are as a business. Happy employees to me are productive employees. And if somebody wants to take the afternoon off to go rollerblading, more power to them. I could care less. Go have a good time, recharge. If somebody wants to take time to go to a movie or take an extra long lunch or whatever they want to do, it's fine by me. I love that, and I love that about my life. I love that we can each take time for our families, our hobbies, our pets, our kids, and really do what we love to do. And believe me, if I can change careers, not just once, but twice, anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. I look back at those days, both when I decided to leave broadcasting and when I decided to become an entrepreneur. And I know it's a leap of faith. And what a lot of you may be asking yourselves is, I'm afraid at the loss of income. Maybe you have a significantly paying job right now, and you're wondering, if I go out on my own, am I going to be able to make the same amount of money that I'm making now, or at least in a short period of time? And for me, that answer was no. I did not make a ton of money right out the gate, nor, frankly, am I making a ton of money now. Am I getting by? Do I have good quality of life? Absolutely, I do. But I didn't make the decision to make the career changes that I did because I wanted to get rich quick or because I was in it to become a millionaire. Not that there's anything wrong with those goals, if that's what you have in mind. But for me, it wasn't about the money. It really, at its core, was about work-life balance and living a life that I loved and being able to sleep in the mornings. I'm not an early morning riser. After my last 10 years in broadcasting and getting up at 2 a.m., I never realized how sleep deprived I was for an entire decade until I stopped doing morning broadcasting. never realized how sleep deprived I was. And now if I have to get up before 8 a.m., that is early. That is early. Also, I've scheduled my life being able to work from home. My entire company has been virtual long before COVID. We've been a virtual agency now for 15 years. So when COVID hit us, it really wasn't, a thing. We had figured it out how to work remotely as a team. And so I get to roll out of bed at 8 o'clock in the morning, put on my comfy clothes, and I'm at my computer by 9 or 9:15. And that's perfectly fine. And I love that life. I love being able to, go out in the yard and visit my flock of chickens in the middle of the day, or go out in the front yard with my dog for a while, or take a long lunch. And you can have that kind of life too. You get to decide. Don't ever be afraid to take that leap, because gosh knows it was terrifying. I'm not saying it's not scary, but again, if I can do it, you can do it. And it has been the most rewarding and the best decisions I have made in my life. And I don't regret a day of it. Have there been hard times? You bet. Are there going to be hard times to come? You bet. But is it worth it? In my mind, 110%. So I just want to be able to inspire you today, let you know that it's okay not to have all the answers, that it's okay to do something different. It's okay to follow your dreams. And if you're not sure what that dream is, and you're not sure what the right career choice is for you, but you just want to do something different, that's okay too. You can do what I did and take a couple months and do some research, whether you're spending time on Google, or whether you're going to the library, or whether you're, doing any kind of research or reading books, or, anything like that. You can find something that is going to make your soul happy. And that's really what the most important thing is, isn't it, in life, is making sure your soul is happy and having that thing that makes you feel fulfilled besides family. If a career is what you want and you want a job outside the home, then you should be able to have it doing something you love. So I really encourage you to take that leap of faith, to look out for you, to follow your dreams, and know that even if you don't have all the answers, you can hunt and peck and find your way along the winding road that can be a career, and ultimately end up doing something that you love. I've done it, and it's just so meaningful to me. And I'm blessed that I've been able to create a life that I love. And now I do have time for family, and I do have time for work, and I do have time for hobbies and things I enjoy. And so I really wish the same for you. As we wrap up today, I just wanted to share with you a little bit about my business more in depth. So as you've seen on the screen here, again, it's threegirlsmedia.com. We're a full service marketing and PR agency, and we do all kinds of marketing, everything from helping our clients manage their social media accounts, to strategy, to advertising, whether it's social media advertising or Google advertising. We also do blogging for search engine optimization. We do email marketing. We do website design and build, graphic design, influencer marketing. There's just a huge ball of wax that we offer our clients. And we work with clients in every industry you could possibly imagine, which keeps my life really interesting. We're always working with new clients in different industries, and it's really so much fun. And I always offer a complimentary 30-minute consultation. So if you have a business, or you're thinking of starting a business and you wanted to pick my brain, I'd like to offer you that complimentary 30 minutes. You can simply go to our website at threegirlsmedia.com, go to our contact page and fill out the little form there. Reach out to me, and I'd be more than happy to set up a time to talk again, whether it's about your marketing or whether it's about a career change that you're thinking of making or any other advice that I can possibly offer you. I think as women, we really need to support each other and be here for each other. And this is my gift to you, my gift of time that I can offer. So I encourage you to take me up on that if you'd like, and visit my website. If you're looking for articles for your business to up your marketing game, you can visit our blog, Three Girls, a Dog, and a Marketing blog. There are thousands of articles there that we've written that are full of amazing content all about marketing and PR and social media that'll really help you increase your skills in that area. And I know that I only have a couple minutes left. And so if anybody had a question, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you have. But it's been my absolute pleasure to be here today. I encourage you to follow your dreams like I have, and look forward to enjoying the rest of the conference for you or with you.
Erica, thank you so much. Thank you. That was wonderful. And I also wanted to say, if you were looking for another career, new career, like SheisMe is a great place to come and check out. I mean, there's almost 200 different speakers that have been on this platform in the last 2 years. So there's plenty of women out there doing something that you might be interested in. And you can always reach out to the women on this platform and ask questions, and all of their contact information is there. So it's a really good resource for that as well. I am just, we talked about this before before I came, started, before we came live, about changing careers. I changed careers, spent a long time in technology and product marketing and product management and event management and all kinds of stuff like that. So it can be done. You can change. And, remember that what you do for a job is not who you are. And I think that's something that was, that's a very, that's very, what do you call it? The energy, it's not feminine energy, it's masculine energy, right? To say that what I do is who I am, right? Because the first thing you ask a man is like, what do you do, right? And their role in life, their job, is very who they are, right? I'm a banker, or I'm a professional football player, or something like that, and you never think of them as anything else but that thing. Whereas women, we are moms, we're marketers, we're Girl Scout leaders, we're PTA president. There's lots of things that we are, but that's not, that we do, but that's not who we are, right? And I think that's a differentiator for women, that's the feminine energy around that, is who are we, right?
Yeah.
We're kind, we're caring, we're loving, we're smart, we're dedicated, we're lots of things. And I'm the CEO. That's what I do. That's my job. It's my role.
It's not who I am.
It's not
Yeah.
who you are. Yeah.
Yeah. Such an important point.
Thank you so much. Your story was intriguing and interesting. I sat here like not doing anything else, just listening. So I love your energy, and I'm so glad that you joined us. Thank you so much.
It's been my absolute pleasure. I'm really looking forward to hearing the rest of the amazing speakers that are yet to come. And thank you for the opportunity. As you mentioned, SheisMe is an amazing platform, and I'm just thrilled and honored to be a part of it.
Thank you. We have Nisha Parekh coming up. She's going to talk about how she went from a career in science to becoming a fashion designer. So wonderful transition into her presentation. So it just worked out. The universe made it happen. I didn't. It just worked out that way. So thank you so much, Erica. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to She Is Me. We are still on day 2, and it has been a real treat today. Boy, some of our speakers are just so amazing. All of our speakers are amazing, but today right now we'd like to welcome Nisha Parekh. Nisha is the founder of Nisha Parekh Fashion Design. And today she's going to be presenting Align with Your Purpose and Create Magic, a healing journey that took me from a career in science to fashion design. I'm so pleased to welcome Nisha Parekh.
Hi, my name is Nisha Parekh. I am a wife, a mother, and a fashion designer. Today, I create beautiful clothing and write blogs for a living. I design using traditional South Asian silhouettes. I add custom modern artwork and features that empower and uplift the next generation. For me, creating clothes is about adding color and creating shape around a personality. I was not always this content with my purpose. I spent the first 15 years of my career as a medical laboratory scientist. The change in careers came when I stopped attempting to live the life I thought others wished for me. I took ownership of my past traumas. I did this by developing my self-awareness. Let me give you some context. Like many in the South Asian community who have generational trauma, I took on the survival patterns of my parents as I grew into an adult. I was conditioned to believe the keys to successful living were focusing on a career, getting married, and having kids soon after. My parents' life before immigrating was not lavish, but they were comfortable. Most importantly, growing up, they had the support of a well-established community. They encountered the hardship when they moved to England. My father immigrated as a child from a middle-class life in Kenya into a terrace house in the UK with over 10 people living in it and 3 sharing a bed. This was during the 60s when racism was prevalent. My dad tells stories of being beaten en route to and from school. As a child and into adulthood, they desperately needed to assimilate into the British culture while retaining their Indian identity. Contrary to glorified notions of the West, my parents experienced life in the UK as a demotion. They were now at the bottom of the social ladder. My parents had different approaches to the loss of living in the UK, of their status living in the UK. My father wanted status, money, and a place where he still commanded authority. He turned to our household. Like a desperate dictator, he made juvenile grabs at power. He created elaborate rules so he could be satisfied with seeing them obeyed. Toxic masculinity is often discussed in the context of a loss of white male privilege. The downtrodden white guy who no longer sees a place for himself in society and retaliates through violence. But this phenomenon has long existed in the British South Asian household, where displaced men who feel devalued and emasculated try to assert their authority at home. My mother moved to the UK from India as an adult, so I feel she coped better with the change. She knew what was expected of her as a married woman, to obey her father-in-laws and her husband. Her strategy was to go along as if everything was okay, to side with my father at any cost, to be a peacekeeper and silence any emotions in fear of causing more turbulence. In true British style, as children, we had to smile, keep calm, and carry on. Due to their trauma, my parents always pushed us hard, and they were lavish with praise. I was frequently told how lucky I was and how much I had and how little my parents had got from theirs. I was conditioned to excel and always be productive, to put my financial stability first and my emotional needs last. My dad always pushed me in the realm of education and told me I had to be the best, but he never actually said I was the best. A good day in my childhood was when nothing bad happened. This put a low ceiling on happiness. I tried my best to be the good girl, say the right things, and keep out of trouble. As a kid, I would come home and take off my shoes, wash my hands, and change into my inside clothes. This sounds like a description of pandemic life, but it was one of my childhood. As the daughter of South Asian immigrants, this was my after-school routine. There was a sharp distinction between inside and outside once I was in the house. We had to adhere to many unwritten rules alongside navigating school and housework. My siblings and I lived in a constant state of hypervigilance. Situations constantly triggered me as I navigated all of my father's moods and emotions daily. Asian cultures are typically high context cultures in which gestures, body language, eye contact, pitch, intonation, and word stress, and definitely silence, are as important as actual words. We silently watched as my mother took the brunt of the stress and the abuse. In our community, respect was given to the elders. They passed down the knowledge of our ancestors. They had the final word. While this can definitely create harmony, it can also create massive power imbalances and is detrimental to the dynamics of a family. Emotional stoicism and family honor are valued above everything within my community. Vulnerability is often seen as a sign of weakness. This mentality silences many women, making them feel overwhelmed, and too often they struggle in isolation. My parents regarded the world beyond our home with suspicion. They didn't really socialize, organize dinner parties, or host play dates. Light-hearted game nights, leisurely vacations, and trips to see friends were very rare. My socializing in high school was confined to 1 or 2 pre-approved friends and strictly no boyfriends. Time with friends was only okay when it was a slow season in the family business. There were many double standards, which was confusing for me as a child. As much as they wanted me to assimilate, they wanted me to understand that I was Indian and I would lead an honorable life, educating myself and marrying a suitable boy in the community. I would be so envious of how much freedom my white friends had. Many Indian families influence what their children study and go on to become. The stereotypical doctor, accountant, and lawyer route. This is statistically a reality. There isn't the luxury of relying on your family for money, and sometimes our choices aren't our own. We must be selfless. As a teenager and well into my 20s, I doubted my abilities, and I lived with anxiety and fear of failure. Due to my lack of self-confidence and need for this validation, I pursued the same degree as my older sibling. I enjoyed most of the courses I took and the student lifestyle. I was finally free to live how I wanted and make my own decisions. Once I moved back home and started working, I realized something was very wrong. I didn't feel passionate or driven. The environment at home was, as it always was, toxic. The anxiety and pressure to succeed returned, and the mundane feeling of a 9-to-5 job set in. I knew then that if I didn't change something, my trajectory would be this career until I retired. I didn't heed that call then. The emotions were just too overwhelming, and the conditioning to succeed too ingrained. I fell back into the pattern of seeking validation and craving freedom. I enrolled in a master's degree in med-lab science in a city called Bristol. This would not only keep me busy, but I wouldn't have to face any of the emotions that I was suppressing. I went on to finish my master's, and at 26, as fate would have it, I met and fell in love with my soulmate, who just happened to be in the community. I finally thought things were going to be okay. We got married and I moved to Canada to live with him and his family. Once married, I realized life as a daughter-in-law was very different from what I had imagined or been conditioned to believe. The freedom I was promised was non-existent. Not only was a lot expected of me at home, I also had to redo most of my degree and practicum in a hospital before I could take the bar exam to practice as a scientist in Canada. Life was really hard. I had no friends or family nearby. Eventually, after 2 years and many sleepless nights and laser focus, I finished my practicum, passed the bar exam, and got a job. Soon after that, me and my husband moved into our first home. I was in my mid-30s by this point, a wife and mother, working a decent high-paying job and living in my own home, in my own terms. So I guess if I was to gauge my success by being educated, married in the community, and a mother in societal terms and societal constructs, I'd made it. The problem was I still wasn't happy, especially in my career. I was in a job where I was making a difference. However, I was not valued. I had been running from one goal to the next goal, thinking that would make me happy. I was spending frivolously on things I didn't need and just waiting for the weekend. I felt very lonely. There was a huge void. There was no creativity in my work. I felt my world would come crashing down if I talked about these feelings. And most of all, I felt shame and guilt. I thought I should be grateful for what I had. So many people around me didn't have what I had. I had suppressed all my trauma at that point. Thinking about it, I wasn't even aware I had any, let alone how much it dictated my actions and thinking. A pivotal moment of change came when a young member of the community passed away suddenly. I got this feeling in the pit of my stomach. I had felt this familiar feeling when I started my first job and again on my maternity leave when I spent countless hours breastfeeding. It began as a whisper and then grew louder as time went on. Although I was really happy in my marriage and I adored my children, I just didn't know who I was. Well, my child at the time. I didn't know who I was and what my values were anymore. These feelings kept resurfacing in those quiet moments. I realized that if life could get taken away at any moment, why not go after what I want? Why not just explore options? This way of thinking collided with me receiving my first Reiki treatment in 2016. I won this Reiki treatment at a local festival. These events led me to a spiritual awakening. Until then, I hadn't even questioned my way of thinking or living. How much of it depended on the societal structures and rules that were placed on me from birth and how much I actually believed. To help process these feelings, I leaned into my spiritual practices of prayer and meditation. This was the time I started to listen to my needs. I added more self-care to my days and coached myself to speak positively. A book that helped me sort through my systems of living was a book called The Code of the Extraordinary Mind by Vishen Lakhiani. I'm not quite sure how I got hold of this book. This book talked about transcending the culturescape, stepping outside your perceived world, so you can start to recognize the relative truths that can be changed and thereby free yourself. On this journey, I also did hours of breath work, EFT, Reiki, meditation to break through all the conditioning and limiting beliefs that I had carried all my life. I didn't know it at the time as it was very, very organic, but I was slowly transforming my mindset from one of lack to abundance. It took me 2 more years of soul searching, trauma healing, reading many self-help books, and a breakdown in my second pregnancy in McDonald's. There were some weird cravings on that pregnancy for me to fully commit to changing my career. A significant breakdown like mine can open doors to several breakthroughs. if I was willing to lean into the discomfort. In those 2 years, I removed all the distractions and excuses that kept me from being my best self. I felt strong enough now within myself to take charge of my reality. Let me tell you what most people don't. Some days were hard as the pain of the past traumas overtook any desire for me to move forward. I had to keep reassuring myself that healing my past was exactly what had to happen for me to move forward. Some days it was a win if I even brushed my teeth and had a shower. I compare my healing journey to the analogy of a slingshot. In those crisis moments, I felt like I was going backwards. But as the dark night left, seriously, it was pretty dark. I felt propelled forward in my healing. And I felt a huge weight was lifted. I knew no matter how challenging this moment was, I just had to trust the process and all the cues that the universe was sending me. There was a quote by Neil Donald Walsh that sums this up. Everything is falling together perfectly, even though it looks as if some things are falling apart. Trust in the process you are now experiencing. For circumstances to unfold, they must fall apart to rebuild a stronger foundation. This can be enriching since it reaffirms the human spirit cannot be crushed, despite inhospitable conditions. My advice? Don't look for an end to the situation. Experience what arises, despite how emotionally charged it is. To drive away the pain just defers it. The pain will reemerge with greater intensity at a later period. This is what I had learned. Let the emotions move through you and listen to what your body and soul are telling you. So after many hard conversations, brainstorming, and going out of my comfort zone by trying all different things from baking to calligraphy to interior design, I pinpointed textiles and design as something that made me come alive. That was the actual aha moment. I had finally uncovered my passion. As a kid, I grew up surrounded by the whimsical, fun elements of British fashion and my mum's Indian wear, including all her saris. I was amazed at the sheer variety of India's vibrant, culturally diverse, and colourful aesthetics. I found inspiration from the simple lines and tailoring of British clothing and the complexities of India's intricate clothing prints, textiles, and silhouettes. I wanted to create clothing that represented both my identities, clothing I was searching for but had never found for me and my daughter. Unfortunately, that was a problem. I was terrible at sewing. I just couldn't sew. The last time I'd attempted sewing, I was an impatient, anxious 15-year-old in a home economics class. I knew if I wanted to excel in fashion, I had to learn, and there was no time like the present. Picture this. I was 8 months pregnant, belly on the table, figuring out how to thread a sewing machine. I had taken a beginner's class. It felt terrifying and amazing to create these beautiful fabrics. After much deliberation, I took the leap and I wanted to invest in a sewing machine. At that time, every step forward felt like I was going against the grain. I thought everything would fall into place once I'd figured out my calling. This couldn't be more untrue. Alongside the highs, there were terrible lows. Those first years were full of mistakes, hard lessons, imposter syndrome, and ongoing tests from the universe. One of these tests came on the day I went to buy my first sewing machine. I sat out with my then 3-month-old and my 6-year-old. Literally 5 minutes before I got to the shop, I was rear-ended. My heart raced as I quickly checked on my kids. Luckily, they were fine, just shaken up. I was already in a frenzy, working myself up to buy this machine, and now I had a car problem. I had to decide whether I was ready to step into this new life or if I would let this event dictate my future. I mean, the car was fine. It just had a few dents. That day, I could have talked myself out of it and gone home, Like, wasn't an omen. Oh my God, maybe I should just turn around and go home. Should I just quit this pipe dream? It's just a pipe dream. My mind was trying to keep me safe, but my soul was telling me not to give up. And thank God I didn't. I not only went and got the sewing machine, but the following week I found a local studio where I could take private drafting lessons. After 18 months of being a student and lots of deliberation, I quit my job. That was the start of my entrepreneurial journey. Was it terrifying? Yes, it was. For the first time in my life, I had no clear roadmap and no income. I had quit the job that I had spent my whole life working towards. Now I was relying on my husband's income, which was very uncomfortable for me initially. I had worked since I was 16. On the flip side, I felt alive. I wanted to get out of bed. I wanted to pursue this. I wanted to take my lessons. I wanted to learn more. And I loved how much freedom I finally had. I could be more present with the kids, pick them up from school, listen to them, go to the park. It just felt more present. I knew this was the right decision. I had found my passion, and it was not long until that aligned with my purpose. Organically, my healing and my art merged. As I had more free time, I was more creative. I painted and I drew in my spare time. I love creating patterns. So one evening, I drew a design full of colorful lips, which was inspired by an artist, Andy Warhol, and traditional Indian motifs that reminded me of my trips to India. Soon after, I created the Speak Your Truth emblem. At that point, I had no idea why I had drawn that particular slogan. Now I realize it was coming from my inner wisdom. As a kid, I had been silenced. My emotional needs were never met. This caused so much turbulence. These words literally leapt out onto the page when I allowed myself to surrender. These messages were within me. When I looked at my daughter, I saw this confident, courageous, fierce little girl. She had been like this since I could remember. It occurred to me that children are born with that confidence. They don't just gain it over time. I reminisced. I remembered being that confident little girl. Then I started questioning why and how I had been stripped of that confidence. The Speak Your Truth message really helped with healing my inner child. Now I want that next generation to feel empowered in the formative years of their life, thus raising happier, healthier children who become mature, wise, and creatively engaged adults. I created the Speak Your Truth emblem to remind and empower each child wearing my clothing never to be afraid to speak up. I wanted little girls like my daughter to maintain their spark, voice, and identity. If they wore clothing or saw themselves represented in current pop culture that made them feel valued, maybe they would never lose sight of their power. It was a good start. On this healing journey, I have realized vulnerability is courageous. It brings healing and strength if nurtured in a safe space. I was always afraid to open up to other women. Growing up, I had seen so much manipulation and gossip within female relationships. I was bullied intensely by girls at school for how I looked and how I behaved. This made it really hard for me to trust women and form groups of female friends. Now that I can be more vulnerable and have the language to identify and deal with my past traumas, my view of women and how I interact with them is entirely different. I have a group of supportive women and men who are also finding their way back to themselves in an authentic spiritual way, tapping into their inner wisdom. Together, we are unlearning the rules that have been placed on us in an attempt to break the cycle. I firmly believe that the women and men, that if they connect and share their stories, the more collective healing can happen, and these generational patterns and cycles can be broken. Building resilience through open and loving communication between generations is one of the best ways to loosen generational trauma's grip. Healing happens when family members speak up, when they speak their truth and work through any past pain, hurt, and abuse. This healing can also be instrumental in finding your purpose. In the future, through social media, I hope to create a safe space for all women to connect and speak their truth without judgment, fear, or shame. I don't know who you are or what you're currently doing, but I know that there's something out there for you. It's calling you to adventure. It's pulling you to do something with your life that others may not agree with. Take that first step and have faith. You know what you need. Look within and take the time to listen. You may face unexpected challenges. We all do. But changing your mindset won't guarantee that everything will be okay, but it does give you an insight, and it gives you the strength to believe that you will be okay, that you can handle what life dishes up. And it will also help you create a life that feels more fulfilling and less empty. The first step in any change is recognition. You can't change what you don't acknowledge. Start noticing any negative patterns that keep you stuck. There are a couple of habits that I've started and will continue to implement. Maybe some of these might help you. So I'm spending more time in the present, especially with my children, cutting down time on social media. I feel proud of myself. I'm proud of my choices, everything I've overcome, the life that I've built, and the wife and mother that I am. I remind myself of that. I'm being patient with myself and allowing myself grace. And I'm letting go of my people-pleasing tendencies by creating healthy boundaries and saying no to anything or anyone that does not align with my values. With my art, writing, and clothing, I want to help others step into their power by living their truth and creating magic. You being you, shining your light, sharing your gifts, and finding your passion, joy, and zest for life is the best transformational tool on this planet. You being authentic, you being love, you loving unconditionally. Thank you for taking your time to listen and be here with me today. I value each and every one of you. Please reach out if you think that I can help in any way. And if you resonated, please check out my website and subscribe to my newsletter and blog.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for creating this platform, this amazing platform of amazing women.
Well, and like you said, no shame, no judgment. It's a safe place for women, by women, all inclusive. Everyone can be here. And a perfect example of She Is Me is me listening to your story and knowing that even though I was raised with a Latino father and, very much controlling and saying what you're supposed to be doing and how you're supposed to be doing it and how you're supposed to act and who you can, everything that you said resonated, because it was the same way for me, even though our parents come from other sides of the world, right? It's that idea that fathers rule, and it's that patriarchal idea that daughters are almost property, right? Like you're supposed to do this so you can be this, and there's a template, and you have to follow the template and don't talk back and don't rebel and don't step outside of that template, because that wouldn't look good. That wouldn't be a good thing for anyone. And so I am proud of you, and I am so happy that you're here with us. I know it wasn't easy, but you did it, And I want to just ask everyone to go to your website because your clothing is so beautiful. And I don't have little girls anymore. All my kids are grown. But I was like, oh, I totally would have bought that for my daughter. I totally would have. But absolutely gorgeous work. I agree that the textiles and the colors and the patterns and everything, they just bring so much joy. They're just, I mean, it's truly amazing. So I could understand how every day when you're working on designing and creating, how much joy that you're in versus
Exactly.
where you were and what you used to do, right? And then everything just sort of falls into place. So
I'm really glad that translated over, and that's exactly what I try and do. I try and be in joy when I'm working, so that translate and that feeling. So when the little girl, or like I'm actually working on a women's line right now,
yay.
yeah. So then whoever wears it feels that joy, and every
Yes.
time they look at that print or that pattern or the wording, they feel empowered.
Right. And that's exactly, those of us who are creators know that that translates, right? That translates into what we're producing and what we put out there, our energy around that. So it's important. And, you know, everything that you said, I totally agree with. And I was just so happy. I'm so happy that the women that have been attracted to this conference and that are here participating in the conference, we're just all on this, we're all resonating in the same place. We're all talking about the same thing in our own way. But we're talking about the triumph and the changing the world, right? In changing our views and changing how we do things and taking charge of our lives and teaching our children to do the same thing. And I think that's really important, that we are the change makers. And I think I want to say Katie Murray brought that up this morning about being the change makers. Um, and that's really important. It's our role, it's our path, it's why we came here. So thank you again, Nisha. I'm so glad that you joined us, and I can't wait to see what you come out with next. And we'll definitely support you and your clothing line and anything else you come up with here on the She Is Me platform.
Oh, thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you, thank you.
You're
I mean,
welcome. You're welcome. Next, we have Julia Beecham Craft, and she's talking about how to overcome public speaking fear, which is something that you were talking about right before we started, and being authentically confident as an introvert. So I think that's important because so many of us have a fear of public speaking. All right, we'll be back soon. Thank you.
Who prefers one-on-one conversations, prefers your solitude, right? You're like, I don't want to be in the spotlight. Don't put me on the spot, right? If that's you, this workshop, this class is specifically designed for you because I've been there. I am you. I totally get it. And now I'm a public speaking coach and I speak all the time. And so I've had to figure these things out. And I hope that what I've learned can help you to, develop your confidence so much quicker. Now, quiet confidence is the title of the presentation today. And what is quiet confidence? I put those two words together because confidence is often thought of as this thing where you have to be extroverted and loud and big and bold, or masculine too. And when you think of a leader, what do you see in your mind? I don't know about you, but I often see a man in a suit, right? Hopefully the next generation can have a different internalization of what a leader is. But right, when we think about being an effective speaker and leader, we often think of a very masculine figure. So quiet confidence is embodying your confidence from the inside out. No matter what's thrown at you, no matter the situation, right? No need to be loud. and be extroverted. No need to emulate men. You can be a woman and an introvert and still be confident and effective as a speaker and communicator. So welcome to the Quiet Confidence class. I'm Julia Kraft, like she was mentioning, like Lisa was mentioning, and I'm a founder of Speak to Inspire training programs. I mean, at this point, over the last 8 years, I've worked with thousands of one-on-one clients to help them develop confidence on the stage and in whatever spotlight they have. And I've led hundreds of different workshops at companies like Twitter, LinkedIn, Salesforce, big companies, as well as smaller groups more intimately. So I've been doing this for a while. And what I noticed when I was teaching all these public speaking trainings is that there's lots of different kinds of people, men and women, extroverts, introverts, professionals, entrepreneurs, all kinds of different people. There were some people in these trainings that could pick up the skills that I was giving them and apply them right away. I'd throw them up in front of the room to apply the skills and they'd be able to do it. And then there were some people that would get up in front of the room, right? Because that's often how a public speaking training goes, right? Learn the skill, throw you out to the wolves, and you got to perform. And so there's some people that when they got up there to practice this new thing that they learned, they'd shut down. They couldn't find their words, and it was almost more traumatizing for them. I would notice those people would leave exhausted. I probably wouldn't hear from them again. And I completely understood, because I've been in those situations where I'm thrown into things and it's overwhelming. It's almost like it creates more of the anxiety that I was trying to solve. So I wanted to help these specific people. And today we're going to talk about 3 secrets that are particularly the feminine secrets that women need to learn about and to practice in order to develop that quiet confidence. And I'm going to share with you the 3 biggest mistakes also that I see introverted women make when they're trying to grow as a public speaker and overcome fear. For me, you might see me now and think, oh, she's just confident. She's comfortable with speaking. And I am Italian, so I naturally go with my hands. I can't help it. I did grow up in a very expressive family, and I went to theater school, right? So I'm a trained actress. But if you go back, let's see, 10 years ago, things were very different for me. I remember getting in front of an audience. It was one of my first speaking gigs for my own business. And I'm up in front of about 100 people. So imagine yourself in this situation. There's 100 or so people looking back at you. Yeah. I got up in front of those people, looked out at the room, felt the pressure of their eyes on me, and I completely blanked out. Please tell me I am not the only person that's ever experienced this. Oh my gosh. I completely blanked out. I mean, the silence just went on and on and on. And I was deer in headlights. The sweat is just from all my pores. My heart is beating so hard. I think most people must be able to hear it. It was traumatizing. I obviously I'm still telling you about that experience because it was really impactful. I left that experience, first of all, with no clients, right? I didn't get the results that I wanted from that speaking opportunity, but also with this clarity, that can never happen again. How can I make sure that never happens again? This is what I did. And it's what we're going to work on today is, first of all, I needed to address that fear, right? That panic that came up, and figure out, why is my nervous system responding? And that led me to explore, well, where did I learn about how I should be with public speaking? What's going on in my head that leads to this? And then I went back to my theater skills, because I did have this training, right? Let's go back to it. And I practiced the exercises that reminded me of what it's like to be big and bold and expressive, and to be validated in that. So these were the 3 big things that I did and implemented over that next few months to a year. I looked back about a year later, and I saw that I had done 84 speaking gigs, 84, which means that I did more than one a week, right? pretty crazy. There's a lot of speaking gigs. I really put myself out there, was working it, to get over this pattern and retrain my nervous system, like new muscle memory. At the end of that year, I felt confident to just keep putting myself out there. It was like this anxiety, this disassociation, that freeze response that I had experienced was just not an issue anymore. And that's what I often hear from women that have a history of performance anxiety. The thing that they really want, and tell me if you relate to this, is like, can this just not be an issue anymore so that I can get on with life, so that I can get on with progressing in my career or growing my business and just feeling better about myself, right? So that was a huge, huge transition that I went through. And it's part of the reason that I'm so passionate about helping other women to really start to trust themselves, learn how to trust themselves in the spotlight when the stakes are high. How can you trust yourself? Okay, so let's dive into our content for today. Like I said, first, we're going to talk about those 3 secrets that I feel every introverted woman needs to know in order to feel more confident in the spotlight. So the first thing is this nervous energy that you get, right? Let's understand the symptoms, physical symptoms that you get when you're nervous. I don't know about you, but I don't like to think about that. Like, it happens, or at least it used to happen a lot for me. It would happen. And then, I get back to regular life and I don't want to think about all that uncomfortable symptoms. But that's why I'm pausing here for a moment to focus your attention on what are my symptoms of fear, public speaking nerves, anxiety. How does your body respond? Some common ones that I see that I've experienced as well: shaky knees. Have you ever had that? Sweating palms, armpits, everywhere, sweat dripping down. It's really common. Flushed cheeks, dry mouth, maybe a shaky voice that can't quite get steady. What are yours? Maybe it's hard to breathe. You're talking really fast. Your eyes sort of blank out. Maybe you feel like you're out of body looking down at yourself. There's so many symptoms. And your cascade of symptoms is unique to you. And it's important for you to master how to navigate your symptoms. Yeah, so that's why we're starting here. And also think about, what is your spotlight? What is your spotlight? Because when I talk about speaking, I'm not only talking about big conferences with lots of people. Especially as a more introverted woman, you might feel like a high stakes communication moment is talking one-on-one with your boss about a touchy subject. You might feel like a high stakes communication is leading a meeting with 2 or 3 other people. That's totally understandable. So that is your public speaking moment. And that's what we're talking about here, right? So the symptoms you have in those moments, that's what I'm bringing to the forefront. And then it's important to recognize that even though your nervous symptoms, the symptoms of your nervousness, are unique to you, being nervous about public speaking is totally normal and not unique to you. Have you heard the statistics that public speaking is the #1 fear? Yeah, and I love that Jerry Seinfeld quote. He says, if that statistic is true, that means if we're all at a funeral, we'd rather be in the casket than up giving the eulogy because death is like #7 of fears. It's hilarious. I don't know if that's actually true. Like if we were all there at a funeral. But being nervous about public speaking is so normal. And I hope that also takes a little pressure off. Like maybe you can stop expecting yourself to be relaxed. Yeah. Maybe you could start expecting yourself to be nervous and then approach it differently, right? Then you can take good care of it. Yeah. So the next thing to understand is how your nervous system works. right? If our first step to feeling more confident, especially as an introverted woman, is to calm our nerves, we need to understand how the nervous system works. And I'm going to talk you through 3 different levels of the nervous system and how they work. And as I talk through these things, I want you to be aware, or like think to yourself, which one of these do I go into the most when I'm put on the spot, when I'm in the spotlight? Yeah. Okay, level 1 is the colloquial name for it would be stay and play mode. Stay and play, which means that, yeah, I'm not totally relaxed like when I'm asleep, right? I'm more awake, I'm aware, I'm engaged with people in day-to-day life. This is where you live most of the time. It's a state you're in. So there's no threat that you're aware of, right? So stay and play. But as soon as your nervous system recognizes a threat in the environment, then you go into the fight or flight mode. And I'm sure you've heard of fight or flight mode, right? This is when our nervous system goes into alert. There's a threat in the environment. So imagine there's a gazelle on the savannah, and there's a lion over there watching the gazelle. The gazelle, as soon as it notices the lion, and the lion maybe is sitting up on its haunches about to run, the gazelle has the feeling of there's a threat. And it's the same for you. Like when I stood up in front of those 100 or so people and all those eyes are on me, it's like, threat. You know, as soon as you perceive a threat in your environment, there's a fight or flight mode. Fight mode, most of my women don't go into fight mode because they're too nice. But, you know, the fight mode is the person in a meeting who's like really intense and cutting people off and, you know, gets like louder and more dominant. That actually is fight mode. It's a nervous system response. But most of my women will jump right into flight mode. This is the gazelle running away from the lion, right? And that's why your knees might shake or you might get fidgety because you literally physiologically want to run away. And maybe you've even had that thought like, I want to run away right now. Can I please not do this? And you might like try to avoid speaking gigs. All of that is a flight response. It's very normal. However, you know, in a lot of situations, most situations with speaking, we can't actually neutralize the threat. It's challenging to, which is why you would work with someone like me to like learn how to neutralize the threat. So if you can't, then your nervous system goes into freeze mode. Freeze. And freeze mode is the nervous system's way of getting through a stressful or traumatic incident. It's actually, you know, very wise of our bodies that we do this. Because if something bad is happening, like you cut yourself or something, you go into shock, right? That's your freeze mode in order to get through until you can relax fully. However, when that happens with public speaking, this is when you feel dissociated. This is when you blank out. This is when, you know, you can't find your words and you're just frozen. Even if you do get words out in that freeze state, it's very uncomfortable, right? It can be sort of traumatic. Like I'm stuck here and I'm all alone and nobody's helping me. And then you just want it to be over. So some people will speed through the speaking as fast as they can to get it over with. Now, is that you at your best? Is that you lighting up a room or inspiring a crowd? No, right? So this freeze response is a survival mechanism, but it's not really going to help you improve your public speaking skills, achieve your goals in terms of being seen as a leader or an authority. You know, it's going to sort of keep you in your status quo. Does this make sense? So which one do you see that you get stuck in? Do you go into fight mode? Do you feel like you want to flee? Do you go into freeze mode, or maybe a combination of all of these? I hope this helps you like be aware of just how you work, like what is your habits? And then once you have this awareness, let's put on top of it the awareness that if you're more introverted, it's easier to feel like a a room of people is a threat. Let's take a moment to talk about introversion. Introversion and extroversion is a spectrum. It's not a black and white kind of thing. So where are you on the spectrum? There's a quiz that I created to help you figure out how much of an introvert you are. And I think that'll pop up on the screen now. It's at speaktoinspire.com/quiz, where you can go. It'll take like 30 seconds, a minute to go through the quiz. You'll get a number at the end that'll tell you how much of an introvert you are. Now, if you're more on the introverted side, more strongly introverted, you will feel more comfortable in, like, I work from home. Like, I feel much more comfortable in my home environment. As soon as I go, I'm introverted, if you didn't know, like, I'm really introverted. If I go out and like I'm at a party with people I don't know, that is more challenging for my nervous system. I'm not saying that extroverts don't get nervous, because they do, but they feed off of, it's just like a biological thing. They're built to feed off of the energy of meeting new people. That gives them energy. Whereas introverts, it will take energy to meet new people and communicate, right? So, you're already having this nervous system response, and then put on top of it this introversion thing, it gets even harder to calm your nerves, or it's even more important to learn how to calm your nerves. So that's what I want to go into now. I want to talk about how a practice that you can do to immediately calm your nerves when you notice this rise of symptoms inside you. Okay, so do this with me. It's very simple. Just take your hands up and place them very lightly on top of your head. Yeah. Very lightly. This is like if your mother, your father, or someone you love were to place their hands on your head as a child. Yeah, it's very comforting. And take some deep breaths here. And just sweep down across your hair, across your head. And then we'll do that across the forehead as well. You can just take a moment to let your hands land on your forehead. And then slide down away. We're going to do that on our jaw, which is one of the most common areas to get tight when we're nervous about speaking. Just place your hands on your own jaw, drop your mouth open, breathe through your mouth, and slide your hands down your jaw. And now with your throat and your neck, so a hand behind your neck, a hand very lightly on your throat. It's very common, and I've experienced it a lot, to have a clenching in the throat when you're anxious about what people will say or respond, or when you're holding something inside that you want to say and express. So let's imagine that there's space in between your hands, big open space. Take some deep breaths through that channel of your throat. Good. And the last thing we're going to do is bring your 2 fingers of each hand right underneath of your ear here. This is where your vagus nerve connects into your head. And I'm not going to go too deep, but your vagus nerve is directly connected to that nervous system response that I was talking about. And so activating this vagus nerve, as you just touch it gently, can stimulate what's called your parasympathetic nervous system that triggers relaxation and calm and slowing down. Yeah, so just gently sweep that down. Okay. Take a moment with your arms relaxed now to breathe. Breathing is always good. And notice the difference. You can write that into the comment box if you can. Notice the practices that I just gave you are very physical, experiential, tangible, right? It's not a mental exercise, because when it comes to calming your nerves, it's not a mental exercise, right? It's a physical, like on a primal level exercise, just like that gazelle running from the lion. It's a primal response. And so in order to retrain your nervous system, we have to go to that primal muscle memory level, which is what an exercise like this does. I hope this helped you and gave you a little something to do, like tangible thing to do to help yourself when you feel that anxiety rising. All right, let's go into our second piece, which is about releasing the past, because back to that threat. Remember I talked about the threat that you're perceiving in the environment? Well, why are you perceiving a threat? There is a reason that you're perceiving a threat that's just on a primal level, right? Like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of intensity right now. But at the same time, there's a level of threat that you're perceiving that comes from something you've learned in the past. Let me define anxiety. Anxiety is a fear of the future, of the hypothetical future, that's based on something that's happened in the past. Anxiety is a fear of the hypothetical future based on something that's happened in the past. So it's not ill-founded. Like, it's actually pretty smart. Like, this has happened before. I'm really scared that's going to happen again. Yeah. Now, communication and speaking, when it's effective, is always a in the moment, get in the flow kind of experience. It's a present moment thing. Even if it's virtual and recorded like this, it's a present moment thing. So if we're worried about the past and the future and all, right, we're totally missing the moment. So where did you learn what it means to be polite? Where did you learn what it means to be appropriate? Where did you learn what it means to be professional? What did you learn what it means, what it looks like to be a woman? Where did you learn what it looks like to be a leader? I could go on and on. This is the investigation part of it, where like reflecting on, where did I get all these messages? Because when I work with women, they start to like almost vomit. Like, it just keeps going, like all these shoulds that I didn't even know I had. Like, I should always look good. I should always smile. I should always be put together. I should always have the right answer. I should never be unsure. I should, it can just go on and on and on. Of course you're anxious about speaking, right? That's a lot of pressure. It's super high standards that, to be honest, hon, you're never going to live up to. So it's a self-defeating, self-fulfilling prophecy is what I was going for. It's a really important question to ask. And this self-fulfilling prophecy can create what I call public speaking PTSD, where it's the same thing with the anxiety. It's like, I'm afraid that crappy thing that happened with my speaking is going to happen again. And then you sort of make it happen again. Like that last time I had a speaking opportunity, I blanked out and stumbled over my words, or I had a lot of filler words, or even as specific as I've had clients that somebody laughed at them when they were doing show and tell when they were young. And here they are, an adult professional woman, and, still fearful. It's somewhere in that unconscious place, right? It's important to know that all of that conditioning that I'm talking about that comes out in those mindsets, those shoulds, those standards, even though the audience doesn't know all your stories, of course, there's no way that they could, they will perceive whatever is going on with you in very subtle nonverbal signals. So it's important to just set this up as like a vocabulary. In terms of communication, there are two parts of communication. There's the verbal part, which is all the words that you say, and there's the nonverbal part of communication, which is everything other than the words that you say. So what are some different kinds of nonverbal communication? Your vocal intonation, your pitch, your pacing, your gestures, your facial expressions, your posture, et cetera, et cetera. You keep going and going. Everything other than your words. So which do you think is the most impactful on somebody that's listening to you, your verbal or nonverbal communication? Well, there was a study done in the 1970s. It's been redone since then because it was a pretty amazing result. It's called the Dr. Fox study. What they did is they brought in a big audience and two different speakers to see what, as objectively as possible, what makes a good public speaker. So this first speaker is a real doctor with PhDs and years of experience and known in his field for his articles and everything. And he gets up on the stage, stands behind a podium, white lab coat, and basically reads off a script of what he's known for, his expertise. And then our second speaker is an actor that they hired to read a few articles of our real doctor just a few days before the presentation and give a presentation on what he knew, which of course wasn't as much depth of knowledge, could never be, right? But what do you think he did differently? Well, this actor walked around the stage, looked people in the eye, had lots of energy and charisma, dynamics, connection. Afterwards, the audience is asked, well, who did you like more? Who did you trust more? Who did you think was more knowledgeable? And what was it about the speaker that gave you that impression? So who do you think they chose? Overwhelmingly, they chose the actor. That's pretty crazy. And the statistic that came out of this study is that 93% of what the audience was responding to was nonverbal. And just 7% was the words. Pretty crazy, right? So it's worth taking a moment to ask yourself, well, do I spend 93% of my time training and preparing my nonverbal communication? No, you probably spend that much time or more preparing what you're going to say. Yeah. So conditioning can keep us really stuck in this perfectionism and missing what really matters, what really makes a difference for an audience. And then you miss the boat on what actually will improve your speaking skills. And we get too caught up in getting every detail right. So let's go into our last piece, which will bring it all together, which the last piece or the last secret is freeing your expression. We talk about calming your nerves, releasing the past, and now freeing your expression. Now, I use that word freeing because it should feel that way. When you're no longer freaking out in your nervous system, when you're no longer held back by these things from your past, then you can feel lighter and freer. And your authentic expression starts to rise to the surface. Have you ever felt like you're putting on a mask or you are playing a character when you speak? You know, like there's a difference between how you speak to your husband and how you speak when you're, presenting updates at work. I'm not saying that you need to be like the intimate version of yourself like you are with your husband at work, because there's going to be different aspects of you that come out. But I see so many women who try to act as if they're, putting on a show and being good when they're actually freaking out inside. So this authenticity, like being real, being comfortable in your skin, that's what I'm curious about. And I think that's what women need. Let's talk about those 3 mistakes and it'll tie everything together. So the 3 mistakes that I see introverted women make, especially around public speaking fear, is number 1, that they script what they're going to say and somehow think that planning out every single word is going to keep them from being nervous. I hear this all the time. A woman will say to me, well, if I know the topic and I'm prepared, I'm fine. And I think that's a short-sighted way to look at public speaking because, yeah, you might be able to get through it, but are you really making an impact? Are you really inspiring people? Are you really, activating your charisma? And the answer is probably not, because the presentation becomes about the information, not about the connection or the impact. Right? So I think scripting is a big mistake. I always lean towards outlining in a very simple way. And I teach about how to outline, which I can't go into today, but that's what to move towards. Very simple outlining. Another mistake is thinking that practicing is going to solve your nerves. I see this all the time, that women have been just like getting through speaking opportunities, saying yes, getting through it, practicing ahead of time, just getting through it. And it doesn't make their nerves actually better. It almost re-traumatizes them because the same thing is happening over and over and over again. So you start to expect that it's going to happen. And this is just how I am. This is just who I am. can become too much of a hardened identity around, I'm just not good at public speaking. It makes me nervous. You might not even believe that something different is possible for you, but I promise it is. And it starts with you, like, stop practicing, stop rehearsing your script, stop just putting yourself out there. Only practice in an environment that is safe and supportive, where you can do something different, and then bring that new version of you and that new presence and that new approach to your real world speaking. And you're going to rewrite that muscle memory. And the last big mistake that I see, it's all connected, is getting through with a smile, like just like putting on a smile, like that mask, and getting through. This is a Band-Aid versus a solution. And so if you're just acting nice, that's coming from your conditioning, right? The ones that make waves, are willing to make waves, the ones that are willing to get serious, get clear, be directive, are usually the ones that get the promotions and the sales and the opportunities, So it's my belief that if you're just trying to be nice or put a smile on and get through, then you're missing out on the deeper impact that you could make, and also the relaxation that is possible, like the comfort in your skin that's possible. Yeah, so those are the 3 biggest mistakes I see. And I want to play a quick game here. It's going to be a little funny because you're not actually here with me live, but you can still do it with the recording. It's a very simple word association game. The reason I want to do it is because the answer to all these mistakes is improvisation. In order to free your expression, you need to master improvisation. What is improvisation? Well, it's speaking. Like, we improvise all the time. Life is an improvisation. You have a phone call with your girlfriend. Do you have a script for that conversation? No, of course not. You find the words in the moment. So trust yourself. You have the expertise, the experience, plenty of things to share, and a lot of value to share. Improvisation is the way to let yourself be heard and free in the moment with your expression. Okay, so here we go. Word association game. Very simple. I'm going to say a word. I'm going to leave a blank space, and then I want you to say a word back. I'm going to say a word. You say a word back. Just say the first word that comes to your mind as quickly as possible. Part of what we're training here is the connection between your mind and your mouth, which is an actual muscle thing that we got to train, make it stronger. Okay, here we go. Ready? Tiger. Cheetah. Sunshine. Ocean. Light bulb. Tree trunk. Microphone. Cat. Spaghetti. Rooftop. Curtain. Scissors. Shoes. And I could keep going forever. How was that for you? Did you start to get into a flow? This is a great thing to do with friends or colleagues. You can do it with a group. Just get going and trust yourself, right? Things come to you. They do. Your mind can think. If you can calm your nerves, release all that conditioning from the past, you can open up to a free-flowing expression that you already know how to do, right? And then you can trust yourself, and then we get to hear your amazing voice and amazing message. This is what I've seen with so many of my clients. I want to tell you one story about my client, Essie, who she came to me and she was that classic perfectionist. She had this very tight neck muscles. And when I had her speak, she was trying to memorize or remember what she had written in her script. She was so nervous about speaking, and it was holding her back in her career big time. So if you're a professional, you know what I mean. Sometimes it comes down to can I trust myself to speak, right? In order to get those opportunities. And we worked together and I taught her a warm-up routine for her speaking practices like the one that we did today that she could do to get into her body, out of her head, that she could loosen herself up and learn to trust herself. I taught her improvisational strategies like outlines. And she started to be able to just show up to meetings or say yes to that speaking opportunity, and things would flow, right? The things would come to her. She could trust it. And then she wrote to me a little while after we worked together and said, I just did a speaking gig in front of 400 people. I got through it and enjoyed it. And I even made people laugh. I had so much fun, and it would never be possible without you. I remember she said this. And I mean, that's what I want for all of the women here that are watching, that wherever you're starting, whatever level of fear and anxiety and nervousness that's holding you back, that's keeping you small, that you can get the tools that will allow you to shine, right? And inspire others. Speaking is ultimately never about us. It's never about me. It's about those that we serve, right? So that's me and what I do, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity to share it with you. I hope that this was helpful. Like I hope you got some things that you can take away, and I also know that this is just a beginning. It's like an introduction to this work, right? That's what we had time for today, and that's why I want to invite you to a next step. Would it be okay if I shared with you something that you could do next to get more help with this? Okay, awesome. Well, I want to invite you just to continue the conversation with me. Because like I said, this is a first step that we took today. So let's continue the conversation, get to know each other more. I want to hear about your unique challenges and your unique goals. And so I'd like to invite you to a quiet confidence embodiment session. In this 45-minute one-on-one phone call, I guide women through an experience where they can clarify their challenges and feel in their body where it's been holding them back. I also guide them through like seeing what's possible for the future and embodying that, feeling like, ooh, wow, yeah, I can see how that could be possible for me. And then noticing this gap in between and really getting clear of what do I need in order to get there to that place that I want to go. And that's where we explore, am I a good fit to support you in that? And if not, all good, I'll make some referrals. If it feels like a fit, I'm happy to share more about my Fully Expressed program, and you can see if that's a fit for you too. This is usually, my hourly rate is $495 an hour. So, to have this time with me would be an investment, right? But because I'm here and Lisa invited me, and I'm so glad that I get to contribute to this community, the women are just amazing, I want to give this as a complimentary offer today, just for the women from SheisMe Conference. And so you can grab this, grab a spot on my schedule, the speaktoinspire.com/schedule. Grab a spot now. There aren't that many spots on my calendar for the next week or so. So take a look. Grab your spot, and then I can't wait to talk to you. Let's continue this conversation and help you to bring your voice forward for others, right? To inspire others. Okay, take care.
Julia, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I was shocked at the statistic that it was more about body language than what you're actually saying.
Oh, you hadn't heard that?
No, and I wanna say because I'm a singer, I'm
Mm,
very conscious of tone and, making like, I hear singers and I'm like, it's a little flat," or "It's a little," like that. And I went to Florence and the Machine the other day, and I don't
oh,
know if you've
cool.
ever seen her live, but she runs
Wow.
back and forth and up and down, and at first, like, there's a stage that's raised in the middle of the big stage, and we were thinking, "Wow, she's only gonna stay on this little tiny spot. Is she gonna just stand there the whole time?" Oh, no. She's running back and forth, and I'm gonna tell you, not once did I think about her voice. Not
Mm,
once did I hear, because I'm usually so focused on,
yeah.
and not on purpose, it's just that my way that my ear is trained. but I didn't once notice anything that was coming out of her mouth because I was watching and feeling her energy and
Mm,
just observing how wonderful it made me feel and how happy I was.
yes.
And so when you said that today, I was like, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And that's the first thing I thought of. I
Yeah.
also
Me
had,
too.
oh, go ahead.
Well, I think that's a great example of somebody that's completely in the flow and in the moment and in her body. And it's electric and magnifying, right? We can't take our
Wonderful.
eyes off something like that.
Yeah, I couldn't. I couldn't. I was just
Mhm.
fascinated and I was having so much fun just watching and I was thinking, "Oh my gosh, if I was up on stage and I was a singer and I was a couple years younger, I'd probably be doing the same." They were running around and like being so free and
Ooh.
amazing. Um, uh, but the other thing I just laughed when you did that word association,
Hmm.
um, because you're saying, say the words. I'm sitting here saying the words out loud with you. And um, rooftop, I said singing, which I don't even know, but
I get it. Yeah.
but as I was thinking, when I was saying the words out loud, I was like, I wonder what the psychological
Uh,
profile is of my answers. 'Cause I
we could
was
get deep about that.
right?
Yeah.
Because I was saying some things that were just like, I'm like, "Where'd that come from?" Um, but fun. It was great. So thank you
Yeah.
so much for offering this session to the She Is Me,
Welcome.
the people. And I really wanna say your exercises were fantastic. They make complete
Mm.
sense. And I think there are I think part of we don't often think about using our voice to speak up for ourselves in things like our jobs or, you know, our kids' teachers or at the doctor's office or something
Mhm.
like that. And we talk about sometimes when we talk about using our voice, it gets translated to, you know, I don't know, protesting something or
Oh,
being,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Instead of saying it just like you might not be able to communicate your needs. You might not be able to communicate your displeasure about something
Mm.
or your disagreement about something. And so I think it's really important that if you feel the fear, um, to be able to work with you or even use some of your exercises that you offered here, but
Yeah.
come and take your quiz
Mm.
and see if it's something that I think we all could use it. I know I could, but I would
Mm.
love to work with you anyway because um, I would love to stop thinking about what I'm going to say all the time and just
Just let it flow.
let it
Yeah.
flow.
It's that place of being a channel. I feel like I never know what I'm gonna say, and then something comes out of my mouth.
Right? Well, it was funny because yesterday I did my keynote and then I did a session at the end of the day. And my keynote, I had on a prompter because I had spent so much
Um,
time writing it and I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything because sometimes when I go with the flow, I go down these little rabbit holes and I'm.
that's where outlining comes in.
Mhm. So I did a prompter, and then
Mhm.
for the one later, I just did notes. I just did an outline. I had it in front of me, and I spoke to it. And I spoke to somebody who'd seen both
Mm.
sessions yesterday, and they said, "Well, the first one was good, but the second one was better because you
Right.
weren't reading and you were being more natural and everything else." So interesting. Yeah,
Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope this has been helpful for everyone watching.
I think so. I think so. Thank you so much. Coming up, we have Gaynell Brady. And she is talking about finding empowerment through ancestral memories. And she is amazing. So join us in just about 15 minutes. Thank you. I am so pleased to introduce you to Gaynell Brady.
So you're wondering, how can a photo save your life? And for me, this has happened multiple times. When life's most difficult things happen to me personally, I'm so happy that I have the memories of my ancestors and their photos, the ones that I do have, to keep me grounded. I keep certain photos, as you can see behind my head, especially when I'm having a bad day or when I'm having a tough moment or a very difficult time in life, whether that's experiencing hurricanes, health issues, or whatever. I always turn to these photos. And in this one particular photo, in fact, it's 3 photos of my Mama Bell. So Mama Bell is one of my second great grandmothers on my maternal line, and her life and everything that she has experienced in her life has helped to guide me through some of my most difficult times. She and my grandmother Lizzie, that you'll learn about a little bit later. But let me tell you about Mama Bell London Jefferson. So all of the women in my family, when they reach a certain age or just a certain level, we all refer to them as mama or auntie. And Mama Bell was one of the largest matriarchs that I know of in our family. She was born in Clinton, Louisiana in 1888. And when Mama Bell was born, she was born on a plantation and reared by both her mom, Sarah, and her grandma, Polly. Mama Bell's story is one of strength and resiliency. If I can describe the environment in which my grandmother grew up in, she was on a plantation that dealt a lot with lumber, but most of the females in her family were all domestic servants. Most of the guys in her life pretty much worked in the lumber industry. So Mama Bell grew up around all of these women who were always relying upon each other. They were always working together to get things done, whether it's sharing information through the kitchen or sharing information at church. Mama Bell's life, because she grew up so closely to her ancestors, she understood their story. She was on that land where her ancestors were enslaved. In fact, I have in my possession a will of Mama Bell's grandmother in which she was valued at $150 on that will. Prior to Mama Bell, no one in my family, for the most part, could read or write. But that didn't stop her from being the woman that everyone loves in this community. Her photo can be found in every household in our family. And for me, when I looked at that photo, I often wonder why. Why is this one photo of this woman, and that's the photo on the left, that black and white one? Why is this photo in every household? As you can see, Mama Bell had a very modest life. She worked as a domestic servant most of her life. After being born in Clinton, Louisiana, and helping to raise her brothers and sisters, she married her husband, Alex Jefferson. And when an opportunity presented itself to the family, Mama Bell, along with all of the other women in our family, along with the men, they left Clinton, Louisiana, and they moved to Des Salmons, Louisiana, and they worked on a sawmill there. At that time, Mama Bell was still being the incredible woman that she was. She helped to take care of everyone around her. And it was that instinct that she had, along with Grandpa Alex, that told them when it was the right time to leave. When they left Clinton, Louisiana, and traveled to Des Salmons, I can imagine they were afraid. I can imagine they wouldn't know what to expect, but they did it anyway, and they trusted themselves, they trusted each other, they trusted everything that they were being guided by, and they moved our family to Des Salmons, Louisiana, where my grandmother was born, on the bayou, in fact. The most interesting thing that I found about Mama Bell, she did all of this with a very limited formal education. So one day while Grandpa Alex was working on the sawmill, he lost 2 of his fingers. And that was a very trying time for our family, considering that time in the early 1900s, Mama Bell relied heavily upon Grandpa Alex's income, but she still had skill sets of her own. So again, instinctively, when it was time right before the flood hit in 1927, our family left Des Salmons, Louisiana, and traveled to New Orleans. To take care of her family, Mama Bell worked at Mother's Pies, where she baked pies, where she did domestic work, where she worked at a boarding house. And even that boarding house where she worked, she had a direct impact on that family. If you were hungry around Mama Bell, she knew how to add certain ingredients to a pot of red beans just to stretch it, to make sure that everybody in her community ate. My Mama Bell raised every generation from the age of 14 until she died in 1971. My uncles were raised by Mama Bell. Her life and her role in the community you still see evidence of it everywhere in Uptown New Orleans, whether it's the recipes that we cook or just the traditions that we still practice because of her and her love for us. She would often get up early, prepare food, and then walk to work and then walk back to help to take care of her family. That photo on the very right is a photo of her holding her great-grandchild. And again, if she was home, everybody had a place to stay. That photo in the middle of Mama Bell is the family that she worked for at the boarding house. No one in my family had that photo. That photo was given to me by a descendant of the family that where Mama Bell worked at the boarding house. And that person told me that his ancestors died talking about Belle Jefferson. That's my Mama Bell. And I often get emotional about her because for me, I see so much of myself in her. And I often wonder why, like, I experienced so many things in my life, especially at such an early age. And I often tell myself, like, why me? And I can hear voices telling me, like, why not you? I knew that I had to be strong. I didn't know how strong I had to be. And I didn't understand why I needed to be strong. But after searching my own family history and understanding everything that someone like Mama Bell went through, I learned why I was so strong. When I found my family on a wheel, along with Grandma Polly, 6 members of my family were valued at $1,800. And that didn't stop them from being who they were. That didn't stop them from sharing our family history. That didn't stop them from learning, whether they told someone if they learned or not. That didn't stop them from working together to get our family into a better position. So when we left Clinton, our family didn't own anything. When we left Des Salmons, our family didn't own anything. But when my family came to New Orleans, when my maternal ancestors arrived here, they brought with them the strength and the willingness to work together. The thing about being strong is you have to know when you can lean on people. And that's the one thing I learned from Mama Bell. When I look at her photos, I remind myself on how important it is for me to be strong when it's time for me to listen to my instincts. And when it's time for me to work together to help guide our family to the next level. For example, I lost my only sister during Hurricane Katrina. When my family left New Orleans, it was a few days before Hurricane Katrina. In fact, it was like the Friday before. I remember it was a Friday because that morning we took my mom to get dialysis. I begged my sister to leave. Almost in my gut, I felt like something bad would happen, but she didn't want to leave. So my family and I boarded a truck while we got in my SUV. My dad and my mom got in the SUV, and my mom was exhausted for traveling. During a hurricane evacuation, the traffic is horrendous. A 1-hour trip can take you 16 hours sometimes. But I heard this voice in me that told me which direction to go into. And I can imagine that's the same voice that Mama Bell heard or her family heard when it was time to leave Clinton. And they had to be very brave to do that because they were going to land that they only knew that there was a possible opportunity there for our family to do better. But like my story, it wasn't an opportunity to do better. This was an opportunity. We needed to survive. So when we left New Orleans, we headed to Baton Rouge. All of the hotels were booked everywhere. For miles, you couldn't get a hotel room. But something told me I didn't need to stay in Baton Rouge with my mom. We got on top of the bridge in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, which is about an hour or so from New Orleans. And I saw this brand new hotel. And something told me while I was driving, yes, I did the call while I was driving, but hey, while I was driving, I called this hotel and I managed to get the last 2 rooms. My mom was relieved because she knew we only had about a little over an hour to go. And once I got my mom in this room, I felt this relief. I knew that we made it to safety, but I had this feeling inside of me that something bad was going to happen. So I did talk to my sister that night as the storm was moving through. Then we lost power, and she just told me, just remember, I'm your sister. And that was the last time I heard from her. At this time, I was studying for my bachelor's degree. At this same time, I was going through the world's most horrible divorce. And I was a single mom trying to raise 2 kids. So I had all of these things together, plus taking care of my parents during the storm. But I remembered my sister telling me, hey, I want to pay for your cap and gown. I want to make sure you graduate. I was going to be my mom's first child to graduate. And I knew that the line that I came from Mama Bell didn't graduate from high school. I knew that my grandmother didn't get to do it. My mom and I did it the exact same year. So I knew how important it was for my family for me to do this. So when I evacuated, I took some of my stuff with me. I can remember thinking about Mama Bell walking to and from Mother's Pies, walking to and from the boarding house. And I can imagine she was very tired because she worked very long hours, but she did it. I was in school trying to take care of my family, trying to communicate with family members, and I had the only working cell phone. So I got all of the calls, and I had to make the decision on when I can disseminate that information to my family. And I could imagine, much like Mama Bell, when she became the matriarch in the family, she was one of the oldest living relatives on that side at one point in Des Salmons. I can imagine people going to her looking for guidance. So eventually my family and I left Burbridge, Louisiana, and traveled to a very small town in Louisiana. When we were there, I felt that this wasn't a place that we were going to stay at a very long time. And I can remember telling my parents, we have to leave. We have to leave. And we have to leave first thing in the morning, because if we don't leave by this time, we're going to get hurt. And that was me waking up after a dream and telling them we have to get up and leave. Around this time, that was our buddy Hurricane Rita, who was coming in and threatening the neighborhood that we moved to. And we went there because my mom asked to be closer to her youngest brother. And I got emotional just now. I have to state this. And this isn't anywhere on my record. Her youngest brother, my mom went there to be closer to him. And he actually died last year. So that's why I got emotional for a moment. But I want to show you, even in moments like this, I can rest knowing that before he passed away, he taught me everything I know about Mama Bell. And that's another important thing. So in my mom being by her brother, I knew that even then, because of what I know and how much everyone trusted and believed in me, when I told them it was time to leave this particular town because something bad was going to happen, they left. We all left. We left there and we traveled to Memphis, Tennessee. And at that point, I knew my mom was going to be okay. I knew we were in safety. But 24 hours later, that town in Louisiana was underwater. All of the power was out. And I was pretty sure my mom was going to die if we stayed there. And I knew from that moment forward, I had to be the strong one. And I understood that I was strong, but I didn't understand how strong. You want to know, I really found out how strong I was when that very same semester, by January 2006, when I stood on the stage at Southern University at New Orleans. I took 6 classes online and I got a 4.0 GPA. And when I walked across that stage, I knew who I was doing it for. I was doing it for me, my kids. I was doing it for my sister, but I was doing it because in my heart and mind, I knew I made my Mama Bell smile. I can recall like my auntie Eva, who again was raised by Mama Bell, and she always said she believed that our generation would be the best generation and we're going to be the generation to change everything for our family. And I just knew that I was strong. Like I survived all of that. I came across the stage with 2 kids under my arms and just literally graduated and became everything that someone told me I would never be. I wouldn't exist in this role if it wasn't because of the women who sacrificed so much before me. When Grandpa Alex was injured on that sawmill, my Mama Bell did not say, "Oh, I'm going to break down and cry and this is just the end." She stepped up and she worked at Mother's Pie. She stepped up, she worked at that boarding house, and no matter how tired she was, she pushed through. And that's the thing that I've learned. Sometimes I'm going to be tired. Sometimes fibromyalgia is going to beat me up. But the important thing is that what we should do is just never give up and pull together when we need to. When those women in that family were hungry, they pulled their resources together to make sure that everyone had something to eat. And much of now, everything that I try to do, I try to share everything that I have because I know what it's like to be without. And I learned that from Mama Bell. I learned that it's not as important what you have on the outside, but everything that you have on the inside that matters. I learned from her the importance of spending time with your family members, with the people in your community, and the impact that you can have on your community by just being a good person. And sometimes you have to be tough and you have to be strong. But I think she wants all of us to know that the most important thing that we have is each other. I think a lot of times when I look at Mama Bell's photos and I see her hands, I see a hardworking, gentle woman. And her hands, if you just focus on her hands, it just shows you how strong this woman was. And she commanded every space that she walked into. I love when my mom talks about her. Like, say, for example, she had these big pot of red beans, and if she saw more people were coming over, she would add okra to the pot. It would thicken them up a bit, but she would have rice that she could stretch it out and feed as many people as she could because she knew what it was like to be without. I know that my grandmother took sugar, any ingredients that she could to make something, whether it was breads or pies or whatever, to feed whomever. But the most fascinating thing I've learned about my Mama Bell and her sisters is when they came to New Orleans, my Mama Bell and the women who look like her, they worked together and they pooled together their money. And they bought their father a building. And that building was called Second Nazareth Baptist Church. And that's where Mama Bell gained all of her strength from. The women before her and her service in the community, but in addition, that church where she spent most of her time. The building is still standing. It's not within the family anymore. But I know when I look at that church and I look at my Mama Bell, I knew that she and her sisters cleaned toilets, cleaned floors, and did whatever they had to do. Trusted each other, pulled together their resources to get that first property that we owned in the city. And to me, that's amazing, considering none of them could read or write. One of the things that I know most about my Mama Bell is reflected through the actions of my grandmother, Delilah Jackson Landry. In 1949, my grandmother became a registered voter. And just like Mama Bell, you see this photo. I'm going to transition from her to Grandma Lizzie. My Grandma Lizzie, I don't have a photo of her. So this photo is just going to stand proxy for her. It's of a cabin at Star Hill, Louisiana, and this is near the area where my Grandma Lizzie was living. Grandma Lizzie, born in Kentucky in 1839. She somehow, of course, due to slavery, came to Louisiana, and she lived in St. Francisville, Louisiana, again, about another hour or so from Baton Rouge. Grandma Lizzie was a midwife. Imagine that. My grandmother was a midwife. She's my third great grandmother, but I know from the census documents that she was a midwife. I also know this because whenever we would get sick, we often didn't get anything from the store to take care of our sicknesses. My dad would mix some type of elixir and give it to us, and it would be awful, God tasting awful, but we'd always felt better within a day or two. Grandma Lizzie had, oh my gosh, at least 8 kids that I know of in St. Francisville, Louisiana. And I say because I know of, these are the ones that I can identify due through DNA testing and documents, because of slavery. And I'm not ashamed of that. I'm very proud of my grandmothers and everything that they've accomplished in the face of adversity. I know a lot of people, when they think about slavery and their ancestors and what they endured, it does bring pain. It does make you upset. It does make you angry. But me, I focus on the woman. I focus on the individual, because for me, almost all of my ancestors were enslaved. And when I look at these women and understand what they've done in the face of adversity and barriers and racism and everything else that you can think of, and I'm still here. I'm living evidence that they survived it all just for me to be here and be able to do what I'm doing at this exact moment. So even for Grandma Lizzie and her skills, she was able to deliver her grandkids. My Grandma Classy, who was my second great grandmother, had 20 plus kids that I know of. And in fact, I think Grandma Classy just got tired of naming them, and she just named one of them 19. And I have a great uncle, called 19. I do. But the most interesting thing about this particular line, I know my Grandma Lizzie did her very best to keep as many of those people alive as she could, because the typhoid epidemic came and hit the community where my family lived very hard. My grandmother, Rebecca Clifford, she ended up dying very young. And that didn't stop her from doing what she could for her kids while she was alive. My grandfather, Kelly, or Carrie Clifford, is one of the hardest working men that I know of. But let me talk to you a little bit more about Grandma Lizzie, because I want to show you how, knowing who she was and how my grandma Rebecca and my grandpa Kelly taught me to fight back. My Grandma Lizzie, as I said, was a midwife, and I've always been fascinated by St. Francisville. But up until a certain point of my life, I've never been to St. Francisville. I've been to the land and the plantations where Grandma Lizzie worked when they came to Point Capee parishes, but I'd never been to St. Francisville. So when I had my son in 2016, I had really bad postpartum depression. I didn't want to leave the room. I didn't want to eat. I didn't want to do genealogy. I didn't want to do our mammies. I just hated everything. And I guess at some point my husband just felt like I was really going downhill, but he knows how I feel about taking medication that I don't really need to take. So he got me in a car one day and he drove me to Glen, Louisiana, where my family came from. First, we went through Clinton. I saw that area. Of course, when I went there, I thought about Mama Bell. But when I got to Glen and I remembered every place, every building, every road that my ancestors worked on, I remembered every sugarcane field that I was taught about. And I remembered how strong I was, because even then, the women in my family, who their photos are etched in my mind, I lost them to Hurricane Katrina, but I do have them in my memory. I remembered how strong and how resourceful I am and how I can beat this. So I told my husband, I'm okay. I'm really okay. I thought about my Aunt Alice Bradley, who owned the juke joint next door to her house, and how smart she was, and how she had two separate books, one that she kept to show the plantation owner about her funds that she had, and then the real books where her real money was, and how she was able to maintain that land. In fact, that land is still in the family now. I learned about how our family built most of the buildings in that area. And to me, that just represented excellence. The fact that most of what we built is still standing in that parish. I knew I had a reason. I knew I had something to do. I knew that I needed to step up and really do what I love to do. And that's to talk about my ancestors and encourage other people and empower them to get out there and go and learn about who they are, because I know how important it is and how it can save your life. So it worked. It snapped me out of postpartum depression. And if I don't want to go shopping at the Disney store, if I don't want to do genealogy, you know I'm sick. And I was sick. But because I saw that area where my family came from, it empowered me in a way that it's almost like I felt like I had to live to do something greater. And that I felt that if this could wake me up, or if this can strengthen me, then more people needed to see it. And more people need to learn about themselves through learning about the people who came before them. So it worked. Just a few years later, I was at work, and I was actually helping to prep for a program on a battlefield, and I was in a plantation home, ironically cleaning the table there. I got very sick the next day, and I was so sick. I went on all kinds of medication, and then I noticed that the hearing in my left ear was starting to get lower and lower. In fact, it went all the way down where I couldn't hear on my left side at all. So again, being someone who loves public speaking, I love presentations, I felt like my life was over and this is it. I felt broken. I felt useless. I felt like I can't do what I love and what I fought so hard to do. I mean, I fought back 2 years to get where I am, only to lose my hearing. I felt like I wasn't doing what my ancestors needed me to do. And I felt like I wouldn't be able to hear people. And it was going to be hard for me to understand. I would go into restaurants and have a breakdown because the loud sounds would just send a triggering pain to my body. So again, I snapped into depression. And then my husband did the same thing again. But this time he took me to St. Francisville. And I'm just walking around, and I met this very old lady who was in a museum store. And I started to just talk to her about like Grandma Lizzie and the rest of my Nixon family from the area. And I asked her, I was like, hey, where's Bayou Sarah? I knew that my family lived there for some time, and I just want to go and see it, or just anything that's left of it. And she said, well, while you're there, just take a look at some of the churches that's around here. And she gave me this map, and she kind of showed me around in a museum and just pointed out some sites that she thought would interest me based on my family history. But she had a very sweet, kind, and calming voice, almost familiar, but I didn't know her. So I got in my car, and my husband drove us down to the end of the road, and there was this railroad depot. And I looked around, and have you ever been somewhere and you felt like you've been there before? So I got out the car. I put one foot out of the car. I put my right leg onto the ground. and I felt this wind. And I heard this voice whisper into my left ear, and it said, "You are going to be okay." And I was fine. I got in the car, I closed the door, I told my husband, "I'm okay." And I was. I knew, and I know that voice was my grandma Lizzie. And she's right. I'm okay. I am comfortable with getting in a room and telling people that, hey, I struggle with hearing on this side. So if I turn or if I'm trying to read their lips, understand this is why. And she's right. I'm better than ever because of people like Grandma Lizzie, Mama Belle, my grandma Rebecca, my grandma Delilah, all of these women and my memories of them and just the stories and the documents that I've read and I've seen. I've witnessed them be laborers, domestic servants. I witnessed them serving in unions and everything else that they could do, fighting for their communities, helping each other, protecting each other. I knew that I would be okay because of what runs through my veins and the DNA that I inherited from those who came before me. I know that you're going to be okay. I know that you're going to be inspired by what I said today. And I hope that you'll take them time to get out and visit the land where your ancestors came from, no matter where it was. Go and touch the walls, touch the trees, touch the ground, touch the spaces. Visit the cemeteries, visit your child homes. Whenever you're feeling down, whenever you're feeling like you can't, look at the people before you. You're going to find all of the strength that you need, no matter what is going on. You're going to find every ounce of strength that you need to push forward. Without a doubt in my mind, you are watching this presentation because you felt that you would be inspired by something. And I am a living witness that whenever people tell you what you can't do, they already see what you can do. Don't let them stop you. Don't let their words stop you. Think about my Mama Belle. If you don't have photos of your grandmother, just use my Mama Belle's photo. Just if you want further inspiration, you can also look at my social media pages. I don't hide anything that I go through. I don't hide anything that I've experienced. And I've just taken everything that I've learned about my ancestors and everything that I'm trying to do in the community. And I use our mammies as a tool to execute that. I created the General Store to generate revenue so that I can get out and do more free programs in the community. I take every dollar that people pour into me, into my work, to invest it back into the community. My greatest joy lately has been going into the high school classrooms and teaching very young adults how to research their family history. And because of it, even just within this past week, I met two relatives that are 93, one that's 93 years old and one that's well into their 80s. And they asked me to teach them our family history. Imagine that. 93 years old. To me, that's incredible. But I remember if I would have given up at any point in time in my life, I wouldn't be there to do that for them. I know that I have a calling on my life and I understand that it's very important work. But more importantly, I understand who called me and what I'm here to do. So if I don't leave you with anything else today, it's just never give up. Understand that you have brothers and sisters all over this world, and we're all here. We're all here to help you fight back. But you can find all of the empowerment you need through every memory that's already embedded in your DNA. I remember the great Barbara Trevine told me that your ancestors are waiting for you to come and find them. And they're all here. I just, everything that I'm taught, I know that my grandmothers, I could feel their warmth standing behind me and telling me, good job, good job. And no matter who is gone or who left, they're just on the other side cheering you on and they want you to fight back. So I thank you for spending your evening with me and listening to me. I really appreciate you all.
Gaynell, thank you so much. That was so powerful. As you know, I have pictures of my ancestors in my studio.
Mm-hmm.
That is, I shared that with you when we were doing rehearsals. I also have things that were my grandmother's and people in my family before her that have sort of been handed down inadvertently,
Mm-hmm.
um, but no matter what condition they're in, it's just a reminder that were, they were my ancestors and those things were important to them. And so, yeah, it does give you strength. It does give you strength. And you do hear those voices and you do, if you stop and listen, right? Not
Yes.
everybody stops and listens. So
Yes.
if you stop and listen and you can tap into that,
Mm-hmm.
you do get that strength and you do get that guidance from
You do.
your
It's
ancestors.
almost like a piece that you gain, right? Like
Hmm.
I have so many photos of places that I've visited. And what happens when I get on these spaces, I feel the big rush of wind. And I try to explain to people, it's almost as if 10,000 people were trying to hug you at the same time.
Oh, that's
And
lovely.
that's what I get when I visit. Even I tell people, even, painful places and spaces like plantations, I know my ancestors were there.
Hmm.
So being in those cemeteries on those spaces, I just feel 1,000 hugs. And none of it, it's all filled with pride. It's not, you know, they feel like relieved knowing that I'm there and I'm not forgetting them. And I as long as I live, I won't.
That is so powerful. That is so powerful. I thank you so much for your work and for educating people and
Mm-hmm.
letting them know what life was like,
Mm-hmm.
what life for your grandmothers was like, and how strong they were, and what amazing human beings they were.
Mm-hmm.
It's so important, right? And that's why we're here. We're here to tell stories, and we're here to keep
Mm-hmm.
those memories alive, and we're here to make sure that people never forget and that people aren't forgotten either,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
that we don't forget what's happened in history and that people aren't
Mm-hmm.
forgotten is so important. So important.
Yeah, like even when you were talking about the fact that you have that photo, and I remember that photo, I can still see it.
Hmm.
But you didn't see what I saw when you were showing it, the amount of pride in your eyes.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the thing, like I tell people to surround themselves with things that inspire them for those down moments. Like
Right.
your face just when you started talking about like your history and I was just like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. But those photos, right? And then the memories etched into your DNA. So they
Yes.
all trigger each other. And when you go to the places where they came from, all of
Right.
those things just come together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have been to the places where they came from, and um, none of those places, because they were farmers, so
Mm-hmm,
none
mm-hmm,
of those farms are really left anymore from where they came from. But the fact that they were farmers and they made the bricks that built their homes and they lived in the desert and um, they did everything they could, and then and now I'm sitting here in front of a computer having a conference with women and talking about memories and talking about our ancestors. And I mean, they could never have imagined in their wildest dreams that their
mm-hmm,
their um, family line would be here now, you know and the fact that you and I are having this conversation,
exactly.
our great great grandparents would never have imagined that they would have us meet and
Mm-hmm,
have this conversation.
mm-hmm,
So the fact that we're all coming together in this way is
mm-hmm.
magnificent, right? It's so special.
It is.
so
It's
special.
very powerful when you think about how far apart we all are, but how close we really are. And
We're
like, and
all
how our experiences mirror each other.
right, right. And in fact, I don't know if you saw earlier, I spoke with Nisha Parek, and she
Mhm.
grew up in a South Asian culture. But when she was talking about her father and
Mhm.
her upbringing, it just like was so close to
Yes.
the same
Yes.
thing that I experienced. And one thing, I've traveled around the world. I've traveled around every state in this country, and I can tell you one thing, that every single person on this planet wants the same thing.
Absolutely.
We want to love and be loved. We
Hmm.
want respect. We
Yes.
want to be able to provide for each other. And, there is a lot of crap going on, and we get
Yes.
that. But this is definitely a time of revolution. It's time of change.
Hmm.
And,
So true.
um, the more we can do this, Gaynell, the more you and I are doing this, and the more you are talking to people, and the more I'm talking to people, and we're bringing people together,
Hmm.
right? We're creating more of togetherness.
Absolutely.
We're making each other stronger together.
Absolutely.
And
Hmm.
as we all come together, I think of it as like a woven rug, a woven blanket.
Hmm.
Like we're
Hmm.
all weaving in and out of each other's lives, and that just
Right.
makes us so much stronger than just
Absolutely.
being this person here and this person here. And
Hmm.
because think of
Hmm.
the people who are fighting or resisting this
Yes.
change,
Hmm.
how alone they must feel,
That, yeah. Lacking love. That's all.
right? Yeah.
Hmm.
So how alone they must feel. And so
Hmm.
what the work that we do is to make sure that nobody ever feels alone. And the
Absolutely.
way you do that is you come together in love, and you come
Hmm.
together in sisterhood, and you come together in knowing that we are all one people. We are all the
Hmm.
same.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah,
Right?
we are.
We're all the
We are.
same. So thank you so much, dear. I am so pleased that you're with you. You look so beautiful. Can you
Thank
can you
you.
just talk about your costume a little bit?
Yeah. So, what I do is I create these looks in honor of each one of my grandmothers. So right now, I'm actually dressed as my grandmother, Florence Jefferson, who's the daughter of Belle Jefferson.
Oh,
So
nice.
I always name one of my dresses after one of my grandmothers, and in my mind, I see each grandmother dressed a certain way. So get the materials. The only thing I didn't do, I didn't make this particular top, but I saw it and I knew it was my grandmother Florence, just based on how people described her. And she actually shares the same name with my mom. And I was supposed to be Florence as well, but my
Oh,
mom opted for Gaynell instead.
well, at
And
least
I'm
you didn't get
grateful.
like 6 or whatever. You didn't get a number,
Yeah.
which was nice. Uncle
Yeah. Yeah.
19, I'll never forget Uncle
Uncle
19.
19. Yeah. Yeah. So, no, that's where
Um,
these dresses come from.
okay, so this time period is turn of the century, 19th, 20th
Yes.
century, right?
Yes. Absolutely. I wanted to create something that would illustrate how she arrived to New Orleans and how she got around. So Grandma Florence also was in the bakery union. She worked to take care of three
Nice.
kids as well. Mama Bell helped to, of course, raise her and Grandma Florence's kids as well. But they
That's
all worked
amazing.
together. Yeah, pulled
That is
together.
amazing. I love those photos. Thank you so much for
You're
sharing
welcome.
your ancestors and your story. And I am so sorry for your losses. Um, every time a hurricane comes, I hold my breath.
Hmm.
Um,
Me too.
and I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. But I'm glad that she's with you. I'm glad that your brother's
Absolutely.
with you. And again, thank you for honoring us with your
Mhm.
stories and your amazing insight and your power. I really appreciate you.
Thank you all for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. So stay tuned. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and we are going to talk to Claire Simadewira. She is the owner of the Belden Cafe in Washington, and she's going to talk about good segue. Together we are stronger. And I had no idea that was the name of her talk. And I just talked about that. So wonderful. Thanks, Gaynell. We'll talk soon.
Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Claire Sumadi, we're the owner of Belden Cafe. About 6 years ago, I opened this cafe, and then there's some days I believe it's the light of the tunnel, but there's days we feel like, as you know, there's a huge industry-wide labor shortage right now. So bear with us as all the amazing hospitality workers in the front line. Be patient with us as we're going through this, and then I know that in the community full of love and care, we can be able to go through it all. So in Belden Cafe, we believe in building a purpose-driven business that literally and figuratively feed the community. We are on Main Street in Bellevue downtown. And then if you ever come visit us, you will see this big noticeable tear blue circular logo with the silhouette of a young boy. And that's my son. He is the inspiration that I decided to open this cafe about 6 years ago because kind strangers lent me a hand while I was alone and then tried to take care of him overseas as a single mother. And then as soon as you enter our cafe, you would notice the natural aesthetic of the woods. And then our table is actually made by high-risk youth that's being supported by Seattle Union Gospel. So these tables are beautifully made. We are using all the material that's help youth to understand how to make their own living through carpentry skills. And then when you come to the bar, our menu, includes toast, bowls, waffles, and everything's house made. But what is very special to my heart is our charity drinks. So 25% of all the charity drinks go directly to charity. We serve a big amount of marginalized group in downtown Seattle and downtown Bellevue and all over Washington. And then during pandemic, they are the most vulnerable group that we want to support. That's part of our mission in Belden Cafe. We are the central hub for community engagement and fulfillment during the lonely and isolated years of the COVID pandemic. So my unique business approach of offering community support during the time of great economic risk has earned us the nicest place in Washington awarded by Reader's Digest. And then also we were featured on Seattle Refined as well as Good Morning America. And then this success definitely shows that, if you follow a mission-driven business, the return, also the rewarding, the personal rewarding, professional rewarding is definitely equally important. It gives you a sense of purpose and also a sense of push that on the hardest day that we know that we can go through. But however, the success hasn't come without an equal amount of challenges. As a Chinese immigrant, English wasn't my first language. And then as a female entrepreneur, also I'm a single mother of 3 kids. They are the love of my life, but also they do come with a lot of responsibilities. And then all my team at the cafe, they are my kids too. So I'm going to go over a couple of things that, I did have to go through as a minority woman business owner and also a mother to achieve my dreams. But also at the end, there's so much more rewarding come with it too. So I decided I would not allow any challenges to motivate deter my success. So I want to successfully create a vision that's fully engaged with the community. Our goal is we want to make sure that every member come through that door, they feel they're part of community, because that sense of belonging, trust, and a safe environment that really creates a stronger and safe community. As you know, during COVID, we know that we are not going to be able to go through this alone, and we need everybody's effort and also caring to make sure that we are here, and then also able to have the right mind space and also the safe surroundings to support one another. Four of the biggest fundamental pillars I learned from my own experience to build this purpose-driven entrepreneur business is commitment, collaboration, communication, and compassion. These are the 4 C's I follow strictly during my business and also during the planning process, and as well as helping my staff to understand the purpose-driven business behind our cafe. So right now, currently, not only I was able to be taking care of this wonderful business, also I'm on the board of 5-6 different charity boards that includes homeless shelter for men, and then a hospital, a downtown business association, and also the visitor experience for Bellevue. These are just a few things that I was, I have the privilege to be part of, that we can voice a small business owner business, and also as an immigrant, as a mother, and also as things that where we can represent for individual who doesn't have a strong voice. And then I have the privilege to do that, and I'm able to communicate from my business. So through commitment, that's something that's really huge for me while I'm building the business. One of the things I do is my commitment to the community, that is community support driven, is born from the unconditional service of a hospital staff that I received when I was in Shanghai. So let's rewind back about my son's 9 years old already. So about 9 years ago, I was in Shanghai for a business trip, and then we ended up staying for 2 years. But when we were there, because my son was a premature baby, he has very underdeveloped lungs, so he needed the pollution in Asia is really bad. So we end up have to stay in the hospital because he couldn't breathe, and also his asthma was flaring up really badly. I was there day and night for a good solid 2 weeks. His dad was not present at the time, so he was traveling. So I have to take care of him all by myself. So this is a place where, even though I speak the language, but I was not foreigner, I was American to them. There was no cafe near on site. In America, we can see that Starbucks and any coffee shop is anywhere hospital we go. But unfortunately, a lot of in different cultures that we don't really see that. So I was there, and one night the only thing I wanted just a cup of coffee and a cup of homemade chicken noodle soup. And I was incredibly lonely. I was hoping that somebody can just support me in a way. One day, actually, our janitor who cleans our room day and night, he came and then surprised me with a cup of coffee, and then that he walked for about 40 miles just for that cup of coffee. It was probably the most. I mean, we're from Seattle, and I love coffee growing up, so that I would not say that was the best tasting coffee in the world, but I do have to say that was the best ever heartwarming coffee I had in my life. And then because at the moment I knew that I may never meet him in person, but he left the surprise for me with a cup of coffee. And also he left his wife looked it up online how to make American style chicken noodle soup, which is so amazing. At that moment, there's nothing could describe how welcome I felt for the community. And that's how he gave it to me, that feeling that I know that even though I cannot thank them in any way or shape or form, but also the way that he can provide that sense of love and also part of the community really, really make me feel like I'm at home. So at that moment, I've decided I really want to open a business just like that. Because in America, we are living this big, beautiful melting pot. And then there is so many incredible people coming to visit us or staying. And I'm one of them. I'm immigrant to US when I was 12. And we need to have sense of community building based on our differences, because only if you invite differences, invite feedback from different cultural, different background, different race, and different ethnicity, that's going to give us so much more growth and innovation. And that's how we're going to build a stronger community together. And that really matters right now, because in the business world, we are not machines, we are all human. And then to understand where we're coming from as human, as our culture, as our gender preference, as our whether we're married, singles, relationship status, education, there are so many differences that help us to push through the boundaries and also help bridge the boundaries between us so we can build something more beautiful and also something more meaningful, help us to understand the differences. So this commitment I made, because this wonderful janitor gave it to me, made me realize I really want to open a business that's focused just purely on that, because we are human and no human are minimum. We need to focus on each other and building a community that's care about each other. And then on the hard days, we can rely on each other. On the good days, we can celebrate. So as an American woman, I was born in China, where I was met many skepticism when pitching my idea to all male hospital leadership team. Because at the time in Shanghai, I really want to open a cafe that can give back, and also all the that's struggling at the same time, they feel lonely. So when I was when I was supported well, I built actually 2 over there while I was with my family to nourish the family who are in need. So when I went, and then 6 years ago, when we decided we were gonna come home, I actually had 2 more children. I have 3 kids total, and I knew that this is the chance for me to open a cafe at home and feeding and also supporting the community, just like this janitor made me feel, because everybody deserve a warm welcome to the community and also to the neighbors and also to the city they're at. So as first time hospitality business, my background is actually marketing PR. I did a lot of consulting projects, and then I had a really hard time to secure either a loan, a space, and then also a space. And then and often I had loans that's taken down, but thanks to SBA, I had a chance to get a loan secured. But unfortunately, I worked way harder than I expected with landlords, even with realtors. It was really hard to be taken serious because, first of all, I was a first-time hospitality business owner, and second of all, because I'm a minority woman. And then they did not believe in my vision. And then when they see a purpose-driven business that's not really focused on the profit, of course, the number doesn't, they don't believe in that number. So luckily I did find one that believed in us and believed in my vision. And then we end up pushing through this. And then when I was looking for the suppliers, unfortunately, I was not looking often taken seriously because coffee industry, it is a male-centric industry. And then most of the roasters and also the coffee shop owners men. And then so there's that times where I went to tasting that I made a secured appointment. They give me simply a tour. And then, like I said, I don't need a tour. I know what I'm doing. And then just because my gender, maybe because the way I look, and then I wasn't taken seriously. And then so this skepticism and gender discrimination definitely marked the business relationship between me and those who I needed to interact with to succeed. So at the end, when the ones that I decided to have a working relationship, I was incredibly grateful. And all these relationships I currently still work with. For example, I work with Kova Roaster from Portland. They're the roaster I work from day one. The reason being I work with them after working with 20 different roasters because they believe in me and they believe in my vision. When we're building a business, having somebody in our back support, knowing that doesn't matter what the profit ending projection is, but they believe in a vision. That's what matters, because that kind of positivity is going to help us to carry through during the hardest day. At that moment, when I realized that my dream is bigger than any of these biases was placed on me, I knew that many part of the society wanted to put me in a box, limit the lens of my identity through biases and stereotypes, or even restrict my success, desires, and roles through gender, racial, cultural, and social norms. Observing, seeing these happening float in front of me was actually really humbling, but also really open mind to see I only want to work with people who motivate me more. I knew I need to commit myself to myself more and also my dreams and also the people who believe in me. So I was lucky that I did find the right people willing to invest in me and my dream to build a cafe. And this cafe, through pandemic, we're still standing. I remember on the first day of pandemic when it happened. That's actually in Kirkland. That's just only a few miles from our cafe. I thought I was gonna lose everything, and then my only thing was I didn't know how it was gonna happen, how it's gonna unfold in front of me. So that's just only a few miles, and then I knew that. But I knew that through compassion, that's the only way it can help me to contribute to how me, my team, and my customer were able to manage this challenging time together. Like that janitor in Shanghai, he helped me to navigate that time, and then through pandemic, which is my second pillar, which is compassion. That's what makes us together. So in this time of uncertainty, I want to keep our cafe open, not just for me. I want to open for my team and the community, and also the people who are going through a hard time, the marginalized groups also being helped. I was able to keep the cafe open while following the pandemic protocols by transitioning my business model to something very different. First, we did take our own business. that offered dining in car, curbside pickups, and also I wanted to add things to support my community better. So I invited farmers come to our cafe, and then having open our space for them so they can make more retail products, retail sales while everything else was shut down. On top of the charity drinks, we also add a menu like extra tip for essential workers, donate to your local nonprofit, which invite my customers to contribute to the greater neighborhood. And then so gratefully for the generosity of clientele, my baristas, actually my team member really experienced a really great steep raise in tip sharing. And then about over $5,000 was donated. I was able to donate from local charities, and these are the things that's coming from the community, not just from us. I think that because my team's courageousness and also their compassion, believing in my vision, really definitely helped me to push me through, keep our business model without failing, and then was never ever forced to close. At this time, compassion has really shown, not just because what we show our customer, our community, but it's definitely something other has shown us. At that moment, we were not just our customers a barista at these times. We were their only social outlets. So their only time to break through the virtual working environment or from their home responsibilities. We really relieved their loneliness from a warm welcome from the other side of the cashier stand. We nourished them with beverages and healthy food, and we gave them opportunities to be part of something bigger than themselves that allowed them to contribute what they could in time of such a communal need. We did all this because while keeping our team. I was really proud during COVID. I actually didn't lose any of team because the support of a community. We really pushed through, making sure that our team is happy. So we constantly did a lot of compassion checking with our team, with each other, making sure we are okay and making sure our customers are okay. Because at this time, we know that being vulnerable is really the way to help us to stay supported. And also making sure that we know that something is there bigger than what we do. So during this, so as you see, a lot of collaborations involved in my business, either is collaborating with fellow vendors, collaborating with farmers market, our local charity partners. So the whole span of 6 years we've been in the business, we actually collaborate with over 20 local charity partners, and then we sold almost I believe it's about 15,000 cups of charity drinks that we were able to support causes like family that's going through homelessness, low-income families that needs educational school support, and also natural environmental support like maintaining the trails. There's other ones that the foster care system use that's at risk. And then one of the things I really, really passionate, close to my heart, was the business ending human trafficking. So we provide support and also training for business and knows how to support survivors of human trafficking. So that's one of my favorite collaborations. So during the COVID, we will have the chance to train survivors of human trafficking. And then that was a great learning curve for me, because the gift these brave individual survivors gave to me, my team, is way, way more incredible and significant than what we were able to support them. So this is a great collaboration where we was learning how to break something you may know. It's called a social freeze. Seattle has this reputation of being more introverted city, making it super difficult for those who live here, who build new relationships, foster new friendships, and foster community. During COVID, we would have the privilege working survivors with human trafficking. So these are incredible human beings going through extreme trauma, and then for us to know how to break that freeze and understand how to build that personal relationship with them, and then also using that to strengthen our relationship within our team, that I have to say that definitely make our team stronger, and also give us the insight how to support people from different areas to understand how to read, and also how to read trauma, and also navigate trauma, and also understand the trauma maybe we carrying ourselves that we don't really reflect on, but seeing from other people, sometimes it triggers how we feel, and then we know that how can we use collaboration, how to collectively to heal ourselves together. So while we building this new network for ourselves, I also encourage my team to go out to volunteer in the community. So I pay all my team up to 32 hours per year. That's 8 hours per quarter to go volunteer any charity they prefer. Something we do is actually really funny. I actually told my team if they just want to help their neighbor to clean their lawn, they can totally do that. And I love that they're doing that. Or if they're just really busy working every day, that they never have the chance to hang out with their grandma, with their mom, you know, I told them, please have the time to do it. Just let me know, and then you take a picture with you and grandma and show me that you hang out with a family member. That will be the proof. And then I really want our team to become the pillar of our community. I want them to be at this happy place. So I created my cafe and my business to become my happy place. And then I definitely was so happy that it has become the happy place for my team and also my community. So one of the things, I knew the people I encountered daily would sometimes might not be able to frequent our cafe due to economic and then transportation limitations. So I kind of expanded my community space, serving all those communities deserve of care. So because that, I was able to reach out more community charity partners and ask them, what can we do? Because when you want to build a community, we can't be what we at. When you are advocating, sure, we are advocating, we are talking about what we want, but we need to go out and learn how can we be a better community supporter and community builder. And then because listen and learn is the most important thing to know, what can we do better as a leader, as just a community member, to knowing what it is. And that come with collaboration. One of the reasons I named Belden, because I want to serve as a den in Bellevue. So my den, my house, is very a special place for me, because that's the only place as a mom and a business owner and then board members for different trades. That's the only place I can have it for myself. So it's really sacred for me. And then I want to make sure that also, sometimes when my kids get in trouble, I call them in my den and we talk about, have one-on-ones. So I want that place to create a safe space for everybody who come in, and then either for themselves to relax and work and study, or just having a cup of coffee with themselves. Or there's days they feel they have way more space in their heart and soul mind, they want to have engagement with their community, then I want our cafe to be the space for them as well. So this has become the ultimate plan to create a purpose-driven business that gave me joy. I am really proud to say that I donate a majority proceeds of my charity to specific charities that I feel passionate about. Either from the ones I highlighted about, from those who experience homelessness at Vision House, or the Congregation Homeless Men. We're building a brand new shelter for them. It's one of the biggest one in King County, next to I-90, for those one who live in Seattle. We also provide wraparound service for job securement, job training readiness, and then we also I also serve on the Overlake Hospital, that we will provide the support for frontline workers and also provide free healthcare for the people who cannot afford healthcare. Because this is all the crucial things. That's the necessity as a human we need. And then for any kids, we need those to strive together. And then from an adult perspective, if we cannot take care of ourselves, how can we take care of the people around us, our families, our teams, our support system, everyone that's around us? Like I said, sometimes we have to take care of ourselves, and then we take care of each other, then we can go bigger on that. So one of the other things that's really crucial for me was the last one I was on the touch is the communication. So that's my last four of the 4C pillar. I really rely on my business and also the things I really cherish in our community. So during pandemic, I, as an Asian American, I was never scared of worry about anti-Asian hate speech come to me, because I thought I live in such a strong community that, I was never feel unsafe. I constantly feel safe. And then in the peak of the pandemic, actually nothing happened. So one day I actually put on my guard, and then I got this really random email. It was very derogatory and very racist, super sexist as well, email send it to me, to our company email. And then when I got it, it really caught me off guard. I I because it hit me when I was not expected. But and also I realized that nobody's safe. Nobody's safe in this environment to people who's in the dark. So and then the only way for us to protect each other is being supportive of each other. I remember when it first happened, I feel so unsafe and so upset. And then within I would say 5 or 6 minutes, I have friends who come into the cafe right away to come see me to make sure I was okay. I had a customer who was gonna blast it out to everybody who knew, find out who this person is. And then immediately the local police actually came out to like record everything, and my team was asking me to take the thing off. This is a time that I feel like without even reaching out, they knew they can support me as a community. And then with because of that, I was healed way faster than I thought. And also it turned into something very positive. I need to turn into all these challenging experience into something bigger and then do something better for other people. Because what I experience is only 1 in a million cases that's going through. And then luckily I have a voice to tell people a story. I have a voice I can call the police. I have a voice to tell the news outlet what's going on. But what if it's somebody that doesn't have a voice? If somebody have either disability who doesn't speak English or things that they don't know what's the resources out there, how can they get help? I believe that this is the way we can communicate. And then I know that these challenges I'm going through, I went through in my life. I'm pretty sure there's other challenges I'm gonna have in the future. It's not gonna be unique to me. Either it's from sexist to racism, or right now it's xenophobia. And then along the way, I also experienced I have divorced during the pandemic, and then there's infertility with the baby. So there's a lot of stories in my life. I I can talk about days, but I want to make sure that we know that it doesn't matter end of the day where we at. We are always in this together. So together we are always stronger. And then my story, I want to share my story, not only to inspire. I want to just encourage each other that by having the commitment to betterment of our community together, creating purpose-driven business, have social enterprise that's really focused on each other, not only on the profit. At the end, that is something that's going to bring us joy. It's really rare for people to find a line of work they feel that it's bringing them joy. But I have to say, for everything I do in my business and every project I do with nonprofit, always bring me joy. I tell my team and my kids all the time that if there's something doesn't bring you joy, then that is something we shouldn't be focused on. If there's somebody doesn't bring you joy in a relationship, then we need to talk to them, figure out what's the best way to communicate with them. Sometimes setting that boundary and also letting go the things doesn't bring you joy, it is hard, but also it's part of the communication to yourself. Just as the words have potential to cause harm, but they also have great power to heal as well. From family to team members, from customers to business and nonprofit partners, authentically and communicating your needs, desires, challenges, and the skill set can really create a safe environment where everybody desires to succeed together. This is a culture that we can focus and benefits everyone through the strength of communication that will always able to better absorb and also overcome the challenges of building purpose-driven social social enterprises. Because end of the world, there's nothing easy to fix anything. When there's trauma created, it takes time to heal, but also time. It's okay to ask for forgiveness, also repair. That's really important. But the first step, we have to able to communicate with each other. So from my past experience, either from marriage, I wouldn't say it's failed marriage. It was just a love story that didn't really end well. We are great friends now, but I would say that just opened a new chapter of our life, right? Like any business and also life and work relationship, there aren't any easy solutions or quick fixes for a clear path to overcoming challenges. But however, I really believe with my whole heart that we can always still succeed if we come together and if we share our gifts, our resources, and our passion with each other. We will always win. Through commitment, collaboration, compassion, communication, I'm very, very confident that we can always build businesses that nourish our communities. Well, thank you so much for having me here. and join me at SheisMe Conference. I tremendously enjoy this, and such a big, wonderful honor to have you, Lisa.
I'm back. Hi, Claire. Thank
Hello.
you. I
Yes.
thank you. And really, I mean, when we read about Belden Cafe and we read about your mission and everything that you're doing, and how inclusive you were towards everyone in your community and what you do to help everyone, from how your tables are made with at-risk youth, learning a skill in order for them to be just feel confident and be able to move out of their circumstances into something that makes them feel proud and productive, you know, because everybody wants to feel productive in their lives, right? And get past their trauma, whatever it is that they've gone through, to you know, all the charities that you help and all the things that you do. I mean, that was really critical in just, you know, having you come here and be part of this collective, what you're doing as a single mom and an entrepreneur and an immigrant and all of these things. I mean, it's truly a wonderful story. And um, you know, it just confirms that it doesn't matter where you're from or what you've been through, you can still thrive and you can still do whatever it is that you want to do in this world. Like, you have the opportunity, you just have to decide to do it. And like you said, so many obstacles, right? So many, you're an immigrant, you're a woman, you're like all of these things where they didn't want to give you money and they didn't want to believe in you. And now I mean, the title of nicest place in Washington, like, how beautiful is that? You know, that is just so beautiful. And so everything that you're doing is just matches with what we're trying to achieve with She Is Me, and creating community and creating this collective of women who are helping each other, lifting each other up, you know, making sure that no one feels alone. I mean, that was just as you were talking about how anyone can walk through the door, get a cup of coffee, and feel like they belong. I mean, that is so, like, it almost brings tears to my eyes. It's so beautiful.
Thank you. I definitely think, for all the inspiring either business owners and people who's building business, or even like I just think that every individual, we always have different dreams, right? Like
Mhm.
this year, one of the kind of mom from our school signed me up for PTSA, and then I have to say, these moms, they're stay-home mom, they are courageous, they're important, they're amazing, because people have to give stay-home mom, and also people who just supporting us, like my mom who doesn't work, right? Our community is built based on people who can support us with
Right.
no monetary incentive, right? And then these people are
Right.
so important. Yes, and then we can't do it alone. Nobody can do it alone. We have to do it with
No,
each other, supporting each
we
other.
we need each other, and that's why you're the title strong, you know, together we're stronger, because we're all interwoven. You know, we all hold each other up. And like you said, um, I mean, perfect example, my husband, I told him he could not use the internet at all during this time. Like, he can't get on, the poor guy, he just retired and now I'm not letting him get on use any bandwidth for 5 days. Um, and then I'm texting him, good this earlier today we had a little hiccup, and
Yeah.
my computer went completely offline, and we weren't live luckily, but I'm texting him from upstairs going, help, da, 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 like yelling at him, you know. So like, I have a support system, and I have this amazing person who's just like, I don't even know what you're doing, but whatever you need, let me know, you know. And he's making me food and he's bringing me water and that kind of stuff. So it is the people in our communities and our tribes and our, you know, who we choose and who chooses us. But we can't just stop there. We have to include everybody. There has to be inclusion. We have to help each other on this planet. We have to help I mean, I just had this talk with Gaynell, right? Like, we're all human. We're all human. We're
Mhm.
all exactly the same on the inside. We all want exactly the same thing. We want to take care of our children. We want to, feed our families. We want to have something to be proud of. We want to love and be loved. And when you can consider that and have this, idea that that's everybody, everybody, um, regardless of what we're going through, we've all had good times and we've all had bad times. And sometimes people have, worse times than others. And that's when they need the most help and support. And that's when we can't turn our backs on them, right? We can't turn our backs on people who need us. And if they've got nothing else, somebody's got to step up. Somebody's got to be there. And if we can all create this beautiful woven fabric of caring and empathy and help each other, I mean, what a beautiful world we're going to live in, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also, have and I think it's nice to have allies, right? Like your husband supporting
Yes.
you, that's an ally, right? So it doesn't have to be only for women or men. It can be your children, could be anybody in the world that's going to be allies. We need support from allies from different opposite of our opinion, also different people. That's going to bring so much more growth and then bring so much more different perspective that's going to
Right.
support us in different pillars of the foundation we try to build too.
Right. Yesterday, Janet Fouts is amazing, and she talked about being an ally and what it means and how it's not about you, right? Like a lot of people are like, well, I'm an ally, but you're only doing what you want to do. You're not actually doing, helping. You're just saying, well, I'm an ally because, I have a gay person in my family or something. Well, that's not being an
Yes.
ally. That's
Yeah.
not what that means. So,
Hmm.
if you want to know more, anyone who's watching and you want to know more about being an ally, check out Janet Fouts' presentation, and you'll know what we're talking about. Um, but you're absolutely right. And um, the more we can actually, like, what you're doing is show, you're walking your talk, right? So you're actually you talk about it, but you're actually doing it as well. You're helping, you're being an ally, you're giving back to the community, you're staying open to make sure people have food. And, like, those things are important. And when you're showing the community that you stand by what you say, that's so important. That's the trust that we need in in our communities, right? Um,
Yes.
and not just think about the dollar or the money or the end result, because that's all coming. That's all coming in. That's it, but to have just your focus and your compassion is special. And I think that you are very much a leader, and very much someone that women here could look to as an example of what to do right.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm definitely learning every day. Well, thank you for having me. This is, I'm just so excited to be learning from other women in this conference. These are just incredible, incredible human beings and bring so much different aspect and life experience to share with us. And then it is an honor that when we have this circle of trust and so safe space, we can share our voices. It's
Mhm.
unique and it's hard to find. And thank you for building that. That's
You're
amazing.
welcome. You're welcome. And that's the
Yeah.
thing. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it anywhere. So I said, well, if I can't find it, I better build it, right?
Yes.
I better just do it. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yes.
I love, I mean, this is just my passion. And I've been looking for a way to make a bigger impact. And I think this is it. And this is what I like. I'm sure when you've built your business and it's exactly as you envisioned it, and what you're doing and where you're going. I mean, it's just like something that you think about all the time, but it brings you such joy. care. You're just like,
Yeah.
what next? What can I do next? How can I help
Yes.
more? So that's wonderful. Claire, thank you. Thank you
Thank you
again.
so much.
I will see you soon. I know I will. I will be up in Bellevue, and I am going to come in for that cup of coffee. So,
Perfect. All right.
all
Take
right.
care. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to be
Okay.
joined with Jennifer Berman here in about 20 minutes. Jennifer Nassif Berman. So, please stay tuned. 20 minutes from now, she's going to be talking about women's empowerment through your personality style. We'll see you soon. And these amazing affirmations that she has, and I grabbed two of them when she was showing them. I am a change maker, right? And I can make a difference for those around me. I am a change maker. Phenomenal. And the other one was, we can do this. We're all in this together. Together we rise. Perfect, perfect and powerful and perfect for She Is Me. Larice Duffy telling us about her story and her journey with losing her husband to ALS, and the power to choose, how in every single moment you have the power to choose how to act, how to think, how to respond, how to be. Lynn Del Mastro Thompson talking about her misdiagnosis. She was misdiagnosed with leukemia. Can you believe that? Amazing, amazing story, amazing woman. But she's taught us how to be our own health hero and how to use our voice. Laura Ora talking about undoing the shoulds. Really powerful. We even had a little chat afterwards, so if you can catch that, it's amazing. Allison Jacobson talking about how to shut the fear up and step into your true self, your true confident, sexy, successful self. Erica Montgomery, how you can change careers and forge your own path and find your way, and the stick to itiveness and perseverance and determination and focus that we all have, but we can't get there unless we find our passions, right? Nisha Parekh talking about her journey and her healing with her childhood trauma, and how she now has found that path and now lives in joy, and she's still healing, but she shared her story with us, and it was important because she hadn't done it before. So I'm honored to have been the recipient of that part of her healing, and that the community and this collective um, women's network could be here for her. Julia Kraft talking about uh, becoming confident as a speaker and using your voice and be able to express yourself in situations where you normally wouldn't. Gaynell Brady talking about the empowerment she's found through her ancestors, and how you can do the same thing, and how no matter what has happened to her, she knows that they're there with her, and they often, talk to her and guide her. And that's really important. But you can't get there unless you stop and listen. So it was a beautiful message. Claire Simadawiria talking about how we're stronger together, and how we have to be allies, and we have to give back, and we have to help where we're needed. And it's just part of living in community and being a good human. So powerful day, wonderful day. And tomorrow, we're going to be here early tomorrow. Our first speaker's at 6 a.m. It's Zinnia Bunula. She is from South Africa, and she is a STEM woman, and she helps college graduates with jobs and confidence and a lot of other things. So 6 a.m. We'll see you tomorrow.